Thank you again so much for joining us for another amazing episode of Empowered Talks. The Rocky Road to Success, which is actually going to be followed after today by my next book, which will be the Rocky Road, our Rocky Road to Inner Peace. It'll be an anthology. So if you're interested, let me know. And we'll talk and we'll get you into the book. So I'm not sure what's happening. So what happened yesterday after I finished day one, my computer did this automatic upgrade and I'm like, oh, and there's all these different things happening on Facebook. So let me get to Jamie's bio if I can find it. Hopefully I have it here, Jamie. Do I not have your bio, honey? I don't think I do. I think you're going to have to introduce yourself.
It's no problem. So, hello everyone. My name is Jamie McAninch. I'm a global speaker, keynote speaker. I'm also an entrepreneur, run several businesses. I've recently exited one of my companies, and now I sit on the non-exec board of a business development company called Champions UK PLC, where we work with organizations all around the globe, helping them to audit, develop strategies, create information, and activate so that they can take their business into success and growth.
Excellent. Well, then I'm going to let you proceed with your amazing talk. This is not Jamie's first visit to Empowered Talks. I don't know which one it is. I've lost count, thank goodness. But you are welcome anytime. And Jamie, where do you come from?
So I'm currently based in Cardiff, which is in South Wales, the UK.
There you go. Directly from the UK on Empowered Talks. I give you the most amazing, wait till you hear Jamie's story. It's amazing. If you think you can't, ha ha ha, joke's on you. Jamie's going to change your mind. Go for it, Jamie.
Thank you very much, Marianne. And it is always lovely to be here, and it's always lovely to be a part of these events and to be able to share your story and to encourage other people to basically get out there and understand that sometimes that road to success isn't always straight. Sometimes it has ups, sometimes it has downs, sometimes the surface is not always as smooth as we would like. And that's okay. And what I want to try and do through this talk, and each time I've worked with Marianne, I've always done something slightly different. I've always did a slightly different remination of my journey. And this time I really want to talk about that journey from being from zero into success, because it starts, I always say that you start networking before you can talk. And it's absolutely true. And that is the key to any level of success. It's not necessarily about what you know, what knowledge you have, or even to the point of what experience you have. It's the people you know that you can embody that experience upon, and where you can then learn from them. And it's those joint experiences that will help you and guide you and develop you and build you. And eventually you will be whatever your version of success is. And the reason why I say your version is everybody has a different impression of success. Some people just want to get up every day, go to work, do their job, work for 8 hours, come home. And their idea of success is to have a nice family, a nice home, holiday twice a year. That kind of just simple, plain, easy existence. And I've got nothing against that. Like, if that's their version of success, then, and they're at peace with that, that's great. And I'm proud and blessed to be able to know that. For me, success is slightly different, and I match my success on a whole different element. I've always had a lifelong vision, and that vision is to help people understand the value of survival, so that then they know what's thriving actually looks like. And it's something that we don't do. We always want to look at success. We always want to look at the end goal, where we want to be, what we want to achieve, what we want out of life. And that's a good thing to be. They're your dreams. And that's what dreams are all about. Dreams are about the places you want to go to, the people you want to become, the things that you want, what you want out of life, where you want to go and see, those experiences you want to create for yourself. Those are dreams. But goals, see, goals are the stepping stones in which we have to embark to reach our dreams. And if we don't have dreams, we've got nothing to set our goals upon. And if we don't have goals, we'll never achieve our dreams. And that's the marriage between the two. Now, for me, my story starts way back when I was in school, and I was not an academic person. My maths teacher once told me the only numbers I'd ever make up were numbers on the benefits queues, and my English teacher told me I had no concept of the English language. Every teacher I've ever had has told me at one point or another that my biggest problem was I talk too much. And now I'm a global brand. I work all over the world. I'm a renowned motivational speaker. I've written books. I'm in the process of writing another book, and I'm a serial entrepreneur. So it's quite obvious that just because someone tells you that you shouldn't be able to do something, or tells you that you're not going to do something, it doesn't mean that that's fact. And at the same time, if someone tells you you're going to be successful and that you're talented, that doesn't mean that you're going to reach where you need to go. It takes hard work. It takes hard work. It takes determination. It takes a support network. It takes commitment. It takes determination. So when I left school and joined the army, I had a very interesting career. It wasn't until I was in the army that I was diagnosed with quite severe neurodiversity. I'm dyslexic, I'm dyscalculiate, and up until recently, the realization that I'm also ADHD. So it's no surprise in that my life has been a boomerang of experiences, jumping from this thing into that thing, jumping from that into that. And for me, actually, conforming to other people's expectations, whether it be in the forces, whether it be in school. I never went to college or university, but going into the workplace and working for other people with their rule books and their conformities, I struggled with that. And actually, the first time I've ever felt truly myself as an individual, where I could be the person that I was and react the way I wanted to react and act the way I wanted to act and to be completely true with myself, wasn't until I became an entrepreneur. And that journey in itself is an interesting one, because in 2014, in January the 6th, 2014, like anybody else, I went to bed. During my sleep, I had a massive spasm. That spasm was so violent, it caused catastrophic damage to the lower sensory nerves in my spinal column, and it damaged everything from the L1 and L2 down. Now, this left me incompletely paralyzed. It left me with reduction in my ability to defecate, urinate, and ejaculate, as well as not being able to walk, my independence, my dignity, my pride, my manhood, all put in a box and stuck on a shelf. And I had a choice. I had choices to make at that point, but these were choices that were uneducated. I had no support network. I didn't know where I was going. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know what I was aiming to achieve. And then for me, I thought that the only way out was suicide. And I thought this because I generally felt like I was a burden. I felt like I was a burden on society. I felt like I was a burden on my friends and on my family. Now, I failed my suicide attempt. And it was because of that suicide attempt that I then discovered the things. Someone recommended that I try sport. I didn't really know what the connection was. I asked the question, what is sport going to do? He said, nothing, but right now you've got nothing to lose. So I started playing sport. I loved it. But this was the first time I was surrounded by a network of like-minded people, not people that knew my condition, not people that knew my journey, knew my story, knew my pathway, but people that could empathize, people that had their journeys and their experience, and they could share those experiences with me, which gave me education. With that education, that gave me knowledge. And I started playing wheelchair basketball first. I later went on and started playing wheelchair rugby. I then started hand cycling, doing archery, racing motorcycles, playing squash, climbing mountains in a wheelchair. I've broken records. I've pioneered disability sport. I've pioneered inclusion, and I've pioneered other people's way of thinking around disabilities. I've gone where most people with a disability wouldn't even dream of going. I've gone to places where most people who haven't got a disability wouldn't dream of going. I remember being in the physio room for the first time, and I've had all sorts of physios. I've had physiotherapy, hydrotherapy, neurotherapy, electroshock therapy. I've had psychological therapy. I've had both psychology and psychiatric care, all trying to understand what is going on. Why am I struggling? Why am I in the position I'm in? But I had a goal. I had a dream and I had a goal. My dream was to climb Mount Everest. That was always the dream. Ever since I was 7 years old, that's been the dream. I've had a poster on my wall since I was a child. But that dream was always something I would do tomorrow. It was a dream that something I would always do the next day, one day, someday, maybe, at some point. And here I was, paralyzed from the waist down, and that became my fundamental focus. Everything I did from that point to the next part of my journey was focused at that dream. But the dream was miles away. I had to set myself goals. I had a journey. I had a pathway. I had a rocky road. That road started off with just being able to move my toes, then being able to move my feet, my ankles, my knees, my hips, how to stand, how to sit, how to balance, how to take my first steps, how to take my first several steps, how to walk without walking poles, how to walk on crutches. All of these things was all steps, and every stage of it became a little win, something I would celebrate, something that I would embrace, something that I would enjoy, something that I would get involved with, really knuckle down to those small, significant wins. And I climbed my first mountain on crutches. I climbed Pen y Fan, the highest mountain in the southern hemisphere of the UK. And it wasn't a pretty sight, right? I didn't do it with grace and elegance, okay? I did it with difficulty. I struggled. And if you ever Google my name, you'll see that video and you'll see that there was no elegance involved, but I did it. I did it under my own steam. I did it under my own power. And I did it because I gave that goal everything. That was goal number one. I moved on, climbed other mountains, took myself outside of my comfort zone, pushed myself, pressed myself. And eventually, after several years, 8 to be precise, eventually I took on the ultimate goal, Everest. Now, that didn't come without its challenges either. We had planned to leave on the 2nd of May, 2020. We all know what happened in 2020. The world stopped. Everybody got off. Nobody knew what was going on. Nobody had any ideas. Communication was a struggle. The world woke up paralyzed. And during that time, my trip up Everest cancelled, obviously. So what did I do? Well, I set about building a platform to help people just like me. Not paralyzed people. No. Everybody. People in business. People who had services, products. People who wanted to go out there and to sell what they were doing away from the negative space of social media. See No Bounds as a business directory and platform was born. Within the first month, we had 40 signups. We ran the US Festival, a festival all online, just like this one. We ran 300 events over 3 days with an audience of 96,000 attendees. Why? Because people needed a space to communicate. They needed a network. When everything turned upside down, everyone inverted to their communities. The community centers were gone. The networking face to face, that was finished. That wasn't happening. So we created a space that was safe, that people could promote their products, their services, their industries, and what they were doing. And with that, Senior Bounds grew. Everest was always in the background. We had planned to go for a second attempt in May 2021, but the UK went back into lockdown. The Nepal went into the red zone, and so that attempt was then postponed. So I inverted that energy back into Senior Bounds. We pushed and we grew. We launched it as a network. We ended up with 2,500 members globally. We were running 30 events a month. Everything was growing. Everything was moving in the right direction. Success. In 2022, myself and my team, we embarked on Everest. We landed at Kathmandu, one of the most craziest in my whole existence. We then had to go from Kathmandu to Lukla, the most dangerous airport in the world. We had to land at on a runway that was 1,000 yards long. If you get it landing, you crash into a wall. If you get it wrong on takeoff, you crash into a cliff face. The margin for error was very, very slim. Fortunately, we had a good pilot. We achieved it. We entered the gateways to Everest. We had to overcome heights. We had to overcome fatigue, altitude sickness, exhaustion. We had to work as a team. We had to trust in each other. We had to have faith in our abilities and inabilities. We had to have faith in our guides and our porters. We had to have faith in the process that we were going to get from point A to point B. And we did 65 kilometers each way. We eventually reaches Base Camp Everest, the new goal. My dream was always to summit Everest, but I live with a life-determined condition. CRPS will eventually kill me. I know that. I'm going to eventually, my internal organs will stop working, my nervous system will break down, and eventually CRPS will be my demise. And I know that, and I'm cool with that. I'm comfortable with that. I know what's going to kill me. I know how it's going to kill me. I just don't know when that's going to happen. So for me, my goalpost needed to change because I could never get into that level of altitude and my nervous system being able to cope with it. So Everest Summit, if I went for it and if I achieved it, would be a one-way ticket. So I moved the goalpost. Nothing wrong with that. I still achieved my goal, by the way. I still got to Everest. I stood at base camp and I looked into the Himalayas, one of the most amazing places on Earth. The Kumbh Icefall, the most dangerous place on Earth, sat in the heart of the Kumbh Valley, an environment that is constantly changing, a landscape that is constantly moving. You are literally stood on a moving ice cube. So what do you do when you've achieved your lifelong goal, achieving Everest Base Camp? Well, you've got to go back to Gorakshep, which is the highest town in the world, and you've got to have food, and you've got to have rest, and you've got to have sleep. You are literally exhausted. You are living on a fraction of the oxygen that you would be living on at sea level. Everything is a struggle. You have to remind yourself to breathe. And then you wake up at 4:30 the next morning, like I did, and you summit another mountain, summited Kalapata. And I climbed that mountain in the dark. And I remember sitting on a rock, 6,000 meters in the pitch black, watching the sunrise over Mount Everest, the tallest mountain in the world. And I sat on that rock and I cried. And I'll tell you why I cried. For many reasons, but one significant. I realized the difference between dreams and goals. You see, the dream had always been Everest. Every goal I'd ever set had always been to reach Everest. But actually, the real dream was a poster I'd had on my wall since I was 7 years old. An image that now sat at the summit of Kalapata. I was looking at the high definition three-dimensional image of a poster I've had on my wall since I was a child. And it was that epiphany, that moment of realization. Everest wasn't the dream. The view of Tar was the dream. Everest was the goal. I had a dream. I set goals. I achieved each one of those goals individually, and I reached the end goal. If I hadn't had the dream of that image, I would never have set those goals and I would never have reached it. If I'd never gone for those goals, I would never have reached Kalapatar. I'd never have summited, and I would never be sat on a rock looking at my lifelong dream. Now, not only have I achieved my dreams, I've also achieved my goals. And so you set new goals. That's life. But am I successful because I reached Everest? Or am I unsuccessful because I didn't reach summit? And that's an interesting one when you're talking about what is success and what is failure. I consider myself successful. I moved my goalposts. I aimed at a different target and I achieved that target. I broke a world record. I became the first person with CRPS ever to reach Everest Base Camp. So for me, it's a success. I then went on and I shared my story to anybody that would listen. I do talks in front of learning organizations, schools, colleges, universities. I do talks in front of corporate events. Last year alone, I did 81 talks. That hit an audience. If I collated that audience, I would have filled the Royal Albert Hall 4 times. I have shared my message, my journey from waking up one day paralyzed to climbing Everest, my summit. And I get messages every single day, literally every single day. I've had one today saying that people have been inspired because of something I've done or something I've said. People are driven because of the messages that I'm sharing and the stories that I'm telling people, my experiences, my moments. And with that, people are getting inspired and they're motivated to go and become the best version of themselves. But for me, that journey has not been a smooth walk in the park. It's been suicide attempt. It's been paralysis. It's been embarrassments. It's been struggles, my mental health, my mental well-being, my physical health, my physical well-being. In all of that time, I've had cancer. I've had a divorce. I've gone through bankruptcy. But now I stand here and I consider myself successful, very successful. I'm successful financially. I'm successful in marriage, yet I've been divorced and bankrupt. I'm successful in health, and yet I'm living with a death sentence. I'm successful with my friendships. I'm successful in the people that I surround myself with. I'm successful as a sporting athlete. I've competed for my local team, my country, in several different sports, but yet I've missed more shots than I've ever achieved. I'm successful in my charitable endeavors. I've raised now probably, I don't know, close to at least £300,000 for charity. Makes me successful. Why can I say people that I'm successful? Because I understand the value of failing. I understand that if I was always successful in everything I ever done, I wouldn't be here now. I'd have successfully killed myself. Greatest success has been because of my greatest failure, my failed attempt at my own life. And off the back of that failed attempt, I have succeeded time and time again. So when you are moving forward in whatever direction you're looking at, whether it be in a lifelong goal or ambition, or whether it be in a business transaction, or whether you just have an idea of what you want to achieve in life, don't put so much pressure on what success looks like, because success will come depending on how hard you work, depending on how determined you are, depending on how often you move forward. We learn from our failures. We grow from our failings. Our failings is what makes the road tough, but what makes success so sweet. You see, the road to success is riddled with failings. And when you fall over, these things happen. And we don't take these lessons. We don't take these lessons at the value that they're offered at. Okay. And there's many times in my life and many stories that I can share, little stories like when I climbed up Penny Van in a wheelchair for the first time. There's 111 drainage trenches on Penny Van. I had planned for everything except those 111 drainage trenches. Every single one of them a different challenge. Every single one of them had a different method of which I had to approach it in order to get over them and to move on. 111 different challenges in order to achieve one goal. We overcome them, and eventually I reached the summit of Penny Van. And then I remember the descent. It was something else I overlooked that day with my wheelchair, a wheeled vehicle up on top of a mountain with a man in it who's paralyzed. Brakes. I thought of everything except brakes. So here I am on that descent off a mountain in a wheeled vehicle without brakes. Do you remember the 111 drainage trenches I was just talking about? 111 opportunities for me to stop, for me to recalculate, regather my thoughts, move on. I went down that hill, drainage trench to drainage trench. The challenges on the way up became my literal lifesaver on the way down. It took me 4.5 hours to climb Penny Van. This is a mountain that as an able-bodied man, I could do in 45 minutes. But it didn't matter. Something I learned. It didn't matter how long it took me. It didn't matter how tough it was. It didn't matter how hard it was. It didn't matter what I had to overcome. The point of the matter is, in both scenarios, as an able-bodied man doing it in 45 minutes or as a wheelchair user doing it in 4.5 hours, the point of the matter is I started in the same place and I finished in the same place. Sometimes we forget that actually it doesn't have to be done in a hurry. It doesn't have to be done tomorrow. It doesn't have to be done at speed or at pace. Sometimes steady is enough. And this is a lesson we learned on Everest when we were climbing Everest. There's a Nepalese saying called Pistadi Bistadi. It means slowly. How do you conquer altitude? Slowly. Now, let's talk about Sino Bounds. And this is a story that I haven't necessarily shared in public yet. So what a great forum to talk about when we're talking about that rocky road to success. Let's talk about a business that I started over a decade ago. A business that was formed out of the heart of a blog, of a guy that was doing crazy challenges to try and find myself. A guy that was trying to find his place in a world that he was completely lost in. Someone who one day woke up paralyzed. It moved from a blog into a marketplace, selling disability products. From there, we went into COVID and it progressed and pivoted again. Now it's a business directory helping other people to work with each other, communicate, connect. Always keeping that fundamental vision, though, to help people understand the value of survival so that they know what thriving looks like. For network business, it pivoted again. Now our membership was growing. We were running events. We literally took over the world overnight. And that success was actually our greatest downfall. We literally grew our business to death. We now have a team of 34 people. We're having to manage the team. We're having to work with them. We're having to build and develop. We're having to meet customer demand. We're having to put on more events because of more demand. More events mean more people. Every time we decided to launch a network group, we needed to find a new team. It became more than what we could handle. There was just me and my wife, Charlotte. And of course, I'm a motivational speaker, so I'm not even in the business half the time. I was out doing my own thing, working hard, building my own brand, as well as trying to support Charlotte to build See No Bounce. And it grew, and it grew, and it grew. And then one day, me and Charlotte sat down and we had a realization that we were killing ourselves. We were burning out. Charlotte was working 16, 17, 18 hours every day. Weekends, bank holidays, evenings. Every conversation we would have would be about See No Bounce. We lost ourselves. It was no longer me and Charlotte. It was us and See No Bounce. It became a beast. And so when we hit that point of burnout, that point where we couldn't take it anymore, that point where we had nothing else to give, we only had one option: to exit. And that's exactly what we did. We found someone who was already running a business almost identical to ours. It was so identical. My name is Jamie McAninch. The guy who took over See No Bounce, his name was Jamie Stewart. When I say it was close, it could not have been any closer. And so I had a conversation with Jamie and I said, this is what I want to do. This is what I want to achieve. And the whole deal was around the members, making sure that they were looked after, around the hosts and the event coordinators, making sure that they were looked after. On the 20th of February, 2024, Charlotte and I decided to exit our business. By the 29th of February, 9 days later, contracts had been signed, the deal had been delivered, and See No Bounce had been transferred over to the Circle Network. We ran events introducing Jamie to the rest of the team, to the rest of the members. We took a whole business, a platform, and integrated it into another organization that was already running it. Our members were happy. They were looked after. They actually didn't even notice the transition. And Charlotte and I was able to exit our business. Now, was that a failing or a success? I don't know, it's a tough one to answer. We successfully grew the business so big that we couldn't look after it anymore. But did we fail because we exited? No, we took control. We took control over ourselves, our relationships, our life. Was See No Bounce going to be the end for Jamie and Charlotte? I don't know. Who knows? Potentially, possibly, maybe. I wasn't willing to take that risk. So by exiting the business, we became even more successful. Because you see, Charlotte decided that actually she's really good at event organizing, really good at people management. So she set up on her own. She ran her own business, started something new. She now runs a VA business. Within 2 weeks, Charlotte was at full capacity. She cannot take on any more clients. She's doing more now in less time. We're earning more with less work. We're not having to run events every single week, every single month. We're not having to work every bank holiday, every weekend. We've now got our life back. We now get to go and take our dog for a walk. We get to train because in literally weeks, 6 weeks, we're climbing Kilimanjaro. I'm aiming for another world record, and I'm climbing them on a set of CAFOs, which is a carbon-built composite fiber product built by an organization called Tuan, which will mean that I can climb this mountain without the use of crutches. I'll be able to do it on my own steam. So by exiting my business, I've been able to do that. My speaking work has now gone absolutely ballistic, which means I'm now sharing my story. I'm encouraging and motivating more people, which means I get more messages from people saying, thank you. I've done this because of you. So sometimes we look at what is that image of success and what is that image of failing? And we think that they're set. This is failing, this is success. And it's not. It's a rocky road that marries the two. I am incredibly successful because I understand the value of failing. I know when to walk away. I know when I've done everything that I physically can, and now I have to let someone else take over. It's a story of my life as someone who's dyslexic, someone who's dyspraxic and dyscalculic, and someone that's ADHD. You have to understand and respect your abilities, your disabilities, your barriers. You have to respect your threshold. And even though in business and in life, sometimes they throw you curveballs, and sometimes we don't always necessarily know where those curveballs are coming from. But what we do have to do is react. We've got to stop beating ourselves up. If we speak to other human beings like we speak to ourselves on a daily basis, we'd be incarcerated. How many times have you called yourself fat, ugly, or stupid? It's not true. I know you're perfect. I can't even see you, and I know you're perfect. Why do I know this? What evidence I have? Because there was a day that you were born, and at that moment, the nurse and the midwife, they took you into their hands. The first thing they did is slap your ass. Then they handed you to their mum. And at that point, when you were handed to your mum looked at you and went, you're perfect. So I know you're perfect. How well do you know that you're perfect? How well do you know the things that you've achieved? How many times have you decided to exit something because it's the right decision? How many times have you pursued something and then felt that you failed? There's no right or wrong. We don't fail in life. We either win or we learn. So I'm going to give you now, I'm not sure how much longer I've got left, and Marianne will soon poke me.
We're pretty much to wrap up, but oh my God, I could listen to you all day, Jamie. That's amazing.
Thank you. But I am going to give you a final top tip before I go. Okay. Please. I'm going to give you a permission. I'm going to give you the permission to fail, because from that failing, you will succeed. And I'm going to give you the permission to fall over. I'm going to tell you it's okay to fall over. It's okay not to get it right. It's okay to sometimes get it wrong. But you need to do just one thing. What is the key to being successful? Is when you fall over, always get back up. Thank you very much.
That was amazing. That was absolutely amazing. It doesn't matter how many times I hear this story. So out of your 81 talks, I think 3 or 4 of them were here last year. So I could listen to you all day long, Jamie. It's one of the most inspirational stories I've ever heard. Can't believe you climbed Mount Everest. I can't believe you do anything on a daily basis. I'll be like, hey, Charlotte, how's it going? What's Jamie doing today? What's he climbing today? What obstacle is he overcoming today? Because it is absolutely, I mean, you can't say anything else other than holy inspiration, right? So you think you can't do something? Uh-huh. Jamie will set you straight. So thank you again so much. And thank you so much for coming here. I know there's a huge time difference between us and the UK, and you're literally on your way to your next thing. So thank you so much for making the time for that. And thank you, Robert J. Moore, who is next, for moving over, and also Jose for moving over so I could make room to get you in here before you take
bless you.
Your others. So
thank you. So I have got a fairly full diary, and I'm not going to lie, it's pretty chocker. So I'm hitting the road as soon as we're finished. So thank you so much for having me. I've got to hit the highway. But guys, have a great rest of the event. Have a great day. I know it's quite early over there. Yes. So God bless you all, and speak to you soon. Take care.
Thank you so much. Hugs to both you and Charlotte. Mwah. Thank you again.
Bye now.
And with that, anyway, so Jamie's story is always so super inspirational. I mean, honestly, if he can overcome and be okay with everything he's done, then some of the daily tasks that we make a big deal over, who said what to who on social media, who said this way, did it that way, like these are minor baby things. So this is absolutely amazing. And here we have Robert J. Moore, yay, who needs almost no introduction, but I will introduce him as my coach. Robert J. Moore, a seasoned professional, has been prominently featured in Forbes and Disrupt magazines. He is an international award bestseller and the founder of Next Level Coaching. Robert played a key role in achieving the Guinness World Record and Global Recognition Award, impacting numerous lives through his coaching programs. Over the past 15 years, Robert has elevated his high-end mastermind programs to global recognition, becoming a sought-after teacher for individuals ranging from beginners to experts. He imparts the precise techniques and strategies he employs in his daily business operations. Robert generously shares his high-performance methods with clients, enabling them to replicate his success in a fraction of the time. He firmly believes that every business deserves success in its respective field. Magazines worldwide, national TV programs, and radio shows have conducted interviews with Robert. He has been invited to speak on prestigious stages alongside luminaries such as Jack Canfield, Les Brown, Bob Proctor, Eric Thomas, Douglas Vermeeren, and Armand Morin. In addition to coaching accolades, Robert has earned noteworthy awards, including 9 for his 2023 documentary titled Reinventing Freedom, which I'm in, of course. The documentary chronicles Robert J. Moore's inspirational journey from homelessness and prison to achieving recognition in Forbes, which is pretty cool. It serves as a testament to his resilience and triumph. Recently, April 2024, Robert was awarded the Legends of Coaching Award by Forbes Business Awards.
I'm glad you got that. So I had to run and do something. Like I said, I'm not feeling the greatest, but I'm here.
Thank you. Please, with that, I present to you Robert J. Moore.
Thank you very kindly, and thanks for having me. I'm sorry, guys, if I feel a little down right now, but I am. My son and myself and my wife, we're all pretty sick right now. I don't know why. That time of year. It never fails this time of year, weather changes. Plus, I'm doing a lot right now. I got, the building inspector on my behind trying to move a shed to that I already built a year and a half ago, and she don't like where it is. So I got to rebuild it somewhere else. And I'm gonna start from wee hours at the beginning. You know what I mean? When I was a young pup, I was raised in Mississauga, Clarkson, Ontario. Same neck of the woods where Marianne is, but just she's further down. I would always get in a lot of trouble down there. I was raised with my brother Thomas, who's now deceased, my brother Jason, which is my understanding in jail for the rest of his life, and my stepmom and my father, my biological father. My dad used to work for the city, and he used to have parties on the weekend with some. My dad was an independent writer. He was never a club member, but he was an independent writer. He always hung around people that were patch members, bikers and stuff like that. And he, I used to watch him all the time. They used to have a lot of fun. So, I mean, the advertising of booze at an early age, 13, 14 years old, became, oh, well, they're drinking, they become happy, they forget about their sadness. And I was kind of a depressed child because I felt I couldn't do anything. I was getting all the blame for all my other brothers being the youngest one in the house. Every time my brother Jason got in trouble, I get blamed for him. Jason would never get in trouble. Never get in trouble because it's my stepmom's child and it's her only child, and she didn't see anything wrong. He never did anything wrong. And I got the blame for everything. So I took the blame. Imagine sitting in your room all the time, no phone calls, no friends, and no TVs. You got to have your homework, and that's it. And you're not even allowed anything but a book. So, and I hate books. That's why I hate books right now. And it's kind of weird because I did over 500 books as a publisher, but 90% of them, I didn't read. I had other people read them for me. And that's the reason why I became so successful in that field. But I mean, when I was younger, I got into a lot of trouble. Age 13 years old, I fell going up the stairs because my dad would say, Robert, go downstairs and get some beers for these guys. And it was OV and 50 Labatt Stubbies. So I said, okay, no problem. I'm figuring, okay, why are these guys so happy? Why are they so happy? Like, why? I don't see any fights, or I don't see any negativity. So the image of the booze was making everybody happy in my eyes. So I guzzled down one of them. I'm going up the stairs. I'll let this big belch out. And I think my dad knew from there because he could hear it. I mean, how could he not? It was big enough for anybody to hear it down the street. And I got up there and I gave everybody the booze. And I felt like, wow, this is really good. After that big belch, it was like, wow, I feel like I'm floating now. I feel like I can get away with whatever I'm doing. I can achieve whatever I'm doing. I felt more invincible, that I could actually speak my mind and nobody could actually see me. Like I had, some people wear glasses, so nobody could see the window to the soul. So I did that once or twice. I kind of passed out like the fourth time going up the stairs. I literally fell down with the beers in my hand. I just passed right out. So that's how that started. And then I didn't quit drinking for 13, 14 years later. And I got into drugs at an early age. My first child was born when I was 19 years old. That's the first time I got to see jail too, Barry Bucket. I don't know what I did at that time. I think I let my anger get the best of me and knocked the piss out of somebody, I think. I don't know. I can't remember. Then I had a lot of breaches, armed robberies, and attempted murders, and I ended up doing almost 17 years. This long story short, almost 17 years I did. I'm not proud of it, but the people I hung around with, I guess I wanted their attention. I hung around the bikers and the mob, growing up, and it was like, they're there for you. They're there for you when you're out, and they give you whatever you want. It's fast track. It's, oh, you want dope? No problem. Oh, you want women? No problem. You want money? No problem. You want that car? No problem. We'll give you that car. Who cares who owns it? Right? just the things. So I ended up doing the collecting. People owed money, and I went do the collecting. That's kind of where I come from, is a rough neck of the woods. And it's probably, I probably hang on to a good chunk of that in my attitude, because the reason why I do that is because it's probably protecting me at the end too, at the same time. But needless to say, it bothers me that I had to live that life in order to be here today, because when my second child was born, July 20th, 1992, the mother of my kids, she ended up dying in my hands, giving birth. When she died in my hands, giving birth, that was absolutely insane. I honestly, I can remember it to this day when it happened. And it was, I don't know what to say. I mean, like, I can't express the feelings I felt, because it was something I never felt before at that time. Losing someone that you loved, and being the person I was with the anger issues and everything at the time, I didn't know how to control it. So when she died in my hands, I mean, she had an epileptic seizure with pulmonary emboli, with a blood clot going hard up to her heart and her brain. And then all of a sudden, she bled all over the place, every orifice that she had. I mean, I'm sitting there and blood's coming out of her eyes, her ears, nose, mouth. And it was just interesting. It was nothing I wanted to ever see again. But when when I left there, that hospital, I had to have someone come pick me up, and it was my younger brother. And we ended up going out partying because I didn't know how to handle it. When I handled things, when I felt sad or when I felt angry or whatever, I go drink or drug. That's when I really got into the drugs, is when she died, because then I met another lady. Probably about, I don't know, 6 months later, I met another lady. And you got to remember, I was 20 years old this time, like 19, 20 years old. To me, partying was the security blanket, let's say. Easier to say security blanket. Now, I'm also going in and out of jail all the time, like I said, at the same time when I was young age. But besides the fact of living on the streets 7 years on and off too, I lost my daughter to the in-laws. They wouldn't let me see my daughter for years, and I probably only see her 2 or 3 times, which I'm very sad about, but at the same time, it's probably for the best at the time. My son, he got raised by my aunt in Mississauga. He's actually still living in the same house the family was living in. And we have a great relationship. He's actually in my documentary too, along with Marianne. He was always wanted to be the gangster kind of guy. He wanted to be a gangster, and I phoned down one time. I could hear him on the phone being really rude to my aunt. Now, I was always the kind of guy, if you're rude to a woman, man, you're gonna pay for that. I don't like the rudeness to women. Like I something I don't like. So then I get on the phone and said, hey, listen, I'm going to come down on the weekend. You and I got to go in the backyard, and we're going to see who the gangster is. And he's like, what do you mean? And I hung up. So I never did go down that weekend, but my cousin phoned me, and because he lives with my cousin, and said, hey, listen, just to let you know, your son, I'm not going to say his name, but your son happens to be going out changing his mind about being a gangster. He's wearing a suit and tie now, and he did that for years, a suit and tie. I thought he was going to be a lawyer or something at the end, but what he did was he changed his whole persona, changed the people he's hanging with. I guess the lecture that my aunt gave him for years on end, and the fact of, finding out I was the real father, and then looking at the fact of, okay, well, my lifestyle, in and out of jail all the time, always in trouble, always having cops coming looking for me. He didn't like that scene of the after effects. He liked the upfront stuff. He like, oh wow, my dad's a gangster, like I'm cool with that. Like he it was an image. Once he got past that image and looked at what really could happen, how many years in jail he could be spending himself and ruin his future, I think he realized that was not a right way to go. So he changed himself. And if you ever get a chance to see the documentary, he actually educated himself to be a police officer. And his main goal in life is one thing. He says, the one thing I want to do is I want to pull you over one day. He said, that would be satisfying for me. I don't know what he's going to do. I don't know if he's going to throw me in the back of the car. But I mean, you can't fight a police officer. You can't, no matter if it's your son or not. It's all on tape, and the video cameras and everything are all there. So I have no choice but to go with it. So I think it'd be kind of comical to see my son put me in handcuffs, say, you're not being arrested, but we're going to obtain you right now and put you in the back of the seat just to make sure everything's okay, and check your car out, make sure there's no dope or paraphernalia or open bottles or any weapons are in there. And he would do that too. He would. So even my best friend, I was always with Robert Goundry from Mississauga. He's a good friend of mine. I've known him since 3 years old. And he actually literally at 3 years old, him and I would do things. At 15 years old, we'd do things, get in trouble all the time. And he knows that he was starting to go down the wrong road because of the fact of hanging with me. So he decided not to hang with me. And he decided to get married, have kids, and do the right thing, be a trucker. And he's been a trucker ever since. But he watched my lifestyle go downhill. And he didn't really connect with me until I was clean and sober. Now, I didn't get clean and sober until years later. I'm talking years later. So September 5th, 2015 is when I actually got clean and sober. And that's going on 19 years in September. And then I quit smoking after that. But in between that, when I first got sober, I said, I got to become someone. I said, I want to make someone proud of me. My stepmom and my dad were both still alive at the time. And when I decided to put myself into treatment, let's say, because I wanted extra help, I didn't go willingly at first, because I used to go in and out of detox a lot. And basically I'd go in there just to get more or less food, rest for the week, so I can go out there and do it again for another month. You know what I mean? So every time they'd see me, they say, what makes this one here so different from the other times? And I said, well, honestly, I can't answer that, but I feel there's something that needs to change right now. And I couldn't answer. I didn't know how to answer it. So they said, okay, fine. We'll phone the welfare system, see if they can pay for your stay, because you're only allowed to stay 7 days there. And they wanted me to stay 3 months in order to get myself into treatment, do all the paperwork, assessments, and everything else, get into a treatment center. I agreed to that, as long as welfare agreed to that. I was in my heart, body, and soul. I said, don't agree to it, man. Don't do it. Just don't do it. It'll be fine. I mean, I'll go out there and I'll be all right. But at the same time, I wanted it. I'm sorry. But they agreed to it. And I had a whole list of places I wanted to go to, or I didn't want to go to. I wanted to call. So I called all these places, and finally I ended up getting into this place. It was in Aurelia. It was the very last one that I should have called the first one, because I avoided that one at first. I really wanted to be in that one, but I avoided it because I knew I could get in there eventually. All the rest of them were 2-3 months. Can you wait 2-3 months? We'll call you back. We'll get you in. We'll send the paperwork down to the detox center and blah, blah, blah. Well, it was interesting, because when I phoned the last one, I literally got in within a week. It was weird, because I did a little prayer at the time, and I wasn't really much a God person. I just only did it because I wanted to feel better, and I thought maybe doing a prayer at the time would make me feel better, and people would have a better understanding of me. I don't know what I was thinking, to be honest with you. I'm just thinking that may be the case. So when I actually did get told, can you be up here on Tuesday? It was like, oh, I wasn't expecting that. I didn't want that. I wanted it to be 3 months down the road so I can keep going on and doing what I was doing. But things changed. I did end up saying, okay, I could be up there. And then I phoned my dad, said, can you bring down a couple $100 so I can actually go on this trip up there? My dad came down, but he wouldn't give me the money. He gave it to the staff. And he says, if you could actually go and buy him the ticket to get on the GO bus to go up north, I will release the money. Otherwise, he's not releasing it, because he knows darn well I'm too close to the bear store. I've done this way too many times, crying wolf. And every time I called him a collect, every time I did something, it was always, no, it was always bad. I've never really called him unless I called him and it was collect. I never called like this. This is the only time in years I called him straightforward and it wasn't collect. So he was like, he was a bit confused about that one, but he was happy to see I was in detox and trying to get the help I needed. Now, when that day, I'll tell you something, that day was the last day I seen my dad for like 2.5 years. I decided not to talk to my family, not to talk to anybody I know that can drag me down or upset me or say, oh, you're just doing this to impress us, to get whatever off us, and you're just going to go back the same way. I was always told, you're never going to accumulate to be nothing in life. You're nothing. You're going to be dirt. I was always told that all my life because of the way I was acting. My aunt would tell me, my uncle would tell me, my stepmom, my biological mom's boyfriend was a cop. I used to fight him all the time. I'd steal their car and get in fights with the police officers. I tell them, drop the hoisters so you'd see how tough you are. A few of them did. And I got a couple whoopings, but I mean, I gave it back to them later when they weren't around to see it. And I did it from behind, I guess. I don't know. I got in a lot of trouble. I ended up doing a lot of trouble and spent a lot of time in jail. Now, things changed. I'm in detox. I'm actually wanting it this time. But I'm one angry SOB. They pulled me in a separate room in the first week and they said, we have to do an intervention. There was like 6 people there. We have to do an intervention. And there was a guy named Brian Adams, not the singer. He was actual, Brian Adams is actual anger management social worker up there. And he says straight up forward that we need to work on this anger and we need to do an intervention on it. So, and they start, every couple of days they sit down together. We'd all sit down together. We work on it. So doing the steps, as everybody knows, in Alcoholics Anonymous or Narcotics Anonymous, they do now. I think they call it sober something or another. They call it now. I don't know. It's been a long time. But when you look at doing those steps, you're doing like a moral inventory of yourself. I kept going 1, 2, 3, forget about 4. That's your moral inventory. So finally, I'm going to this meeting and I'm looking at this guy and he's talking to me, and I didn't know exactly who he was. And then I found out he was a biker, and he wasn't taking any of my shit, no matter what I liked it or not. He wasn't taking any of it. I mean, like, I was mouthing off to him. He's mouthing off back. We almost went around back, almost got in a fight. But we didn't. For somehow or another, we ended up respecting each other. And he looked at me and says, listen, here's the way it's going to be. Pulled out his piece of paper or cigarette pack or whatever it was, wrote down this phone number, says, you're going to report to me every day. I said, what do you mean report to you? What the hell does that mean? So every day in Alcoholics Anonymous, basically, they want you to phone them and just let you know how their day's going. Just to see, someone's going to support you. Someone's going to be there for you, because we never had anybody there for us before. So he did that. And there was another guy named Jules McKenzie that happened to be with him. And I just never thought nothing. I just thought, okay, well, he's a cool cat too, and started going through, and I started getting a year in, right on, cool, got 2 years in. Like I said, I'm going on 19 years this year. But in the 4th year, oh, this is funny. Jules McKenzie, I said, listen, do you want to go for a coffee? So I decided to go for a coffee with Jules. And before I even got a word out, he looked at me and says, how come you've never asked me what I do for a living? Because he was unsure why I wanted to talk to him. I'll be honest with you. He was unsure why I wanted to talk to him. He thought I wanted to talk to him about doing a score or doing maybe a robbery, or who knows, knocking someone out. Who knows? Because I was still pretty angry back then. And he said to me, he says, how come you never asked me what I do for a living? So I said, okay, well, fine. What do you do for a living? And I got my cappuccino, whatever it was, vanilla abstract, whatever they call them drinks. I can't remember. It's been so long. And he said he was a police officer. Well, I almost spit that right in his face. I mean, I did not like police officers one bit whatsoever. I did not like them. I thought they ruined my life. And, and it was that day forward that I realized that police officers were only doing a job. They were human too. I didn't realize that before, because I always seen them in my way. Every time I went to do something, they would arrest me. Every time I went to, obviously I'm the one to blame. Obviously I'm the one that's doing the problems and putting them there to be a part of that. And you know what? He turned out to be one of my best friends, still is today. He was actually in my documentary. He actually pulled up my record. He helped me get my my part in. And if you look in my documentary, he also states in there, he says he didn't actually think I was going to get one with the lengthy record I had. There were 42 charges. I had 28 jails I had stayed in. And like I said, it was a span of 17 years. And I even had my ex-probation officer do a part of the documentary too. And that was my best friend. And, it was absolutely insane. I want everything tangible. I want rawness. I want the truth in this. And that's probably why I've won 10 awards with the documentary. But I accept the awards, but I also put it on to the guy that actually did the documentary, because I think he needs the recognition more than I do, which is cool. I mean, I work that way. If anybody knows, when I work with them, I'll do things behind the scenes. They never know if I'm doing it or somebody else is doing it, but they always, at the end, they feel they're doing it. So I allow them to have that. I don't tell them, hey, I did this, I did that. Marianne could tell you that. I've worked with her for years. And I will not tell you if I did something or if I didn't, because I want you to have the recognition. I want you to believe in yourself. I want you to look at your passion. And my goal in life, honestly, my goal in life is straight out forward, is to have people believe in themselves with their passion, become millionaires with their passion, not millionaire with money. Millionaires with their passion, make that millionaire money with their passion. There's a difference there. And a lot of people don't understand how to do that. And that's basically what you're doing is you're looking at your passion, you're looking at how you're putting things out there and who you're helping with. So I have programs that, like the first 2 or 3 of them, I interview some high-end people. Some people from the Buccaneers, some people from Darman, some people like Marianne, a bunch of people, high-end people, right? I interview a lot of high-end people. I know a lot of different high-end people. So when I started off my businesses, I had about 20 businesses before. They was all called different things. But I couldn't find the right name. Finally, one day, a guy was at the fire pit with my dad, and he said to me, "What do you do for a living?" My dad wouldn't let me speak. I don't know why. I was sober, and he wouldn't let me speak, and I was hiding the beer on me, poured it in the cup so I didn't see it. And he said, "Oh, my son's an entrepreneur." My dad couldn't say it right, but it was funny how he said it. And so the guy said, "Okay, entrepreneur." He says, "What do you do though?" And my dad says, "Oh, he's like a friggin' magnet, man. Every time you go to a gas station or something like that," because I've taken all these courses, right? So my education, just to let you know, I got social service worker diploma, addictions degree, BA in psychology, master's in counseling psychology, harm reduction, mental health crisis, and 2 honorary doctorate degrees. And I don't use them to hang on the wall. I don't use them to say, "Oh, look at me, look at me, look at me." I did that because I wanted to find out why I was being the asshole I was, who I was becoming, and I wanted to change that. So I wanted to do that to change me. So I'm looking at all these different angles and different things I was doing. So self-reflection, basically, I was doing it for. But now I utilize that in the business opportunity that I have with people, so I can help physiology of the emotions and everything else. I mean, I've done a lot. I've helped over 200,000 people with the past, with all the things I've done. My books have ranked up high. They've been on different billboards all over the place, New York, everywhere, you name it. It's been an amazing event to have. And like I said, I've published over 500 books. I used to own Magnetic Entrepreneur, and that's how it was born. But at campsite, my dad said he was like a magnet, and then the other guy, Magnetic Entrepreneur. So I went from there. So what happened was I did that for years. Now I needed to find myself again. That was the thing. I needed to find myself again. So I put it up for sale. I ended up selling it to a beautiful person, Amanda Renaud. I still help out today. Anytime she needs the help, she gets a hold of me and we talk. We work through it and try and make things blossom a bit more. Well, I end up buying another business. And when I bought that business, it wasn't really something I wanted to do. It was intriguing. Let's just say it was intriguing. And I knew it was growing. And it was doing like $50,000 a month. But I had 33 staff. And it was 2 franchises. And it was pretty cool. It was a home business, right, for the elderly. So I took care of the seniors. I had PSWs, nurses, and whatsoever going in there. I did that for 6 months, 7 months. And I sold that business because I had too many people asking me to come back into coaching. So I decided, okay, well, that's fine. This is going to be cool. I said, I thought about it for about a month. I said, okay, well, and it started growing on me, the thought of doing it. So I actually went right back into doing that. So when I actually came back in, I thought about, okay, well, who am I going to hire as a coach? What kind of coaches do I want? What kind of stuff? I started right from scratch. I said, I want a new business right from scratch. I want to build it up, do automation and everything. So I hired Armin Morin. He's one of the top strategists in the world. He's spoken all over the place. The guy's well known. He's really out there. And then I also hired Satish Verma. which is the CEO of Think and Grow Rich. So both of them together, I'm really looking at a beautiful perspective of things that's going on. And I'm still working with people, still doing the things I got to do. And, you know, my life don't change because the things in my past. I utilize the things in my past to make my future. So when people sit there and say, oh, you don't understand, Robert, that's the reason why I started using my past, is because I got tired of people sitting there saying, well, you're way up here. Like when I first started, I'll be honest with you, when I first started with Magnetic Entrepreneur, maybe even before that, I got on stage and I was asked to speak. Someone never showed up, so I got asked to speak. And it was like, sure, no problem. And they gave me 5 minutes. Well, it was a hell of a cross path to do, because Les Brown was before me, and right beside me when I got off stage, and the person got up was Bob Proctor. It was like, holy shit. Like I spoke right between the both of them. I was sandwiched between them. And Bob Proctor, when he got up there, he put a word up there that really blew me up. And he said, I hate getting up on stage after a good speaker. He goes, I don't know how to speak after that. He goes, it flusters me. And I thought, okay, well, that was pretty cool, man. That hearing that from him. And then I got a very good rating in the speaking that day. So when I left, and I spoke at that event one more time, a different time, like not the same day, but a different time. And then I started holding my own events. And that's how behind me here, you can see the Guinness World Record I participated in, and 126 people all together. Collaboration, we won. And then I was actually on the Forbes Council. I got, you know what, it's funny. I got a lot of recognition while doing things. And then I had the opportunity to be in Forbes magazine. Do you think I actually took that lightly? I didn't even want to go in it. I didn't even care to go in it. I said, it's not going to do me any good. I said, I'm already recognized. And then like Marianne and a few of them kept saying, well, no, you need to be seen out there, and you need to be seen properly. You deserve to be on there. I mean, so I said, okay, well, whatever. I didn't realize how much that would change my life, that a student of mine would help me grow more. So when I seen that, and I seen the fact that I need to keep growing to help other people, to help me, you'll be amazed how much a person needs the student more than the student needs the coach. You'll be amazed, because I look at the situation as like, when I bring people in, that's why I have a program. Okay, listen, that's why I have a program. I do a 1-year program now. I'm starting off with this new program I'm doing, that people come in and help build a program with me. So the next one I'm building is there's a program, that a certificate program. You can get certified by me and other people, right? Well, me, not other people, my business, I mean, like my next level coaching, me, right? Not other people. But what basically what I'm trying to say is, I get 10 people in. I'm only bringing 10 people in. You help build it, and you get there's a lot of automation in there. You get to learn how to do the proper mail. Like I'm getting leads right now. When I first started, I've always put this out there in February. The leads, probably anywhere from 100 to 300 right now for leads. And which is nice. It grows nice. I get to pick through. See, I don't pick everybody. I'm not desperate. I don't need the money that bad. I want to work with people that really want to work. Because in the past, I've seen people come up to me and give me $4,000, and you never see them again, or $20,000, never see them again. And the reason why is because all they want to do is say, I tried and never worked out. But the thing is, they didn't actually try the actual program. They just paid to make it look good and say, look, I got the receipt. I tried. You know what I mean? And I think I've been there, because when you look at a lot of people, I want you all to visualize this. Even yourself, you probably did it yourself. When you heard this person was in town, you had to be at that event. You had to be at this event, that event, that event, this event. We were all lost. We didn't know where we wanted to do, how we wanted to do it. So we wanted to follow this person, this person. Oh, Tony Robbins in town. Oh, Robert J. Moore's in town. Oh, this person's in town. Oh, Mel Robbins, better go see her, better go see this person. A lot of people go to these people because they want to figure out, well, they're making it work, so I want to copy them, kind of thing. Now, when I go to an event, I don't go there to actually hear them speak, because I can hear them speak on YouTube and everywhere else. I studied 52 of the top achievers in the world, and maybe 20 of them were probably online. But I'll tell you a little trick I did. I went there and I looked at how they get their lights, working, where the TV's sitting, how people recognizing them, how they dressed, how they advertising, how they marketing, what kind of paperwork do they have? Because that is what I want to know. I don't want to know how they speak. I don't want to know anything else besides that. Right? I know what they're going to say, because when you go to an event, Tony Robbins says the same things all the time. He just switches one or two packages together. That's all he does. Right? But why does he always wear black? Because he doesn't want people staring at him. He wants people to listen to his message. Right? A lot of people say, well, I didn't even realize he's wearing all black. And that's the reason why. And a lot of people don't realize when you're out there speaking, if you're on stage, if you actually raise your hand after 20 minutes, just kind of raise your hand, like kind of go like this or whatever, it changes the frontal cortex of the person so they don't fall asleep on you. And a lot of people didn't know that either. And here's the thing. I want to get a nugget of each of those people, to build the person I am today. So I upbrand people. I teach people automation. I teach people how to use their passion. I might be a bit firm with how I do things. Like, I care more about your business than your emotions, but your emotions can be dealt with later. We're not here to deal with your bloody emotions. We're here to help you with your business, help your business grow. I've helped some millionaires grow. They had a little fracture in their foundation, I guess you can call it. The structure was wrong. And people know I'm well known all over the world. If you Google Robert J. Moore, you're not going to miss it. I've been so many different things I've done, so many different people I've helped, so many books I've been in, so many different stages I've been on. The reason why I say that is because it can be done. Look, I'm an ex-gangster. I'm a person that's been in and out of jail for half of my life. Ex-drug addict. I'm always going to be a drug addict, but I'm ex-drug addict. I'm in recovery now for the rest of my life. And I don't drink booze anymore either. How do you think? Here's the biggest thing I love to do is I love to push myself and learn more. If I'm the smartest person in that room, I get the hell out of there. I do not want to be the smartest person in that room, because then I stop learning and then I go downhill like I did before. I literally left Magnetic Entrepreneur. And the only reason why I honestly did leave is because I was up here. I was seeing up there. I was actually coaching Les Brown's daughter, for crying out loud. That was cool. I was also 2 or 3 other people that Marianne knows that I don't want to say their names because they asked me not to, but she knows who they are. I was coaching them too, and they're way up there. But here's the thing. It wasn't because I was too busy or anything. It was because I was lonely at the top and I forgot to bring the people with me. So that's one of the powerful things that you need to listen to. Stop worrying about yourself and look at your passion. Stop looking at the money you're bringing in. Look at your passion. Your passion will bring you a lot of money. I'm dead serious, man. Passion, if you do it the right way, look at the foundation, look at the structure, look at the way you're putting things out. Now, hold on a second. I want to back it up here, because a lot of people say, okay, well, Robert, you got all this education. Fine, I get education, but most of it's all psychology. You don't sit there and hear me talking about the hippocampus and the central nervous system or anything else. You don't hear me talking about that. The reason why is because you wouldn't understand it. You would be pushed away. You say, no, I don't want no part of that. I would be too, because it's not going to help you with a solution to your problem. What is going to be, I put surveys out once in a while, and I'll ask everybody, put 2-3 things in the survey and let them answer that, A, B, or C. Are you struggling with leads? Are you struggling with marketing? Are you struggling with, this, or this? And they'll answer you. Now you're looking at that. Then you do a live in a few days and you talk about the things that people are actually struggling about, and you kind of give them a little hint and let them know, hey, listen, you give them it for free. If you're giving this information for free, that you're actually empowering other people and let them see, hey, listen, this guy has a solution to my problem, they're going to hire you. It only makes sense. Funny story. Some of you already know this story. I was at an event one time and there was a guy there He looked kind of rough, and I didn't understand who he was. I didn't really. I was new. I was really, really, really new at coaching. I thought, okay, well, this guy looks like he just got off the beach or something like that, or he's a bummer, or he's living on the streets, holes in his pants, and I guess he didn't smell the greatest at the time, or whatever it may be. And I thought, okay, well, I started talking to this guy and started, questioning him and everything else, and this is hilarious. Next thing you know, he leaves. We both leave the event. He says, "Hey, listen, you got Facebook?" I said, "Yes, it's under Robert J. Moore." So he went and looked at me and called me, and then got a hold of me, added me, and I went to look at him. I said, "Oh man, Lord, I'm not going to have this guy as a client." You know who he was? He was the operations manager of Think and Grow Rich. How in the heck am I going to, have this guy as a client? I end up being his client. But I'm going to tell you something right now. He taught me something. That's the day I learned about judging people. That's the day I learned about putting your stuff out there. Now check this out. I only had $2,100 in my bank. That's it. At that time, I had $2,100 in my bank only. He wanted $1,400 that day, and then 2 weeks later, he wanted the other $1,400 to make up for the month. I said, "Yeah, okay, I got to think about this." He goes, "Listen," he goes, I'm not going to stick around and wait." He says, "I have one spot open, and that's not a joke." He says, I'm not going to open up any other spots. But I do want to work with you. He says, "I would love to work with you and help you out." Pardon me. And so what happened was, I said, "Okay, well, listen," I said, "I don't know how I'm going to do this." I said, "I got car payments, I got rent, I got all this going on." I said, "I'll give you the $1,400 right now." I never thought of it. I just did it. And it was like, oh, I got scared for a second or two afterwards. And then within that 2-week period, he taught me that my passion and how to use my passion, how to put it out there, how to stop focusing on the money, how to stop worrying about the money, how to stop looking at like, okay, well, it's a crutch. If I don't have the money, I don't have this, but you're more focusing on the damaging you're doing to yourself, because if you focus on all that money, what you're doing is bringing on more bills. If you've ever watched the movie The Secret, that's what you're doing. So he taught me, focus on your passion. Well, within that 2 weeks, I made $17,000. $17,000. I had no problem paying him out for that. And then we just kept building from there. And I think I had him for 6 months to 8 months. No problem. It was like $5,000 a month. It turned out to be. I had no problem paying him. And like, it was pretty cool. It was like, wow. And when you look at it, when I look back at it, and I just look at the situation, think that I was actually thinking I was going to coach him because of the way he was dressed and the way he was talking and stuff like that. Never judge people by the book, cover of the book. I have a book out like that because some people sit there and judge me by how I look, and they'll say, "Oh, Robert, you don't understand because you're way up there. You got a big name." And that's why I have a past that I utilize in my business. I'm not shy to talk about, Sorry. But now, I do a lot of work. I don't publish any books no more. I got 2 people that when books need to be published, I have 2 people that I send them to. I still help out with both of them. I still help doing the stuff I got to do, and I help them do whatever they need to make it happen. As a coach, I try and be there. Amanda's one of them, and Marianne's the other one. The 2 publishing companies, and you know what? They need the help. I'm there. You know what I mean? Like I'm there to help, and I've helped over 200,000 people, believe it or not. And that's not to brag. I mean, to me, it's like, wow, that's pretty cool. But you got to remember, I did it in large groups. I used to be a therapist. I helped a lot of elderly people deal with the passing of their partners. That was the toughest part because at the end, I was starting to wear my heart on my sleeve, and I was having crying with them. But there's a difference between one thing a lot of people do not do is look at the difference between empathy and sympathy. All right. There's a huge difference. When you're looking at empathy, don't take away their emotions. Let them enjoy their emotions. Let them digest their own emotions so they can get past it. All right. So say, oh, I'm going to use my Buckleys for this. Say this is a box of Kleenex and they're crying in that. So you just kind of push it like this to them. All right. That's sympathy, telling them, okay, it's there, but they have to grab it themselves. But if I sit there and say, oh, hey, here, no problem. It's okay. Everything's cool. It's all right. Well, now I'm taking their emotions away from them. And what's going to happen? Now they can go through the same thing over and over and over and just put their emotions on somebody else. They don't actually deal with the emotions. I learned when I was going through treatment center, the guy that was actually training me, a good friend of mine still to this day, I still talk to him, the counselor, and he stripped me of all my emotions. He was afraid because every time I walk in that door, he says, he thought the hinges were going to drop off. He says, I'd swing that door so bloody hard. You know what I mean? I was angry. I was really angry, but he stripped all my emotions. And what we did was we went to the rawness of it. We went to the core. We changed the perspective of what those emotions felt like, what those emotions look like. So the death of someone today, when I talk about the death of someone, listen, I know about the death of my brothers. I'm going to tell you something. 2001, my brother died, car crash, drugs and alcohol. 2015, another brother of mine died. He died of overdose. All right. I won the Guinness World Record. 11 days later, guess who died? My other brother died. I lost 3 brothers due to drugs and alcohol. I'm going on 19 years clean, and I'm doing it for me, not doing it to get clapped on the back or whatever clap or pat on the back. I do it because I need to do it for me, and I need to do it for that little guy in the house and my daughter and my wife. That's what I'm doing it for. And I think, and you know what? I'll be honest with you. I'll never stop helping anybody. I'll never stop helping them. No matter if we get in an argument or not, we're going to argue. We're going to do it. I don't care because everybody sees things differently. Everybody grows out of it. Everybody gets on with their way. And you know what? Here's the thing. I love empowering other people. But the thing is, if I can't, because of psychology, now what I do is everybody's different. So you might have a mechanic coming to me and saying, listen, I want to grow my business. I'm a mechanic. So now I got to direct it to a mechanic. So I talk his language. How do I do that? Well, hey, you talk maybe the filter, oil change or something like that. And then you put something in there that kind of helps the guy adjust to what you're talking about. Once you get that person's perspective and you get that person's thought, you get that trustworthy going on, then you can start revelating into your own context of words. Same with, publishers, you talk that language to them. You got to talk the different language to people. You got to go on their level. I won't just sit there and say, oh, you got to do this, you got to do this, you got to do this. No, I want to find out what really makes you tick, what you really want. I don't want to push on my stuff to you because it makes no sense. There's only one of me and I want to be me. You know what I mean? And another thing, you're not in competition with anybody. There's enough people in the world that are doing the same thing, but I need you to understand one thing. You can't do the same thing as everybody else and expect the same thing. Excuse me. Here's what you need to do. Be an outside box thinker. If you don't see me online doing something on Facebook or LinkedIn or something like that, you guarantee I'm coming back with something. You know what I mean? I'm coming up with something that's literally going to be a bombshell. Right now, I'm doing automations right now. I'm just doing the webinars, getting things going. And yeah, I think it's absolutely amazing to be a part of this journey and to be able to help anybody out that needs to be helped out. And if you ever want to get a hold of me, little Robert J. Moore, you can go to support at nextlevelcoachinginc.com, or you can go to nextlevelcoachinginc.com, to my website. You can go through that. LinkedIn, Facebook, you can get a hold of me. I really would love, even if you just want to sit down and talk to see if I can just get a little bit of advice. I'll talk to you free for 15, 20 minutes. Not a problem. I don't have to charge you for that. What I do need to charge you for is the air that we breathe. Why? Because we are free to do that. I don't mean money-wise either. It's called love and respect. That's all it is. When someone talks about the love and respect, that's what that is. So it looks like I got the luxury of driving my daughter to school. I just got the text. So guess what? Everybody, I love and respect, and nobody's told you today, you're well and worthy. About the good work.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you so much for coming on here, period. But extra thank you for having the Buckleys by your side and having to
Phew.
go with
Yeah,
all
that
of
stuff's
that.
beautiful, isn't it?
So, super appreciate you every day. Super extra appreciate you today for coming on when you feel like not good. So, and thank
Yeah,
you.
I got a tickle in my throat like crazy.
And thank you for not swearing. You only said it once, the SHIT word. So that's
Yeah,
good.
that's a rarity. That's a rarity. Normally,
I
well,
appreciate it. Thank you.
yeah. Okay, okay. Thanks a lot for having me. Cheers, everybody. I'll be on here to watch for the rest of the day. I just got to drive my daughter to school, and
Thank you. You got some
no
wonderful
worries.
comments, and Amanda was commenting, and I was commenting, and Ivy was commenting.
Yeah, I'll get in there and look in a few minutes. Just let me.
Ivy speaking later on today, so that's going to be amazing. Anyways,
Cool.
have yourself a great day. I'll talk to you later.
Cheers.
Say hi to Lexi and have a great day. Thank you again. Muchas gracias. Don't know why I'm saying it in Spanish. I'm obviously not Spanish. Okay, everyone. So we're just kind of waiting for Jose to come on. He has got a crazy busy day. So it appears as though there's nothing but adversity going on in and around us today. And not just today, like there actually yesterday was everything went off really, really well. I only had one person tell me they got called into work. So this is the kind of thing that happens. So your rocky road isn't just leading you to your success. It's going to continue a little bit, but it's just, what are you going to do? You know, I do these every single month, and every single month we have something. And it's, I don't know, I just don't think it's such a big deal, people not being able to show up or, coming in late. So Jose not only is also busy, but his wife is also in the hospital. His son just came out of the hospital. The other kids are also not well, and he put one of his co-hosts in charge of doing something so he can come here and speak to us. So we'll just give him another minute or so. Again, I'll just text him. And it's just, okay, good. So he knows he's gonna. And yeah, it's, you can't run away from these things. This is what happens. And sometimes I have a co-host, so I'm able to have someone else either talking while I'm messaging people, or I can have them messaging people. Today I just don't have anyone, and neither yesterday, and it did turn into a 2-day event. So I'm super excited that it turned into a 2-day event. I mean, I still had to turn away some people. So 3 days is kind of tough. I thought about doing it. I may do it once just to see, but it gets kind of hard because like tomorrow right away, I have to go out of town to do an open house. And so it takes me an hour to an hour and a half to get there. And it takes me an hour and a half to 2 hours to come home. So when I go to do an open house, I usually go there for 3 hours. So it's a full day event. Like that's pretty much all I can handle. And then if it's a quiet open house, I always have my phone and my journal with me. So I'm always writing or putting together talks, or I'm putting together programs. And I do have a program coming out. And it's going to be, so I had a mastermind. I had a women's mastermind for a whole year, and it was called Empowered Resilient Women International, which, because I don't like short, for what I like short titles, but I always pick these long ones. I don't know why. So this time I've decided to have one called Empowered Resilient Mastermind, and it's going to be for both men and women. And we're going to have a meeting every single week, but the way that it's going to be structured is that it's going to be men and women 1 week. The following week, it'll be just women. And then it'll be men and women again the following week after that. And then it'll be just men the following week after that. So I wanted to do one for men. I wanted to do one for women, but I wanted to do one for everyone together. And so it was actually, I think, Jose who helped me come up with the idea of doing this that way. And I thought, you know what, that's going to be fantastic. I really like that idea. And so that's what we're going to do. So stay tuned for more information on that. Once I get through today and my open houses, I'm going to be talking to my social media girl, and we're going to be putting something together, and we're going to start with the new mastermind, Empowered Resilient Mastermind. So now I officially have a bunch of different things that are all under the umbrella of Empowered. And now I'm just calling everything Empowered Group. So I have Empowered Voice Publishing. I have Empowered Talks, which is this, of course. Empowered Source Coaching. And now it's going to be Empowered Resilient Mastermind. Is that everything? I think I have it. I don't know if I have anything else. I can't remember. And then, of course, I have Meditation Millionaire, my podcast. And let me see, what else do I have? I have so many. 30 seconds. So Jose's just going to be joining us shortly. Just got a message from him. Oh, and there he is. And so that's actually amazing. So I'm actually going to stop talking and let Jose speak. Hi, Jose. Thank you so much for joining us. I was actually telling everyone how you helped me put together the Empowered Resilient Mastermind, where I'm doing the men and women, and then just women, and then men and women, and then just men, because I wanted to do 3 things, but there's no way I can only handle like this much newness onto my crazy schedule. So something's got to come off before I can put new ones. So this is Jose Escobar. I'm going to read his bio because I can, because I can read. Oh, look, where did it go? Oh, here we go. Jose Escobar is an award-winning, nationally recognized personal development speaker. I'm going to say it's about 12-time international published author, sales professional, husband, father of 5 kids, soon to be 6. He leads compelling high-level communities consisting of entrepreneurs, myself included, and advanced leaders through 2 multi-6-figure business models that have now surpassed 7 figures. Kudos. The Entrepreneur's Bookshelf and the Connected Leaders Academy. Jose's magnetic personality shines in his presentations, where he has reached audiences collectively over 30 million, I'm just going to say 30 million plus, and radiates throughout his dynamic coaching programs, inspiring his international 350, this got to be over 400 by now, entrepreneur and executive clientele to master their personal and professional excellence. His past sales experience led him to amass well over 30 million in revenue for the companies he served, and this family man's sales and coaching in the martial arts industry has positively affected the lives of over 500,000 families for the better. Learn more about Jose's products and services at connectedleadersacademy.com. So www.connectedleadersacademy.com. And with that, I give you one of my other favorite coaches, Jose Escobar. Jose, welcome.
Hey, did you say one of your favorite or your favorite? I'm just confused. I'm just kidding.
All of my, yeah, I just had Robert and then you, so you're both my favorite. I know.
I'm just kidding. As long as I'm in the top 3, that's all that matters, right? So
the top 2 I'm talking about.
Well, great to see you, Marianne, as always. And I don't know if you guys, for those of you who are watching live today, right now, wherever you're watching from, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I know this is a global virtual event, so wherever you are, hello to you. And if you've been following Marianne for any level of time, you know that she's a mover and shaker. She is a world changer. She creates her own dent in the world. And that ripple effect, the butterfly effect of what she does is just so powerful. And I'm just very honored and excited to be attached to her name and all that she does. And thank you for having me once again. So there is that. Now,
Thank you. And thank you for coming with all of what's happening. How's Katie? Is she okay?
Yes, she is making great progress. And full disclosure, since we're having this conversation very quickly, I don't want to take too much time to discuss it, but it does kind of make sense with today's topic. I'm sure many of you are aware the rocky road to success is the theme of this event today. And the rocky road to success is just that, right? It's rocky. There is no such thing as a road to success that's paved evenly with no potholes, no detours, no construction, no, what is this called when you go over like standing water? And, there's all kinds of things that will happen along the way. And sometimes it's just so overwhelming and so exhausting that you might even fall asleep at the wheel and end up hearing the doom, 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 as in you're going off the road, right? And you got to get back on the road. So if that happens, don't let that happen again, right? So let me tell you that the road to success is definitely rocky. And there's a fantastic quote that says, the road to success is paved with the hot asphalt of failure. Let me say that again. The road to success is paved with the hot asphalt of failure. Okay, so failure is a part of success. They are interconnected. You can't have one without the other. If you're going to go down that path and say, I'm going to be successful, then yes.
Okay, sorry to interrupt. Some really bad sound thing going on. So hang on. Can you say something and
Sure.
Okay.
Testing.
It seems to be okay now. So I'm not sure what that's about.
So all I said was the road to success is paved with the hot asphalt of failure. So it's a phenomenal quote, right? There is no such thing as getting to success without failure. They are interconnected. If you are going down the path and you are committed to being a success in life, creating success, helping others become successful, then you are by default welcoming failure. You are asking for some failing experiences. And failure is not a bad thing, just like red ink in school is not a bad thing. Because red ink in school, when they put like the F, or they put the minus 10 points, or they put whatever notes in red, people look at it as this awful thing. It's actually a positive thing, because that is a sign of, okay, I'm self-aware now that this is an area I need to improve on. How are you going to improve if you're not aware of, where you're failing? Half of the battle to success, half of the battle of improving is understanding what your challenge is, understanding where you need help, understanding where you're not so strong, acknowledging the problem. If you don't acknowledge the problem, you're not going to fix it. So in order for you to become successful, understand that failure is a must and be prepared for it, right? Expect the best, but be prepared for the what? Put it in the chat if you're there while I take a sip of coffee. If you're looking for success, expect the best, but prepare for the what? Yes.
For the worst.
The worst. Because it's inevitable that things are going to happen. It's inevitable that things are going to happen. Sometimes we trip over ourselves. Okay, full disclosure, sometimes we trip over ourselves and we are our own worst enemy many times. But as we get better and better and better, there comes a time and place where inevitable things are going to happen that are just part of life. And you're going to get sideswiped sometimes. Sometimes you're going to get rear-ended. Sometimes, God forbid, you're even going to get T-boned, right, by life. But as long as you continue to press forward, it's not the end, right? As a matter of fact, every time you fall down, you got to get back up on the rocky road to success. As they say, you fall 7, you get up 8, right? My mentor once told me, and I stuck to this philosophy and this mantra that I have in my life, and that is that I'm never down. I'm either up or I'm getting up, but I'm never down. I'm either up or I'm getting up, but I'm never down. So don't be down. If you fail, if you don't hit a target, if something doesn't go right, if somebody no-shows you, if a speaker at your event didn't show up for God knows what reason, which can happen, If you have, an event and all of a sudden the venue falls through and you got to postpone your event, that happens. That's happened to me, right? If you have people that cancel on you, if you have people that want a refund when it's been clear that there are no refunds, but they still are requesting a refund. If there are people that are talking trash behind your back, people that will smile to your face and act like they're your friend, and then there are snakes behind your back and you don't even know who they are, but you suspect who they are, then it becomes one of those things where, guess what? You got to keep pressing forward. And can I tell you, pretty much everything I just said has happened to me at some point or another, right? This is part of success. And the bigger you get in life and in business, the more challenges are going to come. Let me rephrase that and say it again. The bigger you get, the higher you climb, the more success you achieve, the more haters you're going to have. The more life is going to start to derail you and sideswipe you and rear end you when you least expect it. Now, there's a higher level of elevation, there's a higher frequency, there's a higher vibrational piece to this whole thing in terms of what really is happening. And what really is happening in my mind and in my perception is in my understanding, it's spiritual warfare. It's spiritual warfare. There is good, there's evil, and when you're doing something good, and when you're changing lives, and when you're doing it for the right reasons, then evil starts to come into play. Spiritual warfare, and it starts from within, internal, and then life was just going to happen. So I say all this to say that, again, the road to success is paved with hot asphalt of failure. So are you prepared? Are you prepared to get sideswiped? Do you have the layers of skin, the rhino skin, to be able to handle somebody rear-ending you in life? Do you have the fortitude and the grit and tenacity and perseverance to be able to handle unfortunate, unforeseen things that will occur in your life? I'll tell you right now, a lot of this is EQ. It goes back to your emotional quotient. How strong is your emotional state? Can you handle the blows? That's very, very important to ask yourself and to be self-aware. And if you're not, then you just got to work on it, right? I literally just saw Robin Sharma, and he actually just wrote a new book that I purchased here. I don't know where the heck it is, but it's here somewhere. He just wrote a new book, of which I went to see him live. And there was a quote that I just saw today, actually, that I absolutely love. And the quote says, what's the statement that was written on Instagram? A red flag is a red flag. You could lose many years of your great life ignoring this rule. Maya Angelou said it beautifully. When someone shows you who they are, believe them. Oh my gosh, let's say that quote again. A quote from Maya Angelou. When someone shows you who they are, believe them. So in love, business, and life, when you see or sense that someone has behavior that is concerning, avoid them. Wish them well on their path and protect your peace. Really, really powerful stuff. And this is the reality of life. This is the reality of life, because part of your road to success is going to be trimming the fat, I guess, for lack of better terms, right? Trimming the fat of the people that you surround yourself with as you continue to grow and scale. Because the reality is not everybody's meant to be in your life. There are times when certain people are there because of circumstances, or because of you went to the same school, or you happen to be in the same neighborhood, or your parents were friends with their parents and by default you saw each other at get-togethers, or maybe it was in a sports team that you were a part of, or whatever, or college, whatever it was. And people that come in your life, but not everybody's meant to stay in your life, especially on the path to success. Because some people at some point are going to start to bring you down. Some people are at a certain point are going to start to get envious and jealous and start to try to sabotage you. Some people and your journey in life are going to start to say things behind your back while they're smiling in your face and acting like they're loyal and committed to you when they're really waiting for you to fail. And the reason why a lot of people do that is because they see like certain inconsistencies and certain lack of confidence in themselves. And every time they see you rise, it makes them feel uncomfortable. So the way they feel more comfortable is by you being at the same level or below. So you just got to watch who's cheering for you, who's cheering you on. A lot of times the people that are not cheering you on are the people that you think support you the most. So sometimes people in your life have an expiration date and they're only there for a season, but you have to be able to have that ability to see and sense when the time is right to no longer engage with a particular individual. And I'm not saying you have to like ignore people or be disrespectful or rude or nothing like that, because everybody deserves kindness and respect, right? I am saying just protect your time, protect your space, protect your family, protect your journey, protect your dream. And sometimes that means certain people don't belong there. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. You can wish them well, you can love them from afar. And that's okay. So again, the road to success is paved with the hot asphalt of failure. The problem is that many of us don't learn. Many of us keep getting burned by the same stove. Many of us keep going back to that hot stove that we know is going to burn us. And we're like, well, maybe this time it's a little bit not as hot. Maybe this time, if I just touch it fast, a little bit faster, I won't burn myself as bad. Maybe if I just get as close as possible, let me see how close I can get to where I don't actually get burned. And oh, I got burned again, right? So that's the reality, is we keep going back to the same stuff and we don't learn our lesson. And we act and we live as if we are here forever, as if eternity is already here on earth, when it's not. This is just a prequel to the main event. So if you understand that something is going to burn you, why in the world would you even be in the same room as that? Let alone within 5 feet, let alone reattempting in a more strategic way. No, sometimes it just means you got to get away from it. You got to stay away from it, right? You got to learn. Take from every experience that you have in life that doesn't serve you, that maybe was a mistake, maybe created a setback, created a hurdle, created a speed bump, you fell flat on your face. You got to ask yourself the hard questions. How did I even get myself in that situation? Because let me tell you, folks, detrimental things in life when it comes to failure, and failure doesn't mean you're done or it's over or life is over, you can't come back. No, failure is really just a setback. It's only a failure if you stay there. There is something called failing forward on this rocky road to success, right? So you fail forward. You got to take the risks. You got to do the right things in the right way, right? You got to have prudence, of course. And as you fail forward, you're going to start to make better choices and better decisions as you progress. And those things compound over time. When somebody files bankruptcy, right? Did that happen overnight? No. It was a series of poor spending, poor investing, poor money management that led to the point where you're like in too deep and you're like, I have no idea how I got here, but this is where I'm at. It's a series of poor decisions. And those series of poor decisions, as small as they are, they have a compound effect. Just like interest in the stock market. It's going to grow in a negative way over time. I can give you example after example after example. If somebody weighs 160 pounds and somehow they end up at 540 pounds and they're in their bed and they can't move and they need like a team of people to come and move them. I've seen this. I've seen this on TV and all kinds of, social media. I'm sure all of you have seen like these stories where somebody is like, weighs like 500, 600, 800 pounds. I've seen that stuff, right? I actually know a couple people that were in that position. But that didn't happen overnight. Now, we can have the conversation all day about, well, genetics and certain things and all that, but at some point, there is a point where poor decisions occur. And it all stacks up over time, right? A heart attack isn't a heart attack out of nowhere. A heart attack is a series of poor decisions with your health, with your stress, with your eating habits, with all these things that eventually lead to something devastating, right? I can go on and on and on. Divorce is another thing, right? I don't wish divorce on anybody. And I know many people are divorced and are happily remarried, and God bless them. That's awesome. And I know many people are divorced and are happily single, and that God bless them too. And that's perfectly fine, right? I'm not here to judge anything. I'm happily married and I love that, and I'm cool there. What I'm saying is that divorce doesn't happen overnight. It's a series of decisions that led to the point where people were like, okay, we just got to go our separate ways. But it was a series of decisions, right? So as decisions that you make little by little by little by little that compound over time, that compound effect equally is true in a positive way. If you're making positive choices, productive decisions every single day, those things are going to compound over time too. That's the beauty of the rule of the compound effect, right? Is that anything, whether positive or negative, decisions you make, if you do it consistently, it's going to lead to a positive or negative result. So you got to ask yourself, what kind of choices are you making on a daily basis? What kind of choices? And I already said, a lot of the things that happen to us in life that are undesirable, sometimes it's self-imposed. We trip over ourselves because we don't learn our lessons, because we continue to make poor choices, because we continue to hang around the wrong people, because we continue to do poor habits, the things like poor habits, right? Drugs, alcohol, pornography, poor spending habits. I mean, we can go into all kinds of things that are not making you any better. As a matter of fact, it becomes a stronghold, and it creates these shackles that hold you down to not being your best self. So you got to ask yourself, what kinds of choices are you making? Are you making positive choices every single day that are going to ultimately lead to this high level road, right? The high level road that everybody wants to be on of success eventually. Or are you making daily choices that are compounding over time that are going to keep you where you are or worse? And let me tell you something, and let me be adamantly, very unequivocally clear here. If you don't improve on a daily basis, by default, you are decaying. That's right, I said it. If you are not improving yourself every single day on a daily basis, by default, you are decaying. You are slowly decomposing. You are slowly getting worse and worse and worse, because everything in life is an uphill challenge. It's an uphill battle. Improvement requires you to be uncomfortable, right? The most important things in life that you want, your highest level dreams, your vision, your mission, your purpose, your calling, all of these things reside outside of your comfort zone. If you're comfortable, what does that mean? That means you're settling. Now, I don't know about you. I can speak for myself. I'm not going to settle in this life. You know why? Because we have one. We don't have two or three or four or five. We have one. We have one soul. We have one life, and we have one go around here on this planet Earth. And the question is, what are you going to do with that one shot that you have? Are you going to wake up at 10 a.m.? Are you going to go to bed at 3 in the morning and then wake up sluggish the next day? Are you not going to work out when you know you should have worked out, and then you're going to order some pizza and eat pizza, and then you're going to go and have some beer, or just, go have whatever it is you want to have and just do whatever, and then you're just going to kind of scrape through life and just live at a very basic mediocre level? Like, is that what you want? If that's what you want, it's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. Nobody says everybody has to be crushing it in life, right? That's not necessarily what I'm saying. Everybody has a different calling. My question to you is, are you where you are right now? Are you fulfilled? Do you feel a level of fulfillment? Do you feel like you are pursuing your best self? Do you feel as though there is more to give, or have you given the most that you feel you're called to give? Is there more in your tank? Are you capable of more? Are there lives you need to be impacting that you're not impacting today, right now? You got to ask yourself some deep, thought-provoking questions to gauge whether what you're doing right now is okay or whether you want to keep going to new levels. And again, the road to success, let me tell you something, it never ends. The road to success never ends. It's not like there's a destination at the end of the road where you're like, oh, I've arrived to success. No, it's long term. It is forever. I tell people in the Connected Leaders Academy, if you join my community, it's for entrepreneurs. We now have over 400 paid members in 45 states and 21 countries. Some of the best of entrepreneurs all over the world from all different backgrounds and industries. A phenomenal place to grow your business and scale and network and get on more podcasts, more stages, more key referral partners, leads, collaborations, endorsements, more clients, more money, you name it. If anybody's out there and you have no idea what I'm talking about, just check out connectedleadersacademy.com and book a call with me and let's chat. But I say that to say anybody who joins my community, there's 3 qualifications to be here. I could have like 50 qualifications, but I have 3. You know why? Because I'm a simple guy. I don't like to complicate anything. And I think life is simple. We are the ones who complicate it. So in the Connected Leaders Academy, number 1, you have to have a business. So it's for established business owners, for entrepreneurs, not wantrepreneurs. Number 2, you have to have a success track record already in your business and or a level of mastery, expertise in your industry in terms of what you do. And number 3, which speaks to what I'm talking about here, is your ego. Yes, that massive thing inside of all of us that wants to keep getting bigger, but we control it. That ego inside of us has to fit through a door, right? And that door is pretty small, okay? The door is pretty small. So your ego has to fit through that door. And if it doesn't fit through that door, I've got to tell you, God bless you, do your thing, much love and respect, but this community is just not for you. Because in this community, everybody understands it doesn't matter how successful they are, there's always a next level. None of us have arrived. There's still more learning, more growing, more connections to make, more impact to create. Right? And those are the people that I'm after. And in the Connect Leaders Academy, we have some beginners and we have a lot of successful people too. When I say successful, I'm talking about 7-figure earners. We have even a couple 8-figure earners. People have been in business for 20, 30, 40 years. So we have the best of the best here. And so I can tell you right now, I have vetted every single person. And again, the reason why I mentioned that is because of the ego thing, because everybody that is on this road to success has to understand that you never arrive. That road to success requires you to keep chiseling away at yourself. I don't know who said this, somebody said it, but they said you have to work 10 times as hard on you as you do your job if you want to be the best of the best. You have to work 10 times as hard on yourself than you work on your job or your career or your business or your profession. But you know what's crazy is that so many people are so focused on build, 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 scale, 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 structure, process, SOPs, sell more, sell some more, sell some more, customer service, help your clients. That's all they focus on. And you know what they forget about on this rocky road to success? You know what people forget about? They forget about working on themselves. And a leader must lead. And who do you lead first? Yourself. A leader must lead themselves first before you can lead anybody else. And the day you stop learning and the day you stop growing, very soon you're going to stop leading. I can assure you that. Because the people that you're leading are going to pass you big time. And they're going to be like, why am I still learning from this person who is regurgitating the same things all the time? When I can go over here to this other shiny object over here with this person that has a wealth of knowledge that I've been following on social media that sounds way more knowledgeable, is always learning and growing. I haven't seen this person talk about personal development at all. So you got to work 10 times as hard on you than you do everything else. Because when you keep growing, you can pour into more people that way. Because at some point, there's nothing new for you to say. Right? There's nothing new for you to say because everything you say is the same stuff because you're not learning, you're not growing. And remember the 11th commandment, thou shalt not fool thyself. I'll say it again. The 11th commandment doesn't exist, but I'm just throwing this out there. Thou shalt not fool thyself. You know what that means? Don't think that you're growing and you're pursuing personal development and you're still humble when you are not. And you know darn well you're not. Because if somebody asked you, when was the last book you read, you would not be able to answer ethically with integrity saying this book. You would be like, I don't remember. Or you would say, you would make something up. You'd be like this. Somebody asked me, Jose, what are you currently reading? I'll be like this, because I'm surrounded by books, right? This is an easy thing for me. I'll be like, this is what I'm reading. Right? I'm not reading this. I'm just giving you an example. So, or people say, what are you reading? And they know darn well they're not reading anything. And they're like, yeah, I'm reading, what is that book called again? The new one from Ryan Holiday. What is that new book? Oh yeah, this one here. This one is called The Right Thing Right Now by Ryan Holiday. By the way, it's his new book, amazing. I'm super excited. I have a personalized signed copy from Ryan Holiday from his new book, amazing. So, you know, people will just throw a name out there, completely out of integrity, completely out of honesty and accountability and character, and they'll just say whatever, because they don't want to seem like they're not growing and working on themselves, right? And you know what I like to do just for fun? I'm like, what are you currently reading? And they're like, and I already know if you can't tell me like this in 3 seconds what you're reading, the name of the book you're reading, I already know you're not reading the book, right? So, and the only way that rule doesn't apply from my experience, and I'm just speaking from my experience, I'm not saying I'm the end all be all, but from my experience, the only way I know, the only way that this rule may not apply is if this person is reading like multiple books at the same time, like 5 books, because now they're thinking, okay, well, I'm reading a few books. Which one do I want to mention? Which one speaks out to me the most? So they're processing very quickly and they're saying, oh, this one, when they're really reading like 3 or 4 or 5 books, right? But most people, if they're reading a book and you ask them, what are you currently reading? They're going to say, what was that book called again? Oh, it's actually, because they're thinking of what to say because they know darn well they're not reading something at the moment, right? Now, they'll drop the name and I'll say, oh, wow, that's fantastic. Right Thing Right Now by Ryan Holiday. That's a really good book. It recently just came out. What is the main thing that sticks out to you so far from what you've read? And you can hear a pin drop. Just like right now. What is the most exciting thing or the thing that sticks out to you the most of what you just read recently? So in life, we have to not lie to ourselves, right? The 11th commandment, don't lie to yourself. Thou shalt not fool thyself. You got to be authentic. You got to be genuine. You got to be real, transparent. What you see is what you get. What you say is what you mean. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that to you. Oh, yes, you did. You did mean to say it. You just don't necessarily think that way anymore, but in the moment you meant it. Yeah, I'm so sorry, or whatever. So you gotta be just 100% across the board that way. And that is part of what is required to achieve the highest levels of success on this rocky road that is very rocky, like the Rocky Mountains. It's not always going to be rocky. Sometimes it's smooth sailing. And can I tell you something? If it's smooth sailing for too long, you're not challenging yourself. You're not taking enough risks. And as a matter of fact, you're decaying. Remember, because everything worthwhile is uphill all the way, like John Maxwell says. Everything worthwhile in life and in business is uphill all the way. If you are not getting the results in your life that you want right now, I can guarantee you it is directly aligned to the amount of effort in the discomfort zone that you're putting in. Because if you're comfortable, then you're coasting. And if you're coasting, eventually you'll be roasting. Okay? You're coasting, you're roasting. So don't roast, don't coast, don't plateau, because plateau is decay. You start going backwards by default. So every leader must lead themselves. Every leader must stay in the lab, must stay in work mode, must stay in action mode, must remain in personal development, because that never ends. It's a constant journey every single day. I am a perpetual, lifelong white belt in business. And that's how we need to remain, because we have to keep our ego intact. The minute you think you know everything is the minute you actually start learning. Why do you think I'm surrounded by books? Because it reminds me how little I know. I'm surrounded by books because it inspires me. It keeps me humble. It keeps me curious to learn more. It helps me realize how little I am in the grand scheme of the worldview of what's happening around me. So you got to stay in growth mode. What is your personal growth plan? Do you have one? I'll tell you right now, it's required. If you want to be successful in this life, you have to be on a personal development journey that never ends. So let me ask you a couple of questions. What are you currently reading? I hope you're reading something. I don't care if it's there you go. Nice book, Marianne. I don't care if it's a Kindle, if it's an audio, if it's a physical paperback or hard copy. Whatever works for you, works for you. Now, I personally favor physical books because they're in your hand. They force you to pay attention. You're not distracted. I can't be listening to something and doing something. I can't read while doing other things. It's like, this is my main focus. So if I'm reading, then I'm reading. If I'm doing an audiobook, I could be doing anything else, which means you're diluting the engagement. Yeah, great book, Marianne, which Marianne is a co-author, best-selling author in here. Thank you. I love that. Winning the Day. Yeah, if you want my copy of my book here, signed, personalized copy of my book, it's called Winning the Day, An Entrepreneur's Guide to Morning, Evening Routine Mastery. Yes, I wrote this book. It's an amazing book on the bookends of your day, how you start your day, how you end your day. I'll get you a signed, personalized copy. Just go to my website, www.winningthedaybook.com. Again, winningthedaybook.com. Strong book. But anyway, so what are you reading? You should be reading something. I compare reading a physical book versus audio or a Kindle to like machine weights versus free weights, right? Free weights, it requires more engagement of more muscles, right? If I'm going to bench with a resistance machine, it's stabilizing it for me. All I got to do is just push. Right? If I have a big, huge Olympic barbell and I'm flat on the bench press and I'm pushing that thing up, I have to control my wrists. I have to have shoulder control. When I come down and I go back up, it requires a whole combination of a lot of different body parts in order to make that bench press work. Right? So when you engage it more, when you engage more muscles, you get better results. When you have to focus, right? So your focus is much more there because you have to stabilize it yourself. Otherwise, you can be thoughtlessly just kind of doing this on a machine versus you have to really think about what you're doing when it's a free weight, because one slight wrong move and that thing's falling on your neck, right? So you got to make sure that you're controlling that thing. So the same thing with reading a book, a physical book versus an audio or a Kindle. When I'm reading a physical book, it's going to help my focus, right? It's going to make me not be distracted. It's going to allow me to write notes in here, underline, highlight, so then retention is higher, right? I can put dog ears on the top of the books. I can use my bookmark. I can highlight. I can create my own index in the front of the book of some of the most key important takeaways, because in just about any book, 30% of the book is actual meat and potatoes. 70% is fluff in just about any book you'll read. 30% is what you really want to extract. And that 30%, you can create your own index on the front. Then you can have it as a piece you can go back to and just kind of go in your own index and say, what were the things I needed to know here? And so there's a process. I'm getting off topic, but my point is you should be reading something. I prefer physical books over anything else. That's my encouragement to you. And you'll see what I mean. But read something every single day. And my secret sauce that I tell people all the time, I actually just told a good friend of mine that I ran into. We went to go get some lunch not too long ago, maybe like 3 weeks ago, before everybody got sick in my household. And he was telling me how he hasn't read a book in so long, and he doesn't necessarily read. He knows he probably should. And he was like, I should be reading. And I was like, yeah, that's, you should be reading, right? You really should be reading, and it's important, right? And this is a very successful gentleman who's doing really big things, right? I said, you should really be reading. And then I gave him some advice. I said, I'm pulling up his text message here without naming names, right? I said, listen, this is my encouragement to you, and I want you to apply this to your life today. You didn't come here to meet me up so I can give you some inspiring words or give you some constructive feedback or give you some coaching or mentoring or anything like that. We're just having a casual, let's catch up as friends. We haven't seen each other in many years. But one conversation led to another, because he's a mover and shaker, crushing it in his industry. I'm crushing it in my industry, and we are in different industries. So we said, let's just connect, and we hit it off. And I realized that one of the things he's missing that could completely take where he is now, personally and professionally, to a whole nother level, is reading, because he doesn't read. And I said, listen, just read 10 pages a day. Just focus on 10 pages a day. Don't focus on a chapter a day, or 2 chapters, or 50 pages, or for 1 hour, or for 30 minutes, or how many books can I get through, or let me set this massive goal. No, just focus on reading 10 pages a day. If you do 10 pages a day consistently, you're going to devour many books throughout a year. And you're going to start to get into this habit. And then 10 pages a day can turn into 15, and then 20. And then you go to half an hour a day, right? And then eventually you're an hour a day, like me. So he sent me a text the next day saying, you'd be very proud. 2 days later, he said, 3 days later, excuse me. 3 days later, he sent me a text, said, you'd be very proud. I read 335 pages in 2 days. And he's been on the roll reading ever since. Now, that speaks volumes to me. Now, and I don't necessarily recommend going from nothing to 335 pages in 2 days, because that's not sustainable. The reality is, you do too much too fast, and you probably will end up just throwing in the towel, and you'll never look back. So sustainability is key. Atomic Habits, James Clear talks about in his book, small, simple steps. So incremental steps, right? So I recommend 10 pages a day, but you should be reading something. Secondly, what are you listening to? In terms of podcasts, you should be listening to at least rotating 5 podcasts on a regular basis. Monday is one, Tuesday is another, Wednesday is another, Thursday, Friday. So you have one for each day of the week, and you can flip-flop as often as you want, and you have one podcast you're listening to on a regular basis, and eventually you rotate them out if you don't like one or the other, or whatever it is. But this is something that should be done, and stuff like this you can do on automaticity. You know what automaticity means? It means it's just a part of your day, it's a part of your process, it's automatic, you don't have to think about it. So I know when I'm in the shower, I'm listening to a podcast. Right? When I'm working out, I'm listening to a podcast. So whatever you're doing, you have to already have the process in place. So you don't have to think of, when am I going to do it? It's just part of what you do. I know that reading is in my morning and evening routine. It's built into my process. Because I can guarantee you, if I didn't have reading built into my bookends of my day, I probably wouldn't get it done. And if I did, it would be very irregular, because I am so busy, as we all are. But remember, you're never too busy to read. You're never too busy for personal development. You're never too busy to work out. You're never too busy for these things, and I'll tell you why. Because we all have 24 hours in a day, and some people find the time to do it and do way more time than is recommended. But they do it, and they're very successful, and they balance their life, and they do it well. The difference is they see it as a priority and you don't. Hello. Is it me you're looking for? What a good song. But Lionel Richie. So anyway, the reality is you have to make these things a priority in your life, in your day, if you want to go to another level. And it has to be on automaticity. It has to be systematized in a process so it gets done. And what's on your calendar will get done. What's not on your calendar just doesn't get done. That's just a reality. Take a peek, do some research on yourself and do some data and see what happens. So read a book, listen to podcasts. Who's your coach or mentor? Do you have one? Do you have a couple? I recommend having at least 3. Okay, awesome. Marianne has 4. I have 5. So you should have at least 3. Minimum 1. Right? No more than 5. I think 5 is too much. And not never in the same space. You don't want a mentor that like multiple mentors teaching you in the same space, because you know what happens? they're going to start teaching you contradictory stuff. Right? Because every coach has a different philosophy, generally speaking, in certain areas. So you're going to have 2 coaches that are trying to help you sell, and one person is telling you this, and the other person is telling you this, and they're like clashing, and you end up confused and you don't do anything. And that is a real thing. A confused mind never buys, but a confused mind will also never take action when it comes to being coached. So make sure you're careful of who's coaching you. Every coach you have should have a coach. Never receive advice from a coach who doesn't have a coach. And secondly is, if they're coaching you and you have multiple coaches, make sure they're coaching from different lanes. You know, I have somebody helping me in relationships. I have somebody helping me in health and wellness. I have somebody helping me in business. You know, I have somebody helping me in parenting. I have somebody helping me in my spiritual life. So very different people for different things. But I don't have overlapping coaches for the same fields. I hope that makes sense. So you should have that. And if you don't have that, get one. And if you don't, and if you're thinking right now, the first thought you have is, I can't afford a coach or a mentor, that is a wrong way to think. I'm telling you right now, one of the biggest things that's going to stop you from achieving the best on the road to success is the way you think. Because the way you think is going to make you or break you. That's just a reality. You're either going to achieve success because of how you think, or you're going to be held into poverty, or you're going to be held into, I'm not going anywhere in life, frustration and bitter and resentful and all those things, because of the fact that you're not thinking the right way. You have to think in abundance. You have to think in prosperity. You have to think in what you want, right? What you desire. You have to think in possibility. You have to be willing to take risks. You got to be a person of action. You have to have follow through. You have to have character, virtue. All of these things matter. So, back on track, you should definitely be getting coached by somebody. Additionally, I recommend taking a course or a program at least quarterly. At least quarterly. What is it that you're doing on a quarterly basis to enrich yourself personally and professionally? There's tons of courses out there. Some of them are free. I'll give you an example of one that's going on right now. Tony Robbins and Dean Graziosi have a 3-day thing going on right now, which yesterday was day 1. Today is day 2. I think it's from 1 to 3 p.m. Eastern, or 1 to 4 p.m. Eastern today. It is called The Game Has Changed. You know how much that costs to be a part of that? This much. Nothing. And that alone can inspire you. It can motivate you. It could equip you. It could give you some nuggets, some insights, a quote, a thought, an idea, a strategy, a technique. Anything. But you got to pursue those things. Courses, programs. Seek them out. And, oh, I don't have the money for a course or a program. I don't have the money for a coach or a mentor. Listen, it's not about the resources that you currently have. It's about your ability to be resourceful. How resourceful are you? Figure it out. Look at the end of your own arm. Roll your sleeves up. Get creative. Get in the lab. Pay yourself first. Any dollar you get, save 10 cents. Live below your means. If you save enough 10 cents, that compounds over time. And then eventually you have money. You have a little checking account, or you have a little hidden safe with cash in your house that is only for the purpose of personal development. And every month you have a personal development amount of money that you spend. And you know, my budget for personal development every month is $250, for example. So maybe this month I want to only use 100 of that to keep saving the other portion. So then if I want to buy a course that is worth $500, then I can get it at some point. And you just keep saving, saving, saving. You buy a book here, you buy a course there, you listen to free podcasts here. And the last thing I'll say, and there's many other things you could be doing for personal development on this road to success, but I would just say live events, virtual events. You're here right now. How much did this event cost you? Exactly. So live events, virtual or in person. You got to get in those events, right? You got to get in the room, whether it's virtual or in person, because that's what's going to help you move the needle. If you're here today and you're listening to my message, hopefully something I said nudges you. It shoves you in a direction to get on the right track, to do some extra things that you're maybe not doing, or something you didn't think about, something you didn't consider. But just know that the road to success is rocky. There are going to be challenges. Welcome them, embrace them, and understand that your mindset is everything. Your mindset, how you see things, right? I don't know who said it. I think it was Zig Ziglar. It's like 98% attitude, 2% what happens to you. What's your attitude in life? Are you a victim or a victor? Are you, I'm going to go make it happen, or hopefully an opportunity presents itself? Make things happen. If you want to succeed in life, you want to go to new levels, make it happen. I can guarantee you right now, there's a book in your immediate reach that you can read that could change your life. There is somebody in your life right now that is literally there, that is ready, willing, and able to help you. You just haven't asked. I'll say that part again, because that I have lived this multiple times, and I've seen this help people in many ways. There is somebody in your life right now that you know, and they know you, that is ready, willing, and able to help you, support you, and put you on the right track to your next level in life. The only reason why that hasn't happened is because you haven't asked. So what are you waiting for? Lightning to strike? An epiphany? To wake up one day and be like, aha, I figured it out? No. Incremental small steps. Start now. Remember, the road to success never ends. The road to success is uphill, as I mentioned this to you already. It is uphill, not sometimes, all the way. It is uphill all the way. It's always under construction. The road to success isn't simple. Haven't you noticed? I don't know about you, but in my state of Maryland, everywhere I drive, there's always a road under construction. You're never going to drive around the roads and all the roads are just fine. There's always somewhere where construction is happening, because that's the way it works. That's the way life and business works. There's always going to be something. You just have to be ready to handle it, to take it on. So I hope my message resonates with many of you. I can tell you right now, I didn't really go into much depth on this, but right now, my son, as many of you know, had pneumonia, and he had a viral myocardia with his heart. He was in the hospital for 5 days. It was very scary. And that was like a week and a half ago. And then right after that, my wife went down and she was sick for 3 days, coughing up a storm to the point where she couldn't breathe and was having similar challenges. And obviously whatever Noah had, my son, gave it to her. And she's 22 weeks pregnant, so that adds another layer of concern. So she went to the ER and she was there, and they did all kinds of tests on her. And then she was diagnosed with a severe case of viral bronchitis. And then from there, she got discharged, I think yesterday or the day before, something like that. And it was yesterday, she got discharged and she was home. and things were improving. But she's on this inhaler with steroids, and she's on antibiotics, and it's just really tough. And she's having a hard time. She's on bed rest. And now my son Judah, my youngest son, he's a year and a half, a little over a year and a half, going on 2 years old, has a fever. And then yesterday, officially, my two daughters also have a fever now, are not feeling well. So I'm pretty much here. Think about this. I'm here taking care of all these people. Only one child is healthy out of 5, and my wife is pregnant with number 6. So my youngest daughter, Sienna, is just fine. I'm fine, right? But I'm cooking, I'm cleaning, I'm overtime daddy duty, overtime husband duties. I'm still trying to manage certain things. I cut the grass in the front yard yesterday, which was which was completely growing out. Taking out the trash, recycle, like all kinds, like trying to manage the house and manage the family, right? And then trying to take care of myself while still conducting some business here. And I'm here with you guys, right? That's the road, the rocky road I'm talking about. It's a rocky road to success. Life is not going to be smooth. It's not going to be easy. Did I expect this to happen? No, but it happened. And guess what? I already know life is going to be hard. And the more you get out of life, the more you pursue it at the highest level, you already know more things are going to come. And when they say it, and I believe it's true, the committee of they, whoever they are, they say, when it rains, it pours. But the good news is my roof is patched, because I always believe in the 6 P's. Proper prior planning prevents poor performance. And I have a nice umbrella. Again, because I'm like, well, if it rains, I have a roof. I have a nice big umbrella, and I'm prepared. Give me the best you've got, because I ain't going nowhere. And we're going to see this thing through, because that's what we do. That's what winners do. Winners always find a way to win. So if you're going through some stuff right now, let me tell you something. Embrace it. Accept it. Know that it's supposed to happen, and you can keep going. And you can keep pressing forward, and you will overcome it, and you're going to come back stronger, because all of these challenges that happen in life are designed to build mental calluses for you, are designed to make you build resilience, to be able to fight back. Never lose hope, because hope deferred makes the heart sick. Stay on the course. Be consistent. Give life your best shot. And at the end of all this, remember, everything that you've ever wanted in life lives outside of your comfort zone and on the other side of fear. So have the courage to fight hard, consistently, to give it your best shot, because in life and in business, it doesn't require more than what you've got. It just requires all of what you got where you are today, right now. And remember, keep the gas pedal on personal development down. Stay in 6th gear in personal development, because you can't afford to stop leading. The world needs more leaders like you and me. Keep the fight going. Thank you so much, Marianne. I hope this was beneficial for all of you. Thank you.
So powerful. Thank you for, I don't even know. Thank you, because look at all of what's going on. So thank you for creating the time for all of us, for me in particular, and for coming onto my platform. But this is for all of us. And so this is exactly what this particular summit is about. Look at this, chaos everywhere, but controlled chaos, right? And it happens, like you were saying earlier. I mean, I have people that can't show up, this happens, that happens. We have to be able to juggle. It's just life. It's like everything else in life, right? So thank you so much. That was absolutely amazing. And I will talk to you soon. My love and prayers to the entire family, because I know the ones that are feeling good are doing all the work for the ones that are not feeling well. And let me know if there's anything I can do to help.
Thank you, Marianne. Take care. Wish you all the best.
Hugs to all of you. Thank you so much. And on that note, I am going to go into gallery, and we have Nikki Cruz ready to roll. So that is our next speaker. I am going to read her, if this doesn't move around too much, I'm going to read her bio. So Nikki Cruz is an energetic and dynamic international TEDx speaker, best-selling author, and empowerment coach who is sharing her miraculous testimony, brings hope and encourages in the healing power of joy. The joy that brought about her healing of body. Wait till you hear this story. This is another story I've heard more than once. And just wait, just when you think. And then big surprise. Sorry, so now I did that. The joy that brought about her healing of body, mind, and spirit. As a coach, she encourages women to recognize their own value, regardless of the circumstances and society's inevitable labels, so that they can see how to powerfully impact the world through their unique calling and purpose through her JUMP program, which I'm sure she will tell us all about. So JUMP stands for Joyfully Unleashing a More Powerful Purpose. How wonderful is that? I love it. She empowers leaders in her business to excel in their leadership, implement strategies, and be equipped with tools to daily choose abundance and joy, seeking out solutions to adversity in all circumstances and leading others to do the same. Nikki, originally from South Africa, resides in Burleson, Texas. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly, in the USA. So with that, please help me welcome Ms. Nikki Cruz. Nikki, take it away.
Thank you so much, Marianne. And wow, what an incredible lineup of speakers we've had here. And if you've missed any of it, go back and watch. I have got pages of notes here. Couldn't stay on all day yesterday, but you know what? I got to go back and watch it later. So do that. There are so many nuggets here, and those nuggets you get to melt down in your own experience and come up with gold bars. So thank you so much, Marianne, for having me on here, and to every other speaker here. What an incredible experience. And this is titled The Rocky Road to Success. So let's look at what is success, because there's no point talking about the journey to get there until we talk about what it is, and it's subjective. When people ask me what my first thought on success is, the first thing that comes to my mind is me standing on a diving board at 7 years old, ready to dive in a competition. And I just saw my dad there smiling. And you know what? I jumped over, left that board, hit that water, splash. It hurt. I flopped the dive. But I looked up and I saw my dad smiling. And to me, that was success. Now imagine if that's the only success I had ever had. Imagine if that was enough. Well, it wasn't, because life wears on you. I lost the need for just one person's appreciation. That smile of my dad's got worn down by life. And as I went through life, I had to decide, was that enough? And that was as a young child. And we go through life and we hit rocky roads. But we have new goals for success, because success is, in fact, setting a goal and achieving it. But you know what? We have success after success after success if we set one goal after another. And I find that the best way to stay in success is to have joy. I'm commonly known as the joy junkie, the crazy lady who's always coming up with something insane with my co-host, Jibba. Yeah, the crazy lady. And people have said to me, how can you build a business based on joy? Well, yes, I can. And yes, I have. Because joy isn't that, oh, I'm so excited. Joy is just owning yours. Taking responsibility for your life, because not giving other people that power over you, not giving circumstances that power over you, gives you the power. So when you choose to take that responsibility and to own what's going on in your life, take control of those things, you can find joy even in those rough times, even on the rocky road. And the road you're on always depends on the goal you've set. It'll be rocky. Some people have to climb boulders because their goal is bigger. Other people are having to avoid the little pebbles in the road. And to every person, it's a unique challenge because every person hopefully has a unique goal. Because you are so individual, you're so unique in your own value. If you do not begin to stop and look at who you are and your own value, you're not going to have success because you are never going to be fulfilled. And you are not going to have enough passion to drive you over the boulders or over the pebbles. So it doesn't matter how big or how small you feel, because you're no less than anybody else. You have the same value as anybody else. But if you are not being passionate and unique and recognizing who you are, what your purpose is, you are not going to have the power and energy within yourself to overcome those hurdles, those obstacles. And you are not going to get very far on that rocky road to success. You get to stop and look at what is your motivation? What is your why? If you don't know what your why is and what your motivation is, you're just going to sit down. You're just going to say, oh, I don't feel like going over this pebble. And just like Robert Moore said earlier, and boy, wow, what a talk, Robert. Just as he said earlier, you can't let your emotions be what's driving you. But there's a difference between emotion and passion. Your passion is that fire that burns in you, and that becomes your why. That will drive you beyond any obstacle. And if you're looking at your why, you begin to focus on those people you're serving more than your obstacles. So that is going to give you the perseverance, the endurance you need to keep going. Keep that in mind, because when you hit that rocky road, you get to see where you're going, not the boulder. And I always say joy is seeing beyond the difficulties and the circumstances to your goal and going forward so that your focus is in the right place. And so much has been said this morning, which just echoes a lot of what I believe, because success, the road to success, although always rocky, will be rocky. If it's not rocky, and Jose just said it, you know, if it's too smooth, how driven are you and how big is your goal? Because perhaps you're only looking at that path to get to your point of success. But what do you believe? Do you believe that you can do it? Do you believe you can overcome the current obstacle? If you're new to the entrepreneurial world, that obstacle might be getting your first appointment, getting your first stage, getting your first whatever. It's your first. And what's going to drive you to get there? It's no different to what will drive somebody like Jose to reaching his next 100,000 people. The drive and the passion is the same. I think that we all get to look at things, and so often we look at people and say, oh, wow, they are so successful. How do you know that? Are you looking at the highlights they have, or are you looking at their attitude, their drive, their persistence? And we can get distracted by the highlights around people and go off our path to success because we believe that's what we want. Well, maybe it's what we want, but is it what you need to be successful? Because if you don't look at your own value, you don't look at what you are going to bring, you can't be somebody else. Recognize your unique calling, your unique purpose. And if you don't know what it is, go back to looking at your passion. And this doesn't apply only to people who are new, because those boulders that the bigger people are hitting, you know what? They get to see their value and what their purpose is to overcome that individual and that unique obstacle. Why is it unique? Because their journey's unique. So don't worry about the comparisons. I have a coach and mentor who says, don't get into comparanoia. When we start comparing ourselves, we get into this paranoid state of, I'm not doing it right. One of the ways we get to be successful is to be in communities where we are in alignment with our purpose and have the support that's going to help us be resilient. I believe the key to success is resilience. Well, what is resilience? Resilience is not just standing up when you have obstacles, it's standing up stronger than the obstacles that put you there in the first place. What am I talking about? How do I know anything about that? I spent 11 years in a wheelchair. Not just in a wheelchair, strapped in because I shook and tremored so badly. I couldn't use a cell phone. I couldn't brush my hair. I couldn't feed myself. And I knew I was going to get out of this wheelchair. And one day, my neurologist said to me, you will never walk again. And I was devastated. I shifted my focus onto what somebody else's opinion was, and I lost all hope. I was angry. I was mad. And I was having a little temper tantrum with God. For those of you who are believers, don't tell me you've never yelled at the Supreme Being. We all do it. But I got tired of being mad and angry and stuck. And when you get uncomfortable enough, you begin to look at what the alternatives are. And as Jose said, if you're not growing, you're dying. And when you stay stuck in that place, whether it be because you're not reaching the next 1 million people or because you're not reaching the next 10 people, if you choose to get stuck there, where's the success? Not only yours, but the people you are leading. They suffer too. And one day I just decided I was fed up. I was going to be the best version of myself, whether I was walking or in a wheelchair. I began to focus on what I did have. I began to focus on what I could do. So when you hit a wall and you can't see anything beyond the obstacle or the rocks in your road, look at what you do have. Look at what's in your hand to overcome those things, because you have so much. You have communities that will support you, as Jose says, if you ask. You have mentors, and if you don't get some, you have mentors that can help guide you and help you reframe your thinking. I tell my ladies community that we get to tame the ogre. You know, that horrible, smelly, sticky guy who's walking around miserable. We get to tame that ogre by removing the offense from our lives, the offense of our circumstances, the offense of what other people have said. And you know what? Then we see the ogre smiling. Then we get to start being grateful for what we do have. You notice that this is all about what you focus on. So you become grateful for what you do have and you refocus. So we take away the offense, we live in the gratitude, we refocus, and then we begin to empower ourselves. And that's your ogre. So how do we empower ourselves? Just as Jose said earlier, we connect with the people. Don't go and connect with people who haven't been where you want to go. Connect with the people who are where you want to go and beyond. Learn from them. Empower yourself by watching them, reading, learning, equipping yourself with the tools that you need to get to where you're going. Now, if you want to be a mechanic, don't come to me for help, because I can't help you. So make sure you're aligned with the right people. Don't let your circumstances or the fact that you've tripped over a rock keep you down. Look at how to get up. Stand up and learn how to get over that rock. And some people say, but you don't understand how bad my circumstances are. There is somebody who has been in your and worse circumstances than you, who has got up and made a success of things. Are you going to see beyond your circumstances? And one of the things that holds us back from that is our mindset. Your mindset is everything. Your mindset, what you believe and what you focus on, is going to be the difference between whether you turn around, whether you stay down, or whether you climb that rock. So what are you going to choose? What are you going to focus on? And sometimes when you get stuck, you get to stop and you get to look at what has been programmed into your mind. Why do I believe so powerfully in what you believe and your mindset? Because you know what? You may not be in a wheelchair, but what is holding you back? What has got you strapped down and preventing you from reaching that next level of success? I believe very often we have programming in our mind that has told us we can't do things we don't even know. And we have to look at what our mind's blueprint is. Those subconscious things we haven't even thought about, and wonder why you don't believe in yourself, why you believe that next step is too big for you. What are the obstacles? And when you learn to step over the pebble, you're strengthening a muscle. Then you get to learn to step over the bigger rock. And you sometimes notice and learn and grow from every single one of those experiences. It's like going to the gym. You don't suddenly be able to lift these huge weights. You slowly work up to it. It's a progressive journey. But if you don't believe you can do it, you're defeated from the start. So what do you believe about yourself? What is your unique value and your unique skill that is going to allow you to overcome your circumstances? When you change the way you think, or when you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. Perhaps that rock that's in your path, you don't see as a rock, you see it as a piece of exercise equipment that's going to teach you to climb over it. What's going to equip you with that? Just as Jose said, it's the reading, it's the learning. And when you focus on those people who are successful, don't focus on their success. Focus on their character. Focus on exactly what you want to learn from them. And if you don't like the way they're behaving, if it doesn't resonate with you, it doesn't mean it's wrong for everybody. But if it's wrong for you, find somebody else to be leading you. Find somebody else to focus on. There are so many people in the coaching world, so many mentors. You have a pick from a wide variety of people. Do not pick based on price, because what is it worth to you? You can only live on free things for a certain amount of time. And I think that this was said yesterday morning. You cannot continue to just going for what is free, because is that all you are worth? Invest in yourself emotionally, self-care, business-wise, with coaching and mentoring, personal growth and development, mindset development. It's so important that you continue to go and learn these things. But you know what? Learning them will do nothing for you unless you take the action that is needed to get there. Affirmations are great. We all know about affirmations. But if you don't believe what you're saying and you don't take the action that accompanies it, you're not going to get anywhere. Success requires action, powerful action. The amount of energy and effort you put into something, even if in the immediate doesn't pay off, will pay off, because you are taking steps forward in every occasion. I'm no longer in a wheelchair. I'm no longer shaking. That was a testimony and a story in itself. But you know what? Once you start believing in yourself, you physically change your body. You are rewriting the DNA. And what you focus on is what you will draw to you. You can have a bad day. And do you know that in your brain, you have brain cells that get used up, and every night your body gets rid of those brain cells that haven't been used. And every morning you have new brain cells. Use them. Use the ones that are designed for you to be absorbing things. Now, not all your brain cells disappear, hopefully, but you get to focus on the things that are good. You get to use them by empowering yourself. Then you sleep well. Your self-care becomes better. And no matter how much stress you are under, no matter what challenges are facing you, you get to learn, be empowered, and be resilient so that you can take the next steps, regardless of your circumstances, because you've been equipped to do that. So what are you actually believing? What is your value that equips you to be resilient, to get up? And who are you connected with that is going to help you on your journey to success? Because unless you know what your passion is, what your values are that you are bringing forward to the world, unless you've got that driving you and you know your why, you are not going to see the meaning. So when you do know your why, you get to celebrate every step of the way. You get to stand up and lead other people in that place. And if you're not continually growing, those people behind you will disappear. They will overtake you. And you know what? If you think you're leading people and you look behind you and there's no one following you, you're just out for a walk. So be sure you're growing so that you can keep leading forward and be authentic. Be authentic. Make your success about your values, not about your title. So as you step forward, remember that you get to be resilient because you have everything you need. And if you don't think you have, just reach out to somebody close to you and ask them what you've got. I invite you to go and do exactly that. I was broken. I was in that wheelchair. And I chose to change the way I was thinking. That had powerful effects. And yes, I've now, just this year, decided, I opened my mind that I could do even more than just get out of a wheelchair. That was one success, but it wasn't my last success. And I opened my mind to say, I can do anything. And I ended up on a TEDx stage very quickly. Does that mean I am successful? I've reached my peak? Absolutely not. I'm just starting. There is so much ahead for me, for you. There is always more. So success is that goal. And when you get there, you get to enthusiastically celebrate that success and set your next goal. Usually, it's just one step along your path to where you are going. Do you see it? Do you know it? Do you focus on it? Do you find the ways to equip you? So, just as Jose said, as Robert said, don't judge people, because often what you see is not what you're getting. Don't be rash about how you're going to get over things. Hey, when I got out of my wheelchair, I thought, this is great. Life's going to be easy. That was the start of a journey. I had to learn everything all over again. And you're in a place where you may need to learn things over again. Now, today, I find myself sitting on here with these incredible speakers, and I'm absolutely honored to be here. So this is a next start on my journey. Every day is a new start, like those brain cells. We get to feed them, and then we get to have them replaced with a new success story. I really do encourage you and invite you to be resilient in wherever you're at, because everybody is on a journey that is similar, but your journey is unique. Your purpose is unique, and your calling is unique. But be aligned with people who will help you get there. Because at the end of the day, all I can say is success is what you want to believe it to be. Focus on it. And it's been a privilege and an honor to be here and to listen to these other speakers. If you've missed any, again, go back and listen, because there are amazing leaders, amazing, powerful people. And Marianne, thank you so much. I hope that you've had something powerful to take away from this.
If they haven't, I don't know, because between you and Jamie and all the rest of the other speakers, but just because you and Jamie have a similar thing going on with the physical body. And I actually, yeah, it's amazing, you know, because sometimes people can't relate to a physical, if they have a physical issue, if we're talking about mental or emotional or, you know, energetic issues. But here we've got a combination of like literally everything. And I love this. Your journey just began when you got out of that wheelchair, right? And so thank you so much for being, you know, vulnerable enough to share your whole story. All of my speakers, and we still have a few more to go. And you know, Nikki and I met through an interesting set of circumstances, because we're going to be talking about those circumstances right now, actually. And so every time I do a summit, we speak on these amazing supplements. And the reason we speak on them is because they are wonderful. They've done wonderful things for myself, and I've been able to do wonderful things for other people. And so I feel like it's important, you know, we talk a lot about meditation, journaling, energy healing, regular healing, you know, business this, business that. If you are not feeling physically healthy, what kind of a business are you going to be running first? How are you going to function? What kind of a relationship are you going to have at home? What kind of a, you know, it affects everything. And, you know, I'm now 62 and feeling different things that I've never felt before and having the need to address certain things that I've never had to address before. And it's not because of sloppy or this or that. It's, you know, sometimes it is your lifestyle. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes there's a little bit of this, that, and the other. Usually there's some level of, you know, lifestyle involved. But so we spoke about these, and I was helping Nikki get signed up for this with also a lady that we both have in common. And she's unable to be with us here today, but she's off doing her speaking somewhere else today, I guess. And anyways, so these are amazing supplements. So we're going to be talking about these a little bit. I see Julia has joined us. And we're going to be talking about these a little bit today. So yesterday we had a different group of people with us. I always make a point to put aside an hour. It falls in the, I need a few minutes to swallow. She's probably taking some supplements. So for two reasons, I always put aside an hour because then if we fall behind, then we have a chance to catch up. And so if we speak a full hour on these, great. If we only get 45 minutes, that's also okay. Today we seem to be doing quite well. And I need to talk about these because they were so profound for me and many of my clients and, people who are doing the business. We're not here trying to promote the business. If you don't want to do the business, don't do the business. If you do want to do the business, certainly let's chat. It's a great business. It has been good to me. We're going to be talking about this again in July. I'm going to have to probably address the money part a little more because there is money to be made here. I'm more interested in promoting the amazing product and how wonderful it is because that's how it worked for me. So I signed up and I thought, oh my gosh, let me try this because these are made from the DNA of the plant. The DNA of the plant. The DNA of the plant. You heard that right. It's 100% absorbable. Not 73, not 50, not 10, not 20, 100% absorbable. It is also infused with negative ions. Not positive ones, which we already have running rampant throughout our body, but negative ions. If you have a device called a wand, I believe it's called now, some version of a wand that spits out negative ions, that's amazing. That's an amazing product. I use it a lot in healing as well. These are all infused, all 18 products. All 18 products are infused with negative ions. Who likes going to Niagara Falls? I know I live relatively close considering this is, an international show. So you like going to places like the falls or you like walking barefoot on the grass. Negative ions is what you're looking for. Negative ions is what your body is craving. Negative ions is where we're at. So these have the negative ions built in. Not to mention all the nutrients, which there's not a show. I would have to do an entire summit on just APL Go. Not to mention that I still haven't had a chance to change my background. Thank you, Julia. She didn't remind me or anything. It's just when she came on, I'm like, oh, where's my background? These are amazing, outstanding. These are coming. Soon coming to Canada. For the US people, they are already there. You can already help yourself. You can buy all the skincare that you can handle. This skincare product is outstanding, made by the owner's wife when she got pregnant and couldn't find anywhere on the market. Anywhere. Free of chemicals, free of toxic anything. I don't know. We could go on and on about the various toxins. So what does a woman do? What does a powerful woman do when she can't find what she needs? She can't find a skincare that's going to work for her because she's pregnant and she wants to keep her baby and everybody else safe. She makes her own. So that's what you do. And then she blends it with her husband's company and boom, there we are. But very soon coming to Canada, like very soon, like maybe next month. And I'm just saying that just because I feel like it. I know nothing. Who knows? I'm putting it out there, I think, more than anything else. And this particular product that I was holding up earlier, I don't know. I don't think we can step away ever from a summit and not mentioning Relax. Relax is the number one company that the number one product that started the company. It is a staple. It was our number one product and probably still is sharing the number one spot with PFT, which I don't have a box. So if someone has it, please hold it up. RLX is for sleeping, for relaxing. We had a thunderstorm here, a massive thunderstorm last night. My poor dog could not sleep. I could probably sleep through almost anything, but I couldn't sleep because he wouldn't let me. So I had to give him one of these. So you can give it to kids, you can give it to dogs, you can give it to yourself. The PFT, of course, was the product that Julia just held up, and I had lost 31 pounds on that. And I still want to lose more. So I'm going to be getting back on the, I've been entertaining a series of baby showers and wedding showers, and I have a christening. So once all of that is done, I mean, that's my excuse. Obviously it has more to do with me, but I would love to lose another 31 pounds, but I got to tell you, it eats away at the visceral fat, eats like Pac-Man. Do you like that sound? So it eats away at the visceral fat. So if you don't know what visceral fat is, you probably don't have any, but if you know what it is and you have some, no, we all have some. It's the fat that wraps itself around your organs and doesn't let them function properly. So if your liver isn't functioning the way it should be, it's not because you're 62 years old. It's not just because of that, but it's because you have some visceral fat around it. Same thing with kidneys, heart, et cetera, et cetera. So it's the belly fat that we all want to lose. I don't care who you are. We all want to lose it. So that, in conjunction with something that we call the metabolic reset, which is my favorite. Well, my favorite is the big diamond pack, because there's so much extra product in that, it's off the charts. What is it, Julia? I can't remember. It's $3,000 US, and then there's like what, $1,500 or $1,800 that basically is included in there for free in the pack.
So the diamond kit comes with $6,875 worth of product, but until Monday, and I don't know if I should say, should I say what happens until Monday, the company is actually giving you an additional $1,500 in products to choose at, not, they're not just throwing you some things, they're letting you choose an additional $1,500 in product as promotional product, which is incredibly exciting, on top of the 3,000. So it's really, really good. I did pull some slides. Do you want to allow me? I know Nikki wants to share some things. I was just going to pull up. I was going to make it so I could pull up and share some slides whenever you're free.
We'll let Nikki speak of her experience first, and then we'll go to the slides. Nikki, would that be okay with you, honey?
Yeah, that's fine. Having had health challenges all my life, I get sick of everybody telling me this is the next best thing, this is going to be the solution. And I heard somebody talking about these candies, and I thought, oh, well, all right, I'll give it a try. And I bought a box. I'm diabetic, bought a box for my diabetes. I don't like to say I'm diabetic. I have been diagnosed diabetic. I'm not going to focus on that. And I'm insulin dependent. And that's as a result of long-term use of medication. And there's certain things I've never thought I'd get right. And one day, my sugar was really high. And I thought, okay, well, let me give it a try. Let me tell you, I had absolutely no faith that this was going to work. But I thought, let me give it a try. I checked my sugar. It was 225. I took one of these, and within 10 minutes, it had dropped to 195. And I thought, okay, well, yeah, not a big deal, but it is a big deal. And I usually take fast-acting insulin at that range. And within an hour, my sugar had dropped to 125. I didn't have to take the fast-acting insulin. I thought, okay, well, maybe it was just dropping. Us doubting Thomases, maybe it was just dropping. But I took it anyway, and I kept taking it. And I took it instead. Okay, we get to adjust our insulin as diabetics if we have to take fast-acting insulin. And I started taking this instead of my fast-acting insulin, and I no longer needed to take it. Yes, I do still take my maintenance insulin for now. And I thought, okay, well, this has worked for me. Well, my husband's diabetic, and he's not insulin dependent. And then one day he walked in all sluggish, and we checked his sugar, it was high. And I said to him, well, take one. no, that stuff doesn't work. I'm not doing that stuff. He took it, his sugar went back to in normal range, and not being insulin dependent, there's nothing else he could do except walk around the block 100 times. Let me tell you, sucking one of these, it's smooth, it's a lozenge. It's not like when you take one of these chalky tablets. And it has been our solution ever since. So you know what? We thought this was great. So let's try the next one. And all of these 18 products are so powerful. I have felt a difference. And because I love it, I keep telling everybody else about it. So that's what we do. We want people, all of us here, want people to have their best possible lives. And that's why we share about this product. Not because we're trying to make a sale, but because we really want to see you have better health. And a couple of the ladies in my community have started taking it and also said the results have been great. It's helped with their sleep. I certainly take mine for concentration, and it really is a powerful way to go. If you're a doubting Thomas, just take my word, give it a try.
You were right on time with doubting Thomas. I love that, Nikki. I love that you said that. I feel the same way. I cannot believe you actually said it. You know, it's like you've heard so many options, like you said, but of course you're thinking this isn't going to work. I totally agree. I am just that way. I'm so skeptical. I just don't buy into stuff. I'm just such a skeptic, and I really truly did not believe these products were going to work. And the Relax just really works for me. It works all the time. Relax works for people. I'm going to shut my door and I'll come.
I just wanted to share with everyone, since we were sharing experiences. So at one of the events I went to recently, I saw a lady I hadn't seen for a bit, and her immune system, I would say, is a little bit compromised. And so she was just recovering from a pneumonia that she had and was on antibiotics that I don't even think the antibiotics were working anymore on her. And she was having a bit of an oxygen tank with her, I don't know why I say it that way. It was an oxygen. She was using the oxygen to breathe. It was that bad. And so I gave her two, if anyone's got, oh, here it is. I have it. Two. I gave her two right away. I don't know why I had air with me in my purse, but I did. And I do carry a lot of these with me, not all 18, because that would be a suitcase. And I'm trying to downsize with the purse. So I gave her two of these, and I gave her two SLDs. And then I gave her some to take home, and she took two SLDs later on in the day and two more of these. And she didn't use the oxygen tank for a few days because I gave her 2 more days of these. I think I didn't have any more SLD with me. And I said, if you need some more, we're going to have to order some. And so we did. And the first thing was out of her mouth, which is very common. The first thing was, do you think this is a coincidence? And I said, no, I don't think it's a coincidence. I know the power of air because I too have some issues with my lungs, and I am prone to bronchitis. And so ALT, which I don't have handy right now, if anyone does, please show it. ALT also works not only great for allergies and colds and various things, but it will also help the upper respiratory sinus. There it is, sore throats, ear infection, anything like that. Anyway, and I go, no, I know the power of these babies. And I said, nothing is going to work that fast. An pneumonia usually takes a little while. Not that I'm a doctor, and I'm not trying to. I mean, I am a doctor of metaphysics, but not, a medical doctor. Thank you. Yeah, so she ran out, of course, and we did make an order. She had run out, and she goes, immediately, as soon as I wasn't taking them, the next day, she goes, I was having a tough time breathing, and she was back to the oxygen. And I said, they are wonderful, but 2 or 3 days is just not going to do it when you have something as powerful as a pneumonia like that. So it does require some extra treatment. So yeah.
May I just add on to that? I have gone through these lifelong health challenges. That's what ended me up in this wheelchair. And I don't want to take handfuls of vitamins. And I've always thought, well, it's the only way I can do it. I don't want to mess my life up and take away all my fun food. So I'm not great with my diet. Honest moment, vulnerable moment. However, for the first time, I actually believe the damage done to my body through years and years of prednisone can actually be repaired because I've seen the results. So I'm getting double benefit from these because I'm getting hope as well. And that is so powerful.
That is.
And
Don't
you
get
know
me
that
crying, Nikki. Don't make me cry. Okay, make me cry because that. Thank you for sharing that.
and I do believe that, and I'm newly using these products and just telling everybody about them when I meet them. But these ladies have helped me choose what to pick when there's an issue at home with health, with stress, with anything. They say, try this, or are you taking this? So, you know, you look at 18 products and think, well, where do I start? Just ask. Just ask.
So well said, so beautifully said. It's interesting because we've kind of gotten away from these, and I don't know if either one of you are familiar with what I'm holding up. Do you see this? Nikki, have you seen one of these before? No? The company made this pamphlet, this little folder, and I'll call it a folder. It's a little more like a folder. And inside you can kind of see, oh, you can't see, but inside there are 3 of our lozenges. There's 1 relax, 1 slide, and 1 ice. And this little folder is available. Any of us can send them out to someone. What you have in here is the science. You have a couple of stories that people have shared about their personal experience with the product. But the 3 that were chosen, I remember thinking, why would they pick those? Well, the first one is relax, which is specifically to really help you with calming your mind. That's truly what I would say that it does. And it could help you sleep, but it also can help you with anxiety. If your mind is racing, if you're doing circular thinking and worry, it really helps with that. It also helps if your muscles are tensed up, almost like a muscle relaxer, but not really, because it's not going to make you all woozy and gooey. And the other thing that's great about a sleep product like this, that's not a sleep product and it's drug free, is that you do not get that negative feeling the next day. Right. But you also will feel so energized the next day. So some people who say, I have no problem sleeping, I can fall asleep quickly, I stay asleep all night, I get a rejuvenative sleep. That's beautiful. I love that. But they're amazed at how much better they feel and how much more they get done during their day. The second one is SLD, or slide. And that was what Nikki was holding up and what Marianne was talking about too. Slide is the one that my husband. Okay, so I'm going to tell you guys a funny story. Since Nikki was being vulnerable, I will be too. When I first got here, I was so skeptical that, and I mean, I truly was a doubting Thomas, like literally could have changed my name. And I tried the relax and I was having great success, getting really good night's sleep, waking up feeling like I was a child, like feeling like I was kindergartner having a nap. I mean, I woke up feeling amazing. My husband was using stop and slide. STP is stop pain, stop, and then slide. Slide is for inflammation. And he was using those 2 products because he has terrible sciatica, back pain, neck pain. He's a big guy, lots of pain in his body, driving on the road. He was on call 24/7. And he started having no reason to go back to the chiropractor because his pain was starting to subside and he was really experiencing relief. And I remember him telling people without me saying a word, this is a guy who doesn't talk much, he's very shy, offering a story about his success. And I pulled him aside and I said, stop doing that. I said, you have to stop telling people. They're going to expect that this product works. That's what I told my husband. But you know what? I was the one who was wrong. I'm the one walking around eating crow with egg on my face because he was right. It really works. It works for long-term pain, for chronic pain. It works for acute pain and injury. It works just beautifully. And one of the things that we do notice, and this is a testament to what Marianne said, is two different products, like a slide and an air, or a stop and a slide, or an alt and an ice, two different products are almost more powerful than using two of the same, I've noticed in my personal experience. I did grab some great slides that I thought would be fun to share. Would it be okay if I pull them up?
Please do. I just wanted to pop up and talk about this for 1
Open
second.
that up for me so that I can do that, and I will. And then while you're talking, I'll pull up one that shows that, so that you can.
Excellent.
So as you speak,
I
am disabled.
I
feel
apparently can't do.
crazy. Yeah,
There we go. So GTS is something that we talked about yesterday. Amanda used this instead of her energy drinks. So this is what the GTS looks like, and it's for energy and for muscles if you work out. And I'm just going to say this because I can't. It's got anti-C properties in there. I'm not going to say what the C is. I'll let you figure that out.
Oh, Auntie C. I was like, Auntie C, who's she? Auntie C. Oh, Auntie C. I got you. I hear your
Anti-C properties in there. So
Auntie C. I love GTS. So when we first got here, like I said, I used Relax DJ, use Stop and Slide. However, because of my autoimmune diseases, I switched over to using these two products, and you'll see them on the screen. It's the one that Marianne just held up, GTS for Get Strength or Get Stamina. The other one was our immunity product. And everybody kept saying, well, it was the beginning of COVID. It was July of 2020. And I said, well, DJ leaves the house and he has to go out. I'm nervous about that. I'll take Grow, GRW. It tastes like grape. Oh my gosh. The flavor of this is so yummy. If you guys are familiar with those candies, those hard candies that taste so flavorful, my mouth's watering. Grow is like my favorite. Like I can't get enough of it. So Grow is an immunity product. European olive, echinacea, astragalus, reishi mushroom, ashwagandha, balsam pear, aloe vera, cranberry, bilberry, pomegranate, rowan berry, husk tomato, and black currant. Well, I was taking that, and then I was taking our stamina product, which tastes like pineapple. Yum, yum, yum. Green tea, Siberian ginseng, magnolia vine, water hyssop, ashwagandha, pineapple, gooseberry, and apple. So the first thing that I want to share with you guys before I go into what happened to me is I do want to share with you that I have an enormous amount of food allergies. I've been gluten-free and dairy-free for a long time. I went gluten-free about 35 years ago, 33 years ago. I went dairy-free for about 12 years. I'm back on minimal dairy now, but I have lots of food allergies. I'm allergic to anything with a pit in it. So almost every one of our products that we have has something in it that if these had the fruit or the flesh or the twig or the berry had the actual food of the fruit in these products, I wouldn't be able to use them. So in the immunity product, it contains olive. I'm allergic to olive. And in the stamina product, it contains apple. Very allergic to apple. So the DNA is all that these contain. So here we were. We first started out. I tried the RLX Relax product. I was fine. That was okay. But then I was going to take the big leap and be brave and use Grow and GTS. And wow, did I have great results. I mean, I am telling you, I remained healthy. I increased my daily stamina. In the very beginning, I was only awake until 7. I was awake during the day from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. during those days. And that expanded from 7 to 5 the first day, and from 7 to 7 the second day of using those, and from 7 to 9, and then 7 to 11 p.m. Finally. And now I can sleep and I'm awake all the time. My immunity is off the charts. Like it is so good. I just can't believe I didn't get certain things and I've remained healthy. But the cool thing is that my hair grew. Those two products made my hair grow 14 inches in 2 months. And it's probably because my body hadn't had the DNA of those amazing ingredients in years and years and years and years because I'm allergic to them. So by having the DNA and phytonutrients, I was building my immunity, my energy, my stamina, my mood. I have some great pictures to share of what things look like, but I did want to share the athlete's kit. If you have any questions about where you should begin, like Nikki said, which I completely agree, Nikki was on the money. Talk to Dr. Marianne. She's going to share with you exactly what to do. The products that change the world little packet, she can provide you with one of those, or one of us can here in the United States. But if you want a general, where should I begin? There's a couple kits that work great. The first one is called the Athlete's Kit. It has a product in there for healthy blood pressure, immunity, stamina, pain, and inflammation. And really, honestly, aren't those great products for us all to begin with? Those are terrific. That kit has a retail value of $460, which is so incredibly reasonable because you're actually getting 2 of each of every product except the heart product. So you're actually getting 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 products for $200. But Marianne has a special code this weekend where you can get that for $100. If you wanted to start where I began, which is with our sleep and anxiety product, along with our product called Happy, which doesn't make you feel goofy, goofball happy. It's not like that. It's more like a wellness feeling, like everything's going to be all right. Again, plant-based, vegan, gluten-free, dairy-free, non-GMO, kosher, halal, pesticide-free, nursing mothers, babies, horses, dogs, cats, grown-ups, little kids, senior citizens, people who hate pills, people who love pills. You can even use these topically. What did she say? What is Marianne going to talk about? What's Nikki going to talk about next? This is the stress relief kit. So the stress relief kit is so shocking because it comes with 2 of our Relax, RLX, and 1 of our Happy products for $100. And yes, currently Marianne has a code that can get you that kit. All 3 of those products, which would normally be $200, for $50. But Marianne loves this kit, and she did tell you about this kit. So Marianne, this is your favorite kit. Can you share with everyone your favorite kit? I love this slide. I love the kit, so I love this slide.
I was trying to make a comment on my thing, and I'm in Facebook jail. I
Oh,
commented too much, so by all means, everyone else, go ahead and comment. So I love the metabolic reset because I'm just going to say this. If you have what I call menopause belly, this will help. This will help clean up a bunch of different things. So the blood pressure in the heart one and the circulation alone is worth amazing. So I'm just going to name off a few ingredients: grapeseed, hawthorn, white mistletoe, pomegranate, raspberry, wild strawberry. Heart supports healthy vascular and circulatory processes while maintaining healthy blood pressure and cellular defense. About that. Liver detox, one of my favorite products. I don't know where I have it, but we talked about it yesterday as well. It will help to support the liver as well as do a very light cleanse. So HBR, a natural detox and mild cleansing process. HPR is an amazing defense against toxic chemicals and free radicals. HPR helps the body digest fatty foods and is a natural appetite suppressant. Julia, I believe you do not have a gallbladder, and I believe that HPR and ice are your 2 devices that you use for that. So the main ingredients.
you are so right. Yes, thank you. If you don't have a gallbladder, whoa.
This is your new best friend.
Yes.
So the ingredients in the HPR is artichoke, dandelion, mistletoe, oh my God, sorry, milk thistle, turmeric, peach, avocado, and raisin. So that is one of my favorite products. Okay, I don't know that I can say enough about the next product coming up, MLS. I don't know if there's a human being on earth that doesn't need MLS. This is your candida killer, people. This is your parasite killer. MLS, multi-spectrum, not the MLS in real estate. Even though I'm a real estate agent, that is not what I'm talking about. MLS helps helps activate the nutritional support your body needs to maintain microbial balance, gastrointestinal well-being, and digestive processes. Immune health starts in the gut, and it does, and you know it does. Main ingredients here. Oh God, I don't even know if we have time for this. Look at this. Haha, thyme, ginger, cinnamon, turmeric, clove, licorice, chamomile, echinacea, artichoke, fenugreek, dandelion, coriander, cranberry, papaya, mandarin, grapefruit, black currant, oro blanco, which I don't even know what that is, and pumpkin seed. Do you know what oro blanco is? Does anybody know what it is?
Yeah, I actually have seen that because when I was doing the when I was doing the individual products, I did get to see it. You notice that on this one it has the little heart. I love we know what that product, the MLS multi-spectrum gut health product, is what we would call a fan favorite.
Oh,
it is a fan favorite. And I know so many moms who absolutely begin every one of their kids' days with the orange one, which is MLS, tastes like tangerine, and the grape one, mom, which is the immunity product. I mean, imagine sending your little ones off to school, or your college age young people who don't get a whole lot of sleep, right? We know they're studying and making new friends all the time. Start their day off with an orange lozenge and with a grape lozenge, and boom, you're good to go. Help them get sleep. How many teenagers do we know who are going through just their bodies are changing and sleep is not their friend? I remember when I was a teenager, my mom said to me, and I do remember this, it's so funny. She reminded me of not too long ago. I just loved staying up late at night. And she said, I'd never done that. I'm a big sleeper. I love to sleep. And she said that I was the kind of kid where she would just say, whatever you do, just stay in your room and just, leave your, just so that you don't wake up your sisters, just leave the light on, but shut the door and do your reading, or stay up as late as you want, go to bed when you're tired. Because she said, I couldn't fall asleep as a teenager. Fast forward to today, I absolutely can fall asleep. Then I had a niece who would go to bed at 8 o'clock. She'd go over to spend the night at a girlfriend's house, and they'd think they were going to stay up all night. And Alex would go to bed by 8 o'clock every night, no matter what. So teenagers are going through changes. So these are products that teenagers think are great because they taste amazing. They can put them into their backpack. They're drug-free, as we talked about before, vegan, plant-based, gluten-free, dairy-free, non-GMO, pesticide-free, allergen-free. And because of all those reasons, they are fan favorites for moms to give to their kiddos. So I love that. And Oro Blanco, I think I have to go back and look. I'll pull this slide down and then I'll go find the picture of it because it was such an interesting looking product. But Nikki, what has your experience been? Have you tried MLS? In the very beginning, Linda McBee, who is my wonderful BFF, man, she was taking like 6 MLS a day with her Lyme. And she kept telling me, it's so great. Have you tried it yet? And I was like, no, yuck. I didn't want to. I don't know why. I am a doubting Thomas, and I'm also that person, right? Like, no. Now I can't imagine that, but what's your experience been?
Well, I tell you, I've got so excited that I actually don't know what's doing what, but it's all doing great stuff for both myself and for Christopher. And, men in particular, they don't like to get into the stuff. But boy, when I say to him, here, have a candy, different story, because they taste good, they are good. And I got to say, with all these ingredients, I said I don't eat healthy, but I want to be healthy. Yeah. I don't have time to make my smoothies with all the pumpkin seeds and the good things in them. I don't need to. Yes, I am working on it. I'm a work in progress, but you get all of that stuff in these. And the fact that I can go in and have a look at what's in what is so powerful for me. But I don't know what's having what effect, because I take a whole lot of them. Good.
Oh, Marianne, you're unmuted, honey.
Oh, sorry.
Say that again, Nikki, so I catch every word.
Okay, I've got my phone ringing. Give me a second here. But
Oh, okay.
I don't know what's doing what, but it's all doing good stuff. Because,
Yes. Yes.
I've just decided if this is going to work, why not try it all? It's like a kid in a candy store, literally, because they taste good. Instead of grabbing for a chocolate, I grab for whatever I'm needing at that moment because those cravings come from your body wanting something, even if it's stress release. Then I know to have which one is it? Well, when I'm sore, I take my SLD. With my sugar, I take my NRM. Then I'm also taking the air, and I'm taking the ones that help me build up my immune system, which is compromised, and also the ones that help me with the allergies. I'm not at a stage yet where I know what does what, but the ones for the guys Christopher's taking, it's the power, which is the purple box, so the men don't get freaked out with the colors. But I don't see what harm I had an issue with by trying them. So I encourage people to try them, you know.
You are
Be a
so
doubting
right.
Thomas. Be a doubting Thomas if you want, but do you want the changes that
Yes.
other people are saying are coming with these? Because I can guarantee you it has changed my sugar to the extent that we actually took a box to our doctor.
Did you? Wow. Wow. And what did your physician say?
I haven't seen her yet, but I'm about to.
Oh, I love that. I
We
love
told
that.
her to go and try it. It worked for me. It worked for Christopher. And wouldn't you rather take this than, I mean, it's cheaper than the insulin, that's for sure.
And so much better in your body. So when you brought up the power lemon, this slide
Oh.
has some of the ingredients,
Mhm.
which are just amazing. All of them are so good. Look at this. I mean, every woman, every man would use all of these ingredients, but I do want to show you now. My first thought, and I'm just going to tell you two ladies, my first thought, you're both holding up the product. My first thought is I always go and look at which ingredient would I be allergic to. Isn't that funny because of my food allergies? So I'm allergic to fig. So I always laugh and I always think, okay, I wouldn't have been able to have the fig, but I can have this product and I do. I probably have the men's power, which is what we used to call it, power lemon. I probably have that every other day. Now, this is the product you were asking about, Marianne. You asked about Aura
Oh,
Blanc.
yeah.
It's a citrus. See, it's
Ah,
like the shape of an orange, but the
that's
color of a lime, and the interior flesh is the color of a lemon. So it's very pretty, and it's been found to enhance heptic, which is liver, detoxification enzymes, which aid the body's natural detoxification functions. I have to tell you, like I said, I immediately go and think, what would I be allergic to? Well, I'm allergic to papaya in this group, and I've never had really good experiences with echinacea, even though it grows wild here in Maryland. It was always an issue for me. So honestly, this is like a great product for me. So as much as my friend said, have you tried that yet? I mean, what incredible results we can have. And a lot of people will say to you, well, what about eating these things? Will it benefit me to have some papaya, some pumpkin seed? What if I wanted to have dandelion tea or something like that? And you know what we would all say? Please make this one piece of your entire health regime. Don't make this the replacement. Add this in. But I do want to bring this up because I know Dr. Marianne can speak to this. There is a negative ion component to this, which she talked about with the wand and talked about negative ions being part of the product and the way it's manufactured. But she also talked a little bit about the quantum physics element and piece of this puzzle. So where you look, there it goes, right? That's where it goes, and then it moves away. But the quantum piece of this is so incredible. I do also want to talk a little bit about how this is manufactured, if you'd like.
please.
That okay, great, excellent. So this product is actually made in Europe, where the um, food additives and the food, just the regulations around manufacturing processes are
Right.
significantly more impactful and higher regulations than in the United States. I didn't know that. I had to do research to learn that. Again, sitting over here doubting Thomas. Nikki and I are on the doubting Thomas bench. I just didn't believe that until I started doing research. And boy, if you want to know about the difference between the US and other countries, holy Toledo. So
Same with the skincare.
and this, oh yeah, the skincare,
Same.
vastly different. So what I learned was the way our products are manufactured and the things that we adhere to that we wouldn't in other countries is just terrific. I love it. But what you really want to know about is how it's made. So these actual ingredients, the individual recipes and formulations, and how the product is actually manufactured, there is not one single person in the entire facility where this is made. And this is another cool thing. The only thing that's manufactured in that facility is this particular product, is the Accumulate SA DNA drops. That's Accumulate SA. Looks like Accumulate. That's all that's made in that entire factory. So an entire factory was built for that. So they get the ingredients, which are incredibly high quality, beyond organic herbs and spices, fruits and vegetables, botanicals, and they are picked at the peak of freshness and are transported to our factory, where they're put into a centrifuge and spun at a very high rate of speed, and are, while that's happening, are, I don't want to say injected, but are exposed to, that's a better word, a high frequency lightning storm, an artificial lightning storm, which brings them back to having a negative ion impact, which is actually what happens to help our fruits and vegetables to have higher rates of vitamins and minerals. And it's like they're alive again, which explains why there's actually living light energy in our drops. And if you want to get further information on the science, Dr. Marianne will be more than happy to share with you about where you can watch those videos, or she can help you get one of our absolutely stunning brand new catalogs. Now, these catalogs can be shipped directly to you and go into great detail on each one of the products, and there are 18. So this is a really jam-packed little tool here with color photos and things like that you can get some more information. You might want to explore that, as well as our sample packs. But this is what I wanted to say. Of all of the factory workers, many of them are relatives. Many of them are people that know people, community. This is a community of people. There is not one person who knows the entire process and formulation of these drops, except for the owner. And that's it. Each person has one piece, but not the whole part. So even though I know some of how it's put together, I don't know the actual formulations. I don't know actually how to do it. But everything is pulled together in that factory. And then when these lozenges are made with a caramel that is beetroot and molasses, as well as the DNA and phytonutrients and extracts of these high quality herbs and spices, fruits and vegetables, they are put into a beautiful mold, which, and if you look at the actual individual lozenge itself, you will actually see on there, oh, you can't see when I'm holding it up, a beautiful flower. It is our lotus flower logo, or lotus leaf logo. You'll see it on each one of the candies. They are actually hand selected. They go through each one of the products. Then they're put into a little, like a tray that we call a sleeve or a sheet, and then they're hermetically sealed. And DNA and phytonutrients don't expire. So you are in great shape no matter when you get these, and then they are shrink wrapped and sealed, and then they're shipped out. All of the information that's on the back of the packaging is so that you can get the best information. Oh, Nikki's holding up one of the sleeves, and I'm so grateful to you for showing that. There are 30 lozenges in every box, one for every day. They're colorful, they're beautiful. In fact, if you'd like to see, I'm sure that that Dr. Marianne would share with you our chakra chart, which shows the chakras connecting to the DNAs. Did you know that too, Nikki, that they connected to the chakras? It's so cool. I was like, what is happening here? Yes, our product actually connects to the chakras of the human body. Let's see if I can pull that up, because I was just blown away by the fact that there's so much to this. You know, it's like the layers of an onion. There are so many layers to our incredible product line here that you wouldn't have even considered. Like, I wouldn't have even thought that there were so many elements to what we have here. And I think it's really cool. I'm going to just show this here. This is our, oh, it's missing the top here. Where did it go? Where did the top of my little slide go?
Oh, it's beautiful. I love it.
I'm showing you stuff from some of my projects that I work on, but
so Julia, we're so lucky enough to have Julia as our fearless leader, but not only that, but she's super extra talented.
my extra.
Extra talented, and this is what she does all of these for us, and she also does my what are they called? The things
Flyers. They're the
My
flyers
flyers
or the document. Yeah. For some reason that the wording on here isn't showing up, but I'm
Yeah.
not positive why, but I do want to share with you the chakras because that part is showing up. So
love it.
let's see if I can pull this up. Yeah, there we go. So you can see here. Sorry about the headline not showing up that says high tech health. There it is. Now we have it. Quick, convenient, and delicious. So what's really cool, and I am not familiar with the individual chakras, but if you are, you can get a copy of this beautiful graphic. We'll show you which products do match up, and then on the left side here, these products were new and have not been matched up, and I don't want to guess because I'm not an expert. So if someone is a chakra expert, we have an innovative technology here, and all of our drops, regardless of which one you use, because each one of them has a special use, but they're all energy enhancing, prevent oxidation, balance your mood, improve your digestion, neutralize free radicals, accelerate healing, enhance immune function, improve cell metabolism, improve intercellular communication. They have a mucosal delivery system, which is virtually instant, and they balance the nervous system. They are direct to cell nutrition that's quick, convenient, and delicious.
Julia, would you mind going back to the metabolic reset chart? I really wanted to go through the rest of those. I do have an inquiry in here, and someone is interested.
While you're pulling that up again, I just want to say for those of you who hear the word chakra and think, ooh, that's woo-woo. Your body has energy fields. Your body is created with those energy fields. That is what the chakra is talking about, basically. And I used to hear the word chakra and go, oh no, that's woo-woo, that's not for me, that's bad. But those energy fields that God gave you get to be nourished, get to be enhanced. And that's all the chakra is. Don't run away from that because of it.
True.
Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, on that graphic, it's so funny. Nikki, thank you for that, because I really do not know anything about chakras. But what I was going to say is on one side of that graphic is the chakras, and on the other side is all the scientific information for folks who aren't into it. But to have you explain it, you'll have to share. You'll definitely have to share more with us, because not my field of not my zone of genius. So thank you for that so much.
Yeah, there are 7 major chakras, and there's many more after. And so I'm still in Facebook jail. It says for 24 hours, I can't make any comments. So I did put the link to my website for this above the actual live. So it's in there. I'll let Julia and Nikki make some comments in there and so on and so forth. But I did want to go through some of these ingredients, just because to me this is hugely important. And like I said, if you're in menopause, if you're looking to lose weight, if you have cramps, if you have anything, you couple up the metabolic reset with the PFT, which is what I did, and that's how I lost my 31 pounds. I did take some pictures. Apparently, I'm not so good at taking my own pictures into a mirror, so I can't really use them as before and after, because they just kind of didn't really work out, but that's okay. So I just quickly want to go through the Grow, which is hugely important because it does boost your immune system, and that is our #1 product that won the award in 2020, when it was all about the immune system, right? That's all we talked about, was the ultimate powerhouse. So that's Grow, European olive, echinacea, astragalus, reishi mushroom, ashwagandha, balsam pear, aloe vera, cranberry, bilberry, pomegranate, rowan berry, husk tomato, blackcurrant. No wonder it's good for our immune system, right? And it's all natural. I think we've already said that several times, so I don't want to be annoying. GTS, for your energy, and the anti-C products in there. Unleash your natural energy and endurance. Activate your body's innate vitality and power with GTS. Green tea, Siberian ginseng, magnolia vine, water, hyssop, ashwagandha, pineapple, gooseberry, and apple. The blood sugar one we've talked about several times. Ingredients are Malabar, tamarind, Siberian ginseng, gumar, balsam pear, fenugreek, apple, and lychee. NRM, embrace balanced energy, conquer fatigue with stabilized blood sugar. Who doesn't want stabilized blood sugar? Like, there's so many of us. I mean, I'm not diabetic, but I do have a lot of it in my family, and I'm just starting to get insulin resistance. So if I'm not careful, I could easily end up diabetic, but I'm not going to because I have these. So hormones, we've also spoken about the male one. We talked a lot about it yesterday. Even though it says for men, it is for women. There's nothing in there that women could not benefit from. And if you want a peaceful night's sleep and you don't want to get up to urinate several times in the night, this is what I use. So I've started using it twice a night, and I don't even get up. And if I don't use it twice a day, if I don't use it twice a day, I will get up maybe once, which is a heck of a lot better than the 4 and 5 and 6 times I was getting up. So Power Lemon for men, ignite vitality, unleash potent botanical power for an active lifestyle and a boosted libido. Viagra, watch out. Oops, I probably shouldn't say that. Anyway, ginseng, ashwagandha, damiana. Damiana is a calmer. It just calms everything. I used to use a lot of damiana when I was cramping. Let's just leave it at that. Ginger, lemon, fig, pomegranate. And then we have the apricot power for women, empower total well-being, enhance mood, vitality, hormone support, rich in calcium and iron. So I don't know a woman that doesn't need calcium, that's for sure. And most of us need iron. And men, do you want this for your wife? Because it'll enhance her mood, right? Like, go buy her some of these. Forget the flowers. I mean, buy the flowers too, but throw in a box of these. Ingredients: damiana, asparagus, ginkgo, ashwagandha, ginger, and apricot. How amazing. RLX, we already know it's for anxiety, for sleep. Bliss awaits you. Oh my God, I love that. Dissolve stress and anxiety, enhance. Actually, if you take that with happy, that's it. Men, did you hear that? Women, whoever's suffering from any kind of anxiety, RLX and happy are your 2 favorite products. They're your best friends. Anyways, anxiety, enhance relaxation and enjoy restful sleep with our soothing formula. Chamomile, Siberian ginseng, passion flower, ashwagandha, banana, and lettuce. Do you see ashwagandha is like the #1 thing? It's like in almost everything. SLD,
Yes,
inflammation.
It's in 10 of our products, actually.
Wow, I thought it was almost in all of them. Inflammation. So SLD in the last few weeks has been my favorite because I did something or other to my hip, and I've never seen anything take down inflammation this fast and work this well without it having to be Advil. So SLD, effortless movement. Amen to that. Free your joints. Free your joints. Freedom for your joints. Relieve aches. Recover from overexertion. Conquer daily activities. Okay. If you're 20, this means nothing to you. If you're 60, it's your new best friend. Ginger, crapple plant, licorice, green tea, turmeric, pear, wild strawberry. And the last one in here is STP for pain. Stop the pain. I'm telling you, you combine that with SLD, you don't even know what pain means. Soothe, calm, and heal, alleviate tension, aches, and discomfort, enhance circulation. For recovery and repair, ashwagandha, here we are again, turmeric, crapple plant, ginger, licorice, cherry, raspberry, cayenne pepper. Who doesn't want some of that? Now, I would like Julia just to state one more time that she has numerous allergies. So I keep having to have this conversation with everyone. numerous allergies.
Yeah.
But because of the way the product is made and because of the fact that it comes from the DNA of the plant is one of the reasons it does tend to work so well and so quickly, but also that is the reason she can take all of these. So if you think you're having an allergic reaction from this, you're probably not. Okay.
Oh yeah, you're definitely not going to have an allergic reaction from this. Now there are some people who will have what's that called? Detoxification, you know, like they might detox from it. I'm circling everything, in each one. What I have, well, I did ashwagandha, and now I'm circling what's in each one that I'm allergic to. It's so funny. Every single product has something in it, just about. It's crazy. Like, I don't know about the grapple plant because I don't know what it is, but yeah, there's a lot in all of these. It's so funny. Like, I don't know what I can have. The grapple plant, I don't even know what it looks like. I'd have to go check it out, but look at that in a lot of these. So this is the thing. When you have a food allergy, you're usually, well, you are allergic to something that's going on. You're not allergic to the DNA. DNA is a blueprint, right? So you're not going to be allergic to a blueprint. I do want to point out that this kit, if purchased separately, if each one of these products were purchased separately, and you do get 2 boxes of the blood sugar product in this kit. This kit is called the 30-day metabolic reset. It is not something that you would use every month necessarily. It is something that you would use to give yourself a full top to toe reset. But if you were to buy these individually, you'd spend $675, and the company is so adamant that they want people to feel better with these products that you actually pay less than you save. You save more than you spend. You save 52% on this kit, which makes it only $324. But Dr. Marianne has a secret code, which makes this $162.50 this weekend for all of these products. Can you imagine that? It makes this kit half price this weekend. So I don't know about you. Is it half price, or, oh no, it's not half price. I apologize. You get double the product. It's a double product, or 50% free. She has a coupon that's going to be really worth your while to reach out to her. I believe that it actually gets half.
Don't worry about it. Just reach out and I'll take
it. Another $162 in product. That's what it is. Yeah, so that makes it good. So who is this good for? Because people will often say to me, well, why would I need this? Who is this good for? Have you taken any medication? Have you wanted to lose weight? Have you been losing weight? Have you been gaining? Do you feel like your body is sluggish and yucky? Do you have high blood pressure? Do you have diabetes? Do you feel aches and pains? Are you not sleeping good? Have you noticed a little bit of hair loss? Maybe you're feeling low energy. Maybe you just don't eat as healthy as you wish you could. And by that, I mean, how many people do you know who say to you, well, here's the deal. I eat gluten-free. I eat dairy-free. I eat vegan. I eat plant-based. I eat animal or free range, all the things. What would I say? And you guys already know this because I say it when I do our classes all the time. Please continue that. Please don't stop doing that. Please continue. But this is something we can't eat ourselves out of. Our soil is so radically depleted of nutrition. We don't even know how bad it is. I'll give you an idea. You'd have to eat 100 apples to get the same amount of nutrition as one apple from the year 1950. That's our parents. My mom was born in well, I don't want to say my mom's age, but my mom was alive in 1950. And so what that means is when she had an apple as a little girl, it was 100 times more powerful in nutrition than it is an apple is today. And here's the deal with that. That means we need to do all the things, right? We need to drink the clean water, eat the clean food, but take into account that the minute you're over 20, you're not absorbing as much nutrition from your food as you once were. And one of the nicest things that Marianne did for her friend was she gave her friend some air, and her friend was having a pneumonia problem. But air also supports our ability to absorb nutrition from food. So if you want to boost your nutrition and boost how much you absorb from your nutrition, then you're in the right place here too.
Did we talk about hair growth?
I mentioned it that Grow and GTS made my hair grow, and that Beauty makes it thicker and fuller.
And I don't have a beauty anywhere close by. Oh, yes, I do. So here's beauty that goes along with this beauty. This is
Beauty.
available in Canada. This will make your hair grow. And not only will it make your hair grow, but if for me, my hair went, first of all, I don't have a lot of hair and my hair's very thin. This is the only thin part of me. Anyway,
This is our anti-aging kit. That's the one people like, the anti-aging.
and it made it silkier. So my hair was starting to come out, especially here on the sides. It was starting to come out like straw, like it was so dry. And the beauty made it silkier, better. It works on your tendons, your ligaments. It's collagen all over the body, not just in your skin and hair. But I'm just saying, that's what it did for me. I think with this,
But
it's 1 o'clock. We're
thank you so much for spending time and letting me share.
Thank you for coming, and thank you for the new brand. These are brand new slides, and isn't she talented? Like, kudos to Julia here. Thank you, Nikki, also for joining us. And
yeah, that was fun too. Nikki, thank you for spending time with me.
Well, thank you,
And
guys.
Marianne, of course.
And
we've got Daniel Gomez.
the wealth of information in these two ladies is amazing. And I'm learning all the time. So if you've got questions, reach out to Marianne.
Yes, please.
Because, you know, the information is there. The videos, the testimonials, the YouTube videos that support this scientifically. I can give you the testimonial, but they can give you the science.
It's true. We can give you a lot of testimonials, actually, because now it's been a while, and I've been working with this for well over 1.5 years, and some of the stories that I've heard from some of my other ladies. Welcome, Daniel Gomez. We needed a man in the sea of women here. Thank you for joining us. And yeah, so we've had some fantastic testimonials. But if you have any questions, Facebook did allow me to put my website into just above where the video is. Although I can't make any comments, they won't let me. So please, everyone else, make some comments, give us some love, give the speakers some love. Thank you so much, since now I've been banned. Anyways, thank you all so much. Thank you, Julia, for sharing. Thank you, Nikki, for joining. And again, any questions, please let me know. I'm super happy to help. And now we have Mr. Daniel Gomez joining us. And I don't know why this isn't working properly. Oh, Daniel's disappeared off camera, and that's,
Where did I go?
I don't know what's going on. Oh, there you are.
Can you see me?
I can't see you, but I am going to go read your, I'm going to read your bio.
There I am.
Oh, there you are. Look at your office. We were talking yesterday and he was in his amazing office. Look at this office. We'll let you show us around just a bit. Let me read the resume, because my eyes are starting to get a little bit sore. That's the only thing I have. I'm going to have to put my computer glasses on shortly. So Daniel Gomez is an award-winning keynote speaker, business coach, executive coach, corporate trainer, and podcast of the year recipient. Daniel speaks and coaches at events all over the world. He sure does. I met him personally. I mean, Daniel's been on my platform before, but I had the opportunity to meet him and some of his team members and his wife in Maryland just last month. His passion is to elevate businesses and entrepreneurs to achieve their true potential through their training and coaching programs. Daniel has empowered his clients to achieve epic success in their personal and professional lives. He is an international best-selling author. Daniel's book, The Makings of a Millionaire Mind, was published to give people the right approach, the right attitude, and the right heart in becoming a millionaire God's way. They don't self-implode and self-destruct. I love Daniel, and I love it when he does praying with me. It's one of my favorite things. Daniel's high energy and ability to unlock the untapped potential in people has made him a highly sought out keynote speaker and corporate trainer for top organizations, including the U.S. Air Force. He was honored with the best of 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023 awards. And probably a 2024 is in the making if it's not already there. For his training and business coaching, he and his wife, Mary Gomez, believe in giving back and support women whose lives have been impacted by breast cancer through their 501c3 nonprofit. I'm sure that's an American thing. The Mary Strong Foundation. Daniel is a true professional and easy to work with. That is so true. And he's an amazing speaker. So please, with that, help me welcome Mr. Daniel Gomez. Daniel?
Thank you. How you doing, Miriam? Well, it's an honor to be here, ladies and gentlemen. And today is just an amazing day because I told Miriam, well, what do you want me to talk about? And I'm going to talk about something I don't usually talk about, and I'm going to talk about suicide.
Oh,
You know, so many times in life, we hit this path called depression, and depression. And what many of you don't understand is when I was 18 years old, I tried to kill myself. Yes, you see Daniel Gomez Inspires. I tried to kill myself. And what we don't realize, the illusion that we have in our thinking and our subconscious mind is we don't give ourselves the understanding that there's a lot of trash deep down inside our trash can. What do I mean? Well, how many of us, Miriam, know we say this, right? We say this, it's not important. Oh, it didn't bother me. Oh, who cares? But in reality, you care. You're just trying to underplay the whole situation when in reality, all that stuff is getting backlogged inside of you. So just imagine that trash can analogy that I'm giving you right now. Your trash can is backed up. Sooner or later, it doesn't matter how much you push down on that trash can and you press it and press it, sooner or later, it's going to rise to the top and it's going to be full. And I want to paint that picture for you because who am I? Well, I'm Daniel Gomez Inspires. I love people. I love pouring into people, and I love transforming people's lives. And in 2017, when my wife was diagnosed with breast cancer, I didn't realize how much trash I had inside of me, Miriam. I didn't realize how much trash I had inside my thinking, my heart, my soul. And I had to deal with this stuff because I was 44 years old, Miriam, 44 years old, and I hadn't dealt with many things in my life as a grown man. And what I've come to realize is that as I speak and travel all over the world, I was in the UK, I was in Asia, we were in Hawaii, Florida. I was just with you in DC area. But the thing is this, is that we don't deal with that trash can that's deep down inside of us. We leave it alone and we think it's going to disappear and it's going to be okay. And the truth is it's not. And I want you to write this down, ladies and gentlemen. Write this down. Today, I'm committed to going deeper. Let me say it again. Today, I am committed to going deeper. Because what I realized, Miriam, is this, is that there's a lot of people out there that we live life on the surface. We live life on the surface. See, in the back of me right here, this is our new office, is that giant palm tree behind me. That thing's 40 feet tall. And at the surface level, it doesn't seem that tall. But when you go deep, 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 man, it got some deep roots. So what are you not dealing with that's deeper that you're avoiding? Because it's easier just to kind of sweep it under the rug. I talk about that in my book, The Makings of a Millionaire Mind, sweeping it under the rug. What are you sweeping under the rug? Think about that right now. So I want you to write that down. Today, I am committed to going deeper. You're going to go deeper because it's those deeper issues, the shame, the guilt, the resentment, the hurt, the betrayals, that we don't think they have an impact on what we do on a daily basis. And let me explain. I just spoke to an audience of 500 people in Dallas, amazing business conference. And a lot of these people, they understand business. They know how to think business. Many don't, but many did. But it's amazing that even though they have the thought process of business, they have some understanding of business, they're not winning in business. And why is that? I want you to write this down. Resentment and unforgiveness can be a lid for your business. Write that down. Let me say it again. Resentment, unforgiveness, guilt, and shame can be a lid for your business. Because what happens is this is that all these negative emotions, and they're negative, A, they kill our creativity. B, we're seeing through lenses of hurt and pain, and we're not seeing the opportunities that are right in front of us in business. And we wonder why we're struggling. I want you to write this down. This is a mistake, the lie that we tell ourselves is the more knowledge I get, the more skill set I get, then I'm going to succeed in business. And we go from conference to summit to event, but you don't deal with the deeper stuff that's deep down inside. And this is why I want you to understand this. We don't rise to our level of business. We don't rise to our level of success. We don't rise to our level of skill set and knowledge. We fall to what we believe we deserve. We fall to the level that we believe we deserve. So maybe, yes, maybe you got an MBA, maybe you have a PhD. Well, guess what? I know a lot of people with a PhD and an MBA, and they're broke, right? They're broke. They're living from paycheck to paycheck, from commission to commission. They're living from client to client, and they can't seem to build up a nest egg. Why? Because they haven't dealt with the real crap that's deep down inside of them. And I remember being at this conference, Miriam, and then this lady goes, well, I'm going to go back and I'm going to get this other MBA or some other thing and a master's. And I didn't say this, but I thought this, but I didn't say this. But somebody else said, can I ask you something? And he was very cordial, very professional. And the lady goes, yes, please ask me. Ma'am, you got a master's in this. You have a master's in that. You're going for your third master's. And you just finished telling us that you're still broke. Maybe it's not your education that's the thing that's keeping you from being successful. Maybe there's something else. So write that question down right now. What is really keeping me from being successful? What is really keeping me from being successful in my life? What is really keeping me from having the relationships that I want to see? Because I always talk about the millionaire mind. I talk about success and wealth, but wealth includes amazing relationships. Wealth includes your health. Wealth includes your happiness, your peace of mind. I know many people that seem to have some form of success in business, but they're miserable because they have no peace. So what is the root cause of your unhappiness? What is the root cause of maybe right now, maybe the dirt right now, I'm stirring, right? I'm poking at your soil, right? Because I'm not going to talk to you here at the surface level today. We're going deeper. Say that to yourself. I'm going deeper today. I'm committing to going deeper. Because if you don't go deeper, God can't help you. You can lie to everybody else. You can lie on social media. You can post that life is fantastic. I'm at the pool with my son. I'm at the pool with my daughter. You can say I'm having the best year of my life, but deep down inside, all the crap you're posting on social media, it's not true because deep down inside, you're miserable. And you're feeling that emptiness. So what is it that you've been carrying around for yourself, carrying around with yourself that you haven't dealt with? Let me give you an example. I was 26 years old when my father passed away. And I didn't realize, Miriam, how mad I was at my dad. I had these anger issues, you see, because my dad was he was an amazing man, but I had so much anger towards my dad. I had so much myself as a human being, I would go from 0 to 60 overnight and literally in seconds. And I remember one day, Miriam, when me and my wife were in the kitchen and she said something, and I don't know, my lid just went off. I was probably like 22 years old, 23, and I chunked the bowl of cereal across the room in the kitchen and it broke against the wall. And I said, why in the hell do I get so mad? And I remember I left the house that day and I was just crying because I felt like a hypocrite. I said, I'm supposed to have God in my heart. I'm supposed to have Jesus in my heart. And I'm still acting like a fool. Like, what's causing this inside of me? And I ended up going to this Christian bookstore called the Scripture Stall. And I was literally crying I went up against the wall and I just slid down. And when I opened my eyes, all I saw was this pamphlet about anger. And I got the pamphlet, started reading it. And it was talking about unforgiveness and how unforgiveness can cause anger. And as I was reading this, God showed me in that moment that I had so much anger towards my dad because the way he treated my mom when my mom was diagnosed with breast cancer when I was a kid. I remember vaguely at 8 years old, just things that would happen in our home. And I remember being so mad at my dad just because how he would treat my mom when she was going through her breast cancer journey. And she ended up passing away at 37 years old. Imagine that. My mother passed away at 37 years old. This was the problem, though, ladies and gentlemen. How in the hell was I going to forgive somebody that was dead? You see, because by this time, my father had already passed away. My father passed away when I was 26. So as I'm understanding a different way of approaching life at a young age, I asked God, how do I forgive my dad? Like he's gone, right? Somebody needs to hear this. Somebody needs to hear this. And I felt this in my heart. I felt this in my spirit. He goes, Daniel, love your dad, the man. Love your father, the man. Eusebio Gomez was his name. Love your dad, the man, Eusebio Gomez. But it's okay to dislike and hate the things he did. So I learned how to put a difference, right? How to separate my father, the human being, and my father that did things that caused me to be angry and hate him. And the moment I separated those two things and I said, Dad, I love you as a person, I love you as a father, but I hate the things you did. And I forgave him for the things he did. It's like my anger, it went away. It didn't go away overnight because it was already a habit in me. But I can tell you, out of 100%, probably like 40% of it went away. The miracle was this, was that I realized at that moment that my dad was behaving in such a way that that's the only way he knew how to act. That's the only way he knew how to be a man because back in the days, they lived in the ranch. Back in the days, my grandfather didn't show him a certain way of living. All my dad knew was what my dad knew. Let me say it again. All that person that betrayed you, all that person that you're having resentment towards, maybe it's your mom, maybe it's your dad, maybe it's your ex-wife, maybe it's your ex-husband, whoever it is for you, right? Whether it's your ex-wife, your ex-husband, your mom, your dad, all these people, all they know is what they were taught. And unfortunately is now as grown people at 30, 40, 50-year olds, I even know 60-year olds that are acting a fool, they go back to the kid they were. And they make the decisions based on that. So I made the decision that day to separate myself from my father, right? Separate my father from what the things he did. And a sense of peace came over me and my anger started going away little by little. So the question I have for you today, write this down and put a big if. If I had unforgiveness, who would it be towards? Write another big if. If I had resentment in my heart, who am I having resentment against? And write another big if. If I had bitterness towards someone, who would that person be? So think about those three big ifs that you just wrote down. Let me recap that for you. If I had unforgiveness, who would it be? Who's that person that you're having unforgiveness towards? Number two was resentment. If you had resentment towards somebody, who would it be? And if you were harboring bitterness towards someone, who would that someone be? And I can tell you from experience because I've seen grown men, grown women who harbor bitterness, who carry resentment in their heart, and who have unforgiveness deep down in their soul. and they wonder why their life isn't where they want it to be. Because these are three huge lids on our lives and our businesses that keep us stuck. Because what happens is at some point you're going to self-sabotage yourself, or these issues will keep you from being who you were created to be. So what name came up for you? What name came up for you? And maybe, right, this may be the shocker for some of you. This may be the shocker for some of you. Maybe it's you. Maybe you need to forgive you. Maybe you need to release the anger you have against yourself. You're like, Daniel, no way. Yes way. Like, let me tell you, I had to forgive myself. My journey that I really started growing, Miriam, was in 2017. And I can tell you since 2017, I've had to go deeper within myself, really going on 3 times that I've really gone deeper. And the first time, yes, there was healing there. Yes, there was breakthroughs there. But this is a mistake that we make. And I want you to understand this, and I want you to write this down. Write this down for yourself right now, ladies and gentlemen. The higher I go in life, the higher I go in business, the deeper you have to go to deal with those issues that are buried at a deeper level. Let me say it again. The higher you go in life, the higher you go in business, the deeper you got to go with those unresolved issues of unforgiveness, of resentment, and bitterness. Let me paint a picture for you. These last couple of months, they were talking about the biggest, tallest skyscraper in the world. For those that don't know, it's in Dubai now. They surpassed China, they surpassed Hong Kong. Now Dubai has the highest skyscraper in the world. Amazing. But what people are failing to realize is this. It also has the deepest foundation in the world too. Why? Because it's higher than any other skyscraper, any other building in the world ever built. There's no way they could have gone so many stories higher than Hong Kong and China and all these other buildings if they didn't go deeper. And that's where your mistake is, because you don't want to face the truth in some areas of your life. You don't want to face the pain in some areas of your life. You don't want to face reality. You're hurting yourself. You're hurting your business. You're hurting your employees if you have employees. So what does this have to do with the way I opened up in suicide? Everything, because I tried to kill myself because I was unsettled in the inside, and there was a lot of stuff going on inside of me that I covered up by drinking when I was a teenager. I would get high when I was a kid. And not that I'm proud of it, but I'm just being honest with you, right? If I can't be real with you, then why even talk to you? But I never understood why I was always getting high, and because I was hiding the pain that was there from my mom passing away. I was hiding the pain I had and the anger towards my dad. And I realized that if I wanted my life to change, damn, Daniel, you got to change some things around you. You got to change some things in you. So write this down right now. What do I have to forgive myself for? What do I have to forgive myself for? And don't say, well, I already did. Okay, well, reframe that question you're going to ask yourself. Where do I have to forgive myself? And capitalize all these even deeper. Where do I have to forgive myself even deeper? Think about that. These are things that I had to deal with. They're hard. They're challenging. They build your character. They make you a certain, right? They make you think a certain way because you're like, it's just a lot of stuff that's going on inside of us as a human being that we don't understand everything. We don't have the understanding because maybe no one's ever taught us. But you need to understand that whatever is unresolved in your life is going to come up sooner or later. Whatever is unresolved in your life, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to come up sooner or later. So what unresolved issues, what unresolved situations, what unresolved things in your life have you not dealt with that you need to deal with? Because until you deal with them, you're never going to be at the place of life where you should be. You're never going to have that business that you should have. Why? Because this is what happens, right? This is what happens is that is that you start moving forward, and then at some point you either start to self-sabotage yourself, or you're still seeing things from a false perspective, from a false point of view, because this is the truth. Write this down. You don't see things how they really are. You see things how you are. Let me say it again. You, ladies and gentlemen, you don't see things how they really are. You see things as you are. And if you're a hurt human being, you're going to see through that lens of being hurt. You're going to see through that lens of a victim. And you're not going to really see the people like Miriam who are trying to help you, the people like Daniel Gomez Inspires who are really trying to help you. You're going to see it from a victim perspective, or you're going to see it from a false perspective of what you think is reality, and it's not. So here's another question I want you to write down for yourself. I know this may be hurting you, but Marianne brought me here to talk about overcoming adversities, and these are things that I had to overcome. What lie in your life right now? What lie in your life right now are you believing is truth? What lie are you believing is truth? What is it? What do you keep telling yourself over and over that's a lie, that it's far from the truth? It's a fabricated story that we've created for ourselves, right? It's an illusion, that fabricated story that we've created for ourselves to make us feel better. And now it's become a coping mechanism. So instead of dealing with the real BS underneath the surface, you've learned to cope with this. And what you cope with, you never change. So write that question down for yourself. What are you coping? Because the truth is this: when adversities come into our life, what I change my perspective to is I see it as a gift from God, because God's trying to mature me. God's trying to help me to grow me in a certain area of my life, to grow me in a certain area of my business. And when I realized that I had to start seeing problems as opportunities, because wrapped up in this, right? You have this big old problem, but guess what's in the center of that problem? It's opportunity and a blessing. Let me say it again. It's opportunity and a blessing. So whenever God wants to send you a blessing, whenever God wants to send you an opportunity, it's wrapped up in a blessing. It's wrapped up in a problem. I'm sorry. It's wrapped up in a problem. So think about that. How do you react? How do you react when problems come your way? Do you get childish? Do you get mad? Do you throw a tantrum? You want to know how you can tell if a person is truly successful? Write this down. How big are the problems they're solving? How big are the problems that person is solving? Like, really be cognitive of that. Because if you're solving 10-cent problems in business, all you're ever going to do is be a 10-cent entrepreneur. If you're solving six-figure problems as a business owner, well, then you'll have a six-figure business. But the bigger problem you solve in your own life, then you're able to help your clients, the people around you that need your help, whether it's in life or business. That's where that next level of success is going to come in. But you got to deal with your own problems. You got to deal with your own stuff. So where do you need to start solving bigger problems? Where do you need to get out of that victim mentality? Where do you need to get out of your own way? See, next month here in San Antonio, Texas, July 19th and 20th, we're going to have our business sales accelerator. And yes, we talk about business. Yes, we talk about sales. Yes, we're going to take a deep dive in our business sales accelerator bootcamp. We're going to definitely go in depth. But there's a big part of our bootcamp where we talk about the things that we're talking about right now in depth. Because I've seen men, grown men, cry and just are shaken because they didn't realize how much trash they had in their trash can. They didn't realize how much trash they had in their soul. And grown women who have come to our events that have cried because either A, they had an abortion when they were younger, or B, they got divorced and they felt like a failure. Like there's so many things that keep us from succeeding in our business as an entrepreneur, as an individual. And then of course, think about this. How can you have a successful business? Because right, if you carry that shame, if you carry that guilt, how can you sell anything? Because you don't even believe in yourself, because you're walking in that shame of your own shame. You're walking in the shame of your own shame. So how can you, this is what you tell yourself subconsciously, who's ever going to buy from me? Because if they only knew the truth, if they only knew about the skeletons in my closet. Well, the truth is we all have skeletons. The truth is we've all messed up. The truth is we've all made mistakes. So that's why maybe you're watching this. And if you're watching this right now, I want to encourage you to reach out to us. Reach out to us, because I want to see you in San Antonio, Texas, here next month at the Norris Conference Center, July 19th and 20th. We're going to have a 2-day intensive that I want you to reach out to us, and really where we can help you. We've helped thousands and thousands of business owners. We've helped million people. And I myself, our new book's going to be coming out, the Sales Accelerator. And it talks about, I've sold over $500 million in services and products. Yes, you heard me right. Over $500 million with the B. I've sold over $500 million in services and products. So I know a little bit about sales, and I know a little bit about business, and I know a little bit about people. But nothing's ever going to be right. Nothing's ever going to be fixed in your life, in your business, if you don't fix yourself first. Let me say it again. Nothing is ever going to be fixed right in your life, in your business, if you don't fix yourself first. So write this down. It's a simple question, but powerful. Where do I need fixing? Where do I need fixing? What do you need fixing? And I needed fixing as an 18-year-old kid, because I tried to kill myself because I had all this anger towards my dad. I had all this hurt because I lost my mom at 10 years old. I had a lot of pain inside myself as a young teenager. So I want you to think about this as we're talking here in this amazing summit. You're not alone. Sometimes we think we're the only ones going through this. Sometimes we think we're the only ones that have had mistakes. Sometimes we have the illusion that nobody cares or nobody understands. Let me tell you, I coach the people that I used to be. Let me say it again. I coach the people that I used to be because I understand them. So don't ever feel, I don't know who needs to hear this, but somebody watching this right now, don't ever feel like you've gone too far to where God can't help you. Because God doesn't just forgive us for the little mistakes that we made. He forgives us for all the mistakes we made. It's just you haven't forgiven yourself, and maybe that's why you're stuck in life. And then the second thing you need, maybe you need to, right? Think about this. When I came out of the hospital after trying to kill myself, I had to really assess my environment of where I was living every day. What was I doing on a daily basis in the environment that I was in when I tried to take my life? I was hanging around with, I thought they were friends. We were getting stoned, partying. It was fun, joyriding, whatever you want to call it. But at some point I said, man, I need to change what I'm doing on a daily basis. Write this question down. What part of my environment do I need to change? What part of my daily activities where I put myself in do I need to change? Because you can't expect to stop drinking if you want to stop drinking, and if you're going to the bar every day. You can't expect to stop getting high if you keep going to that friend at the drug dealer. I mean, you'd be surprised. Let me tell you, just because somebody's proper, there's a lot of things that happen behind closed doors. So I'm just speaking the truth to you today. Because Miriam said, give them a message of overcoming adversity. And the biggest adversity that we can overcome is being honest with ourselves, telling us the truth, and stop thinking that everything's okay when it's not. Because sooner or later, the more lies you tell yourself, the more lies you tell people, then the more lies down the road you got to cover up. And sooner or later, it's all going to catch up to you. And I was just having this conversation with a dear friend of mine that's a speaker also. I said, isn't it amazing how we go speak all over the world, and half the stuff you see people speak about, they're not even living that life themselves. They paint a perfect picture on social media. They make it paint and seem like, oh yeah, everything's, And it's not. And by no means am I saying my life's perfect, but I deal with the real shit in my life. I deal with the hard things. And until you learn to deal with the hard things, and sometimes that hard things is Daniel, right? Daniel needs to change. I can't expect my team members to change. I need to change. I need to implement the change. And just this very morning, I was having a beautiful conversation with my daughter. You know, we never talked in the mornings before, and I called my daughter Alicia up, and we were just talking, and I hung up with her, and she sent me a text message like 30 minutes later. Dad, thank you for helping me just to see things from a different perspective. It was a simple 5-minute conversation to me, but to my daughter, it meant everything. And it meant a lot to me too, because 10 years ago, we would have never even had a 1-second conversation because we had so much hurt towards each other as a father and daughter relationship. So maybe the adversity you're facing right now is your relationship with your kids. Maybe your kids are being influenced by other people because write this down. And I'm being honest because I wasn't approachable in times. Are you approachable? Are you approachable to your family? Are you approachable to your wife? Are you approachable to your husband? Are you approachable to your kids? Can they approach you? Can they approach you? Because if they can't approach you, who can they approach? Because if they can't approach you, the reality is this, is they're going to go where they're welcomed. They're going to go where they have a sense of belonging. And as parents, we have that responsibility to create that environment for our children where they can come and feel that we make them approachable. So I want you to understand today that life is never easy. Life is never perfect, but it can be peaceful on your journey. How do I know? Because the best decision I ever made was accept Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. And that gave me peace. That gives me peace. Now, when I make $1,000 decision, I've grown to that extent. Now, when I make a $10,000 or $50,000 decision, I have peace because if God put this idea in my heart for my business, I know that He's going to flip the bill. And maybe that's the perspective you're trying to hold on and have control of every single division, every single element in your life, and you can't. Because the truth is this is the door's wide open. You see this big window here? You have a window of opportunity behind you, this wide. But because you're so scared to walk through that window of opportunity, you're so scared to walk through that door of opportunity, sooner or later that door is going to close because God's going to say, I need somebody who can walk through that opportunity. And if you're not willing to walk through that opportunity, nothing's ever going to come your way. So think about what we've talked about for this last 40 minutes here. Where do you need a change in your life? Where do you need to grow? Where do you need to forgive somebody? Like I said, maybe it's yourself. Where? And if you need help, if you're watching us here on this amazing summit with my dear friend Miriam, reach out to me. Reach out to DG Enterprises. We have an amazing team of people that want to help you. I would love to see you here in San Antonio. If you want more information, give us a call at 210-663-5954. That's 210-663-5954. We want to help you and attend the Business Sales Accelerator. Because the truth is this, if you're trying to operate a business and you don't kill the employee mindset, nothing's going to happen. You must kill your employee mindset to have a successful business, to accelerate it, and to accelerate your revenue. So think about what we've talked about today. And at this moment, Miriam, I want to open it up to any questions. If anybody has any questions or you want to ask me any questions, I just
love
wanted to.
everything you said. I agree with everything you said, and I love everything you said. I'm just going to go on to the Facebook. I don't think it'll show me if there's any questions. Oh, yeah, it will. Okay, good. There's no questions that I can see. Oh, we've got people from all over the place. Oh, Nikki Cruz, who just spoke before you. She also lives in Texas.
Nice.
I don't know where though. I thought it was Desiree Cruz is watching. Angela Goodman. Hello, Desiree. Hello, Angela. I can't comment. I'm in Facebook page. I think I comment too much.
Well,
So
if there's any questions you want to ask me, just kind of from what I spoke about, I think maybe we can go a little bit deeper on some of these subjects because I think so many times people live at that surface level and they don't go deeper. And it's like,
I love that you
it's
went deeper. I love that you got crazy vulnerable. I love that you pointed the finger right at us. Who do we have to forgive first, right?
yeah,
Expand a little more on that. I think people need to understand that more. Sorry, I keep interrupting.
no, yes. Well, I think for me, when Mari was diagnosed with breast cancer, I really felt responsible for that. I really felt guilty because it was, this is what I said as a husband, as a man. It's my fault. It's my fault that my wife has breast cancer because I didn't give her an outlet. I never gave her, not that, right, she was a puppet, but like I was the dominant personality. I was a driver. I was a high D, and she was a nurturer. She was loving. So she would just close down and not say nothing. And after 20 years of doing that, I felt like, man, like all these emotions were suppressed. So when she was diagnosed with breast cancer, I was really just had this heaviness, this burden on me, and I forgave myself. And then like a year later, Miriam, I never forget that we were just there watching TV one evening, and my eyes teared up. I started crying. Nothing was wrong, and my wife looked at me and said, "Well, are you okay?" And I said, "I don't know. I just." She goes, "Why are you crying?" I said, "I don't know. I couldn't answer the question." But I felt like a failure. I felt at that moment, the thoughts that came to me were I had failed as a leader at the business I ran. I had failed as a husband. I had failed as a father. And God just said it's a deeper forgiveness that you need to forgive yourself. And the mistake that we make is we forgive ourselves on the surface level, but we don't take time to forgive ourselves even deeper because if God was to show us, Miriam, everything that was wrong with us, our heads would explode because it's too much BS. It's too much crap in there.
So true. I totally agree with you. I'm actually about to I think it's going to be ready next week. I'm not sure, or the week after, because we're just finishing up at the editors. I've got a book on forgiveness, and it's actually called Forgiveness is for Me, Not Them. We do have a
Yes.
question, and it's from Ivy. Do you have people in your high-end business wanting to learn how to forgive themselves or others?
Great question.
Mhm.
You know, sometimes we think, right? So, actually, what you read was in the back of my book, right? Right. So, it's becoming a millionaire God's way, so you don't self-implode, don't self-destruct. And because when people hit seven figures, eight figures, I think what we forget, Ivy, is they're still human beings, and they still have things they haven't dealt with because maybe they've never been taught to deal with them. Yes, maybe they had some financial success or business success. And I meet a lot of people that are business owners that are especially high achievers or overachievers, and they're always striving. But this is why they're striving, Ivy. They're striving because they're trying to prove something to somebody. Maybe it's their dad, maybe it's their mom, maybe it's an ex-husband that said you're never going to be good enough. Maybe it's a teacher that said you're never going to amount to nothing, but that's the driving force behind their success. So instead of it being a joyous, positive success, it's a negative success because it's driven. This is the key. It's driven by trying to prove somebody wrong, which is negative. And I've had many clients, to answer your question, that have grown a business to seven figures, but it was driven to prove somebody wrong, and they've never dealt with that hurt, that pain, and then at some point they self-destruct through whether it's alcoholism or some type of addiction or whatever it may be. But yes, there is a lot of high earners out there that have resentment, unforgiveness, and this is the thing because they've never even realized it. No one's ever talked to them about that. And a lot of what I do with these higher level clients is it's really just a healing that we're able to do inside their hearts and souls and their minds. And because as a business owner, right, if you're broken, at some point your business is going to start to be broken. So I hope that that helps you with the question that you answered. That's
There you go. I don't see any other questions. I just wanted to ask Nikki, where in Texas are you guys, you and Christopher? I can't write because it won't let me. But
yeah.
and
I'm
Ivy,
in
come join us because Ivy's speaking next. So
yeah, so I'm in San Antonio, Texas, Nikki, and born and raised in San Antonio. I love it, and it's been an amazing run, and I think right never when I started my business, Miriam, that I think that I were going to have the offices that we have here, and much less the view. But I had to do the hard things and forgive myself. I had to do the hard things and forgive others, and you know this. And one thing that I want to say to the audience as we're getting ready to land the plane is that you got to get thicker skin. The higher and higher you go, you got to develop that rhinoceros skin. Because if you're easily offended, if you're easily like, oh, then it's never gonna be. Not everybody's gonna like you. Not everybody's gonna support you. And then once you pass them up in their level of success, that's where the jealousy and envy comes in. And you got to learn to be the bigger person and realize it's not a Daniel issue. It's not a Miriam issue. It's a them issue. So think about that. And these are a lot of things that we're going to talk about at our business sales accelerator here in San Antonio that we're going to teach on and coach on. It's a real two-way engagement. And one thing that we're really going to talk about is because there's a lot of business owners that are struggling because they still have an employee mindset. So there's going to be a huge part of the training that we do at the boot camp is kill the employee mindset, right? What part of your business, where are you still thinking like an employee? And the way we break it down with the strategies and the exercises, we've had so many people that didn't even realize they still thought like an employee. So we've had so many massive breakthroughs in our boot camps that's why I love what I do, Miriam, because it's about serving the people, right? It's not because people need help. And I think that so many people are ashamed because we've been taught, right? These are some of the lies that we've been taught. Fly under the radar. Don't let your light shine. Don't be showing off.
right.
And a big one it sounds it sounds ridiculous, but it affects us in business because we have this belief system of don't talk to strangers. So we spend $3,000 to fly from Canada to the US for an event, and then we don't talk to anybody because we've been taught don't talk to strangers.
Go talk to strangers. Oh my gosh. I hug people. So it's like, boy, if you have an issue with that, don't come close to me. I'll just walk up and hug you. And that's it. Great interviews, amazing breakaways. I'm just looking. Text. Oh, so Nikki is from Burleson near Dallas.
Burleson, Texas.
Yeah, that's where she's from.
Yeah, I actually have a brother-in-law. I have two brother-in-laws that live in Burleson. It's right on the outskirts of Dallas and Fort Worth. So
There you go. And I believe, I'm going to go into gallery. I believe that Ivy has joined us. Look at her.
Ivy, how you doing?
I'm doing great. As per usual, your talk was fantastic. I
Yeah.
love hearing you.
Always, as always. Daniel's
So what was
talk.
what was one of the big takeaways you took away, Ivy?
You know, there's a lot of takeaways every time you speak, but one of the things is in every level, you have to really go deeper within yourself in order to truly grow. And that was one of the things. And the analogy with the highest building in Dubai, I was like, that was good. That was
That was
good.
good. That was good. And I was in Dubai last year, so the Burj Khalifa was like everywhere. In fact, I think there it is. I think I have my token souvenir from Dubai. I'm not really a big souvenir person anymore, but there it is, the Burj Khalifa
The
with
Burj Khalifa.
yeah, it was right there. But also I wanted to comment on are you approachable? I love that. And I love that you know, like my father to me was never approachable. Never. I mean, I think I was 51 when I finally approached him properly, you know, and also I had to. I didn't have a choice. My mom passed away. There was dealings. We had to do paperwork, and then I had to put him, you know, a little bit later after that into a nursing home, and that was really tough, you know. But yeah, make yourself approachable. So I'm super proud of you for dealing with what you dealt with, because my father too had a great deal of anger. Mind you, he was, you know, extra because he was also bipolar. and God forbid he should run out of meds and not yet make it to the what's it called, store, the drugstore, where you can buy more drugs.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my gosh, that was horrifying. So good for you for recognizing that and then taking it upon yourself to say, hey, I need to work on this. I need to work on me, you know. And
Well, the thing is, we were having a cigar night one night, and me and my son Julian and my son-in-law Jesus, we started doing this like 2 years ago because we went to a resort here, and just cigar night was born. And one day where they're like kind of coaching up my son-in-law, and then my son said something, and I was like, what did you say? Right? Like the old Daniel wanted to come out because it kind of pissed me off, to be honest with you. And I never knew this, but when he was a freshman in high school, he didn't want to come home. I mean, in college, when he was a freshman in college, he didn't, now that I look back, he never came home because he said he wanted to be away from dad. And I was like, wow. And I was just listening to him, so I had to catch myself. And I said, well, Julian, like, what changed? He goes, well, you changed. I said, well, if you had a word to describe me in that season where you didn't want to come home, why didn't you want to come home? He goes, I don't know, Dad. I said, I can't really say. And then I said, well, just try, son, right? Because I wanted to understand, like, what was wrong with me, right? I wanted an understanding. I said, well, go a little bit deeper. Just think of a word. What describes what you or me, however you want to say it. And he goes, well, Dad, I think if I had to say it in a certain way, you were unapproachable. And I started crying, Ivy. I started crying, Miriam. And I realized, like, fudge, right? Like, for how many years was I unapproachable as a
Mhm.
father, as a husband? And it broke my heart, right? Because initially, when somebody gets upset, it's because it's that defense, right? That their pride gets in the way.
Mhm.
But I really let that soak in, and it settled into me that evening. And I realized two things: that, man, I still had a lot of work to do in me, but I realized that I had changed a lot.
Mhm.
And I think that people think that there's an ending to their trip, to their journey, to their triumphs. And no, your goal is you climb a mountain. Okay, well, what's the next mountain of triumph?
Mhm.
And it's not just success monetarily. The money's going to show up as you deal with yourself, right?
Yep.
But what other relationship can I work on? How can I better my health at 50 years old? And when he told me that I wasn't unapproachable, like, you talk about, I've been through a lot of stuff in my life. I've been shot. I've been so much stuff, but I think those words that my son told me, like, it hurt me because I had to deal with that portion of who Daniel Gomez used to be.
I think it's amazing. I see us as climbing up this not overly steep hill, but nevertheless a bit of a hill because you want the cardio, right? So, and as we're moving along, all our baggage is just falling out. You know, it's falling out and over. And I do this thing within meditation, and I have like this whirlpool of energy. And as the energy is whirlpooling around me, it's like pulling out all the crappy stuff.
Yeah.
So it's good. It's great when you can recognize that this is what you need and that you know, so sure, I can totally understand how you would feel bad because your son just told you you're not approachable, but look at you, like you shifted completely and now you have, you know, these great relationships and now you're teaching others, which of course is the whole reason why we do what we do, right? This is the whole reason why we have to go through what we have to go through. I always,
Yes.
my biggest forgiveness was to my dad, like for me, to me, from him, from me to him. I hope I said that right. And I think that's the biggest gift that he could give me and the biggest gift that I could give him and myself, right? And it was just like, wow, God, if I could do this, I can do anything. If I can forgive myself, I can forgive anyone. If I can forgive him, I can forgive anyone. That's easy. So I love that.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Well, thank you. Well, thank you so much for having me on your show, on your summit. It was a blessing. And if somebody out there is watching and you need help, reach out to me. I want to help you, right? I'm one of the top business coaches here in Texas. I don't know everything, but let me tell you, I've taken the business from 19 million to 41 million. So I understand business. I've had 100 employees myself. I've sold over $500 million of products and services, and we would love to see you here in San Antonio, July 19th and 20th at our Business Sales Accelerator. And once again, thank you for being here with us, everybody. And thank you, Marianne, for being an amazing host. And I'll turn it over to Ivy Perez and let y'all beautiful ladies take it from here.
Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much.
ladies.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Thank you for taking the time.
Daniel.
Today. Thank you for sharing your awesome energy with us. Thank you all.
You're welcome.
Welcome. I will not be reading a bio. I will be telling you how wonderful this young lady is. She's super, super helpful. And she's awesome. And she's on her way to really some big, awesome, amazing places. And I'm going to let you tell us about yourself, Ivy. And thank you so much. I present to you Ivy Perez.
Well, thank you, my dear. And thank you. You know what? I say thank you for the individual that was unable to attend, and I'm here. And there's a reason for that. So, hello, everyone, whether you are live or on replay. My name is Ivy Perez. I live in Central Jersey. There's so much to say. The theme, The Rocky Road to Success, when I heard it, I'm like, ooh, this is good. They're all good, you know, because we all have stories, we all have experiences that can touch upon the theme. And this one, I think everybody and anyone can talk to. I just happen to be here today and I could tell you about me. So there's lots to say in the short amount of time that I have with you. So I'm going to set my timer so that I stay on track.
You don't need a timer. You're the last one. It's 3 minutes to 2. If you go over 2 or you finish earlier, it's all good, honey. Don't stress.
Okay, no stress. No stress, no stress. So, all right. So with me, so the rocky road to success, and I'll start here. When I was younger, I thought that when you grow older, you get older, you just automatically become successful. You just go to school and you get the degree, you get a job, and things just fall into place. And I learned, well, see, I learned much, much later in life, actually, probably within the last 10 years is when my personal growth has really started to take hold of me. But along the ways, I think with most of us is that we don't understand why things are happening. If you grew up and you weren't taught, because we're conditioned to look outside of ourselves, when you're not mentored or supported or given the opportunity to ask questions, given the opportunity to be yourself, given the opportunity to just be a child. And for whatever reason, it happens. For me, my mom and dad were always working. Then my parents got divorced. So I was mom to my 2 sisters. And I was the latchkey kid. So that has a lot of factors, you know, and not having mentorship or an adult, you know, to guide me. So I was pretty much for the most part on my own, figuring things out on my own. And that's fine. I think one of the things about that is you gain a sense of, I don't want to say thick skin. It depends on where you are and who you are. I don't think that I have particularly a thick skin, even though I kind of had a large portion of my life living in New York. But I think who I am in my heart, I'm just a softie, and I have a lot of trust and belief in people. And even though as a child, you know, trust was betrayed. As a child, I think, you know, my childhood innocence was manipulated. Even all these things, I truly believe in people and I love on people. I try to understand people. So that even as a child, there was a rocky road in my childhood. So having a rocky road to success is relative, as we all know. You know, you can be very successful in school. You can be very successful in a business. You can have great successes with friendships and relationships, or in sport. You know, in the book, Michael Hyatt's Your Best Year Ever, he talks about the 10 life domains. And I've learned about, you know, 4 pillars and 5 pillars and this and that. But I really like this one, the 10 life domains. And I don't think I can remember all of them, but like relational and personal and spiritual, financial, relational, social. I'm not going to remember all of them, but think of a wheel. And you want to kind of visualize, and I do this with people that I talk to, and we have the visual of the wheel, and you just kind of mark where you are today, wherever you are. And there's no judgment. It's just looking at the landscape of your life and just seeing where you are today in all the areas, all the domains of your life. And it's such a powerful visual because it's like, okay, I thought my relationships were an 8, but when I really think about it, they're really a 4. So how do I get from 4 to 8? And so what it does is it just kind of shifts your thinking, and you start taking steps moving forward. All the thing is awareness. And but you don't know what you don't know. But once you understand that there is a language to your success, you can apply that language in any area. And it really starts with our thinking. But again, going back to childhood, if you were blessed to have family, friends, teachers that guided you, supported you, mentored you, really taught you, shared with you, planted seeds for you, what a gift. And I hope that if you did receive that, that you honor that. For the most part, I did not until I was in my 30s when I started to receive those gifts of seeds in my life. And I didn't know how to accept it. And it took a long time. It's still, I mean, I've had 40 plus years of doing things my way, like the Lone Ranger. And it wasn't until roughly the last 5 to 10 years where it's more about realizing, leaning on people, asking for help, just being vulnerable, sharing who you are, and all these things help to mold you. And as I was thinking about this today, I came up with an acronym. I think of Nikki Cuesta because she's like acronym queen, PACER. And, you know, I mentioned success is relative. So experiences, P. Okay, let me start with the PACER because that's not the P. So P, personal development. It builds you. Jim Rohn says it. And the first time I heard this, when he says, work on your job and you'll make a living. Work on yourself and you'll make a fortune, or as he would say, a fortune. Personal development builds you. Experiences shape you. Action develops you. Community, the right community, embraces you. And reflection grounds you. Isn't that good? I just came up with that. So in this rocky road to success, we're all figuring it out. And like I mentioned, it's all relative wherever you are. We're figuring it out. There's levels of success. And once we hit a level, like Daniel just mentioned, you know, you climb a mountain and what's there? Another mountain to climb. There's always something. If you can realize that and have the awareness and the wherewithal that it's not just a one-shot deal. There's not just one road that leads you to success. I mean, think of a road. Just picture a road. There's winding roads, flat roads, rocky roads. There's dusty roads. There's steep roads and the inclines and all these things. And that's life. You know, we all have challenges in our life, and we can be going down a road and it's good and we feel good. And we're kind of like sometimes coasting, and then something happens. There's an accident. There's a roadblock. There's, you know, the weather change. Those are all circumstances. Those are all people that come into our lives. They hurt us, sometimes on purpose, sometimes unknowing, because hurt people hurt people. There are situations and circumstances that happen at the time when you don't have the awareness to us, because we're thinking, why did this happen to me? And then once you get into personal development and you start growing and learning, you realize it's for you. At the time, you don't realize that. In retrospect, as Steve Jobs would say, it's, I don't remember the exact quote, and I've mentioned it before. It's like you could connect the dots looking backwards, not when you're in it, when you can realize, that person came into my life to teach me this. There's a poem that I always tell people about, no matter where they are in their lives, if they're struggling with something, especially someone. There's a poem called Reasons, Seasons, Lifetime. I absolutely love that poem because the first time I read it might have been like 20 plus years ago. It just made so much sense. Sometimes a situation, a circumstance, a person will come into your life for a reason. It could be a short time, it could be a day, a week, a month, and they will do something that will just like jar you, like, whoa, why did that happen? And then they're gone. Poof, they're gone. They were there to teach you. There was a reason why that person showed up in your life. And sometimes, and I'm sure some of you can relate, when there's a person that showed up in your life and you don't know their name, where they came from, how they got there, you never heard of them, no one knows of them, and poof, they're gone. Sometimes it's an angel, and sometimes not. Then there's seasons. We have people in our lives, situations, circumstances that last a season. Season can be 6 months. It can be a year. It can be 10 years. It can be 20 years. It's a season to teach us something. And, Oprah Winfrey once said this, that you'll hear the whisper. And this is when you need to change, when you need to grow. And you'll hear that whisper, and you know it. You know exactly what that is. And we ignore it. It's like the red flag. And I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken, Jose talked about that. It's the red flag, and we know it. We know it when we get involved in a relationship, whether it's a friendship or an intimate relationship, a work relationship, or like, ooh, I don't like that. That didn't make me feel good. But it's like, but it's the but. And women tend to do this more so than men. But they're really nice and they do have a good heart and they're well-intentioned. They mean well. And I tell my daughter this, and she's 11 years old, because I want to help her, because she will have a rocky road. I want her to have a rocky road, but her rocky road, I want her to have more awareness. Her rocky road, I want her to be more prepared. I talk about the 6 P's with her all the time. I talk about teaching moments with her all the time, to a point where she's like, okay, Ma, here we go again. You and your teaching moments. I'm like, it's my job. It's what I didn't receive. And I've been gifted her in my life so that, one, I could be an example of possibility, not just for her, for myself and others, but to teach her so that she has a better road ahead in her life. And to think I could teach her all these things, like Daniel was having these conversations with his son. They're not easy conversations. And our kids, they'll call us out on our stuff. And it's not fun. It's like, okay, this is good. Now, if you have a growth mindset and you've worked on yourself and you understand and you have awareness and you're like, okay, this is good. Let's have a conversation. Let's talk about this. And you ask questions and you pull from them what they're thinking, because they're going to reveal to you things about you that probably are your blind spots. And they say it in a way that sometimes hurts, but it's so innocently said. It's just what they see because they see you all the time. So, gosh, there's so much to cover. So again, we're not taught to think about what we want, what we would love, what our life would be like in the future, what that could be. And when you do learn, when you do become aware, it is your responsibility, as it is mine. It is your responsibility to move to the next level. Because if you don't, it's going to be that whisper that is not going to leave you, and it's going to haunt you, and you're going to move about your life and in your days, and that whisper is always going to be there telling you, okay, Well, are you going to do it now? Are you going to speak to that person now? Are you going to take the leap now? And sometimes opportunities are not always there. And they don't always show up when things are convenient. And opportunities don't always show up when, everything is comfortable. Sometimes they show up when you're not ready. So are you going to say the yes? That's part of the rocky road. Saying yes when you're not ready. It's saying yes when, yes, it's the proverbial or the cliche, uh, you know, step into fear, or say yes when you're not ready, or, false evidence appearing real, all these things. I mean, we know that to be, but it's true. It's like the apple a day. What if you eat an apple a day? Does that help your health? That keep you from going to the dentist all the time, kind of thing? But some people's like, no, that's too simple. That's so simple. Like, really, an apple a day? Really, reading 10 pages a day is really going to change my life? Really, doing 2 minutes of exercise every morning or stretching is really going to change my life? Not initially, but you keep at it. Consistency is key. It'll change your life. Reading will change your life. Community will change your life. Surrounding yourself with people who are rungs up the ladder from you will change your life. But it's a choice and it's a decision. And again, you don't know what you don't know. But when you surround yourself with people who are better than you want to be around people who are better than you. Sure, it's uncomfortable. That's part of the rocky road. It's uncomfortable, to be around people who are doing better, who are up leveling, who seemingly do things so easily, and they seem to have everything figured out. And when you realize we're all just people, just trying to like make it happen, make it work. So, three things that I like to talk about, and it's kind of like three tools that I've taught. It's three things that have really truly changed my life, and it's the power of running your own race. And for some people who know me, I've run marathons in the past, and I value exercise, and I'm always challenging myself. There was I forget his name, Tom. I think it's Tom O'Brady. No, that's the football player. Oh,
Tom
Collins.
Brady.
No, yeah, no, it's not Tom Brady. Tom Collins. Darn it. Anyway,
Well,
he wrote the book. Yeah, yes. He wrote the book, 12-Hour Walk. And I remember listening to him. He was being interviewed by Ed Milet. And I thought, man, that sounds so cool, because he was in Antarctica doing a race. And that whole 12-hour thing came from a point where he allotted his food for, I don't remember how many hours a day. So there's, so much sunlight, it's cold, you can't see anything in front of you.
Colin O'Brady.
Colin O'Brady, thank you. So I remember thinking that, and he said he just had he didn't think he could push through. He thought he was done because he hadn't done 12 hours in a day, and his food supply, his fuel supply was very low, and he did it. And it was almost like an epiphany that he had. And, when you're out there and there's no one around, he did have one other person that was doing the race with him, but they didn't see each other for a long while. And I thought, I want to do that. And so I did. But I did it because I thought, maybe I'll have an epiphany. Let's see what's going to happen on this 12-hour walk, and what am I going to feel or anything? And nothing really happened except for sore feet. Nothing really happened. So I was kind of bummed about that, but I did it. And I'm always challenging myself. And I had a friend of mine. Yeah, I had a friend of mine say to me, okay, so let me get back to the three things that changed my life. So one of the things in the power of running your own race is letting go what doesn't serve you. A lot of people have talked about it. Daniel just talked about it. It's you know exactly what that thing is that you are doing, ingesting, involving yourself in, that is not serving you. You don't have to tell anyone. when you put your head down at night or when you're by yourself in your own home, in your own mind, you know exactly what that is that you're doing that's not serving you. It could be emotional eating, unhealthy eating, alcohol, drugs, any kind of substance abuse. It could be anger, shame, guilt. It could be a toxic relationship, toxic work environment. You know what that is for you. For me, it was alcohol. And for many, many years, for decades, actually, close to 3 decades, it was my struggle. I don't like labels. I don't like labels. So it was very difficult for me to think that, you know, I had a problem or I was an alcoholic. But I abused it because to me, there's different levels of, you know, alcoholism. I abused it, and just like anyone who does anything like drugs or alcohol, anything like that, if you can go a month or 2 or 3 or 4 months, you think, I don't have a problem. If you can wait till like 12 o'clock in the afternoon, 1 o'clock, or even early evening, I don't have a problem. I could go all day without it, kind of thing. But so it's one of those things, and letting go, it doesn't serve you, that really changes the game for you. And when I let go of it, which was June 1st, 2018, finally, because I've said I'm done a gajillion times, I knew I was done. It was like every fiber in my being was like, yes, yes, we've been waiting for you. I felt it. I truly, truly felt it. But at the same time, I knew that that was level 1, phase 1 for me. Now, who was I? Now, what was I going to do? Who was I going to be? Who am I without it? What am I going to do on my spare time? Because, happy hour was the thing to do. You network, happy hour. You meet friends, happy hour. At least I did. So I'm like, what do I do with my time? And I remember listening to James Clear, and he was talking about his book, Atomic Habits, and he talked about the 2-minute rule. And I thought, 2 minutes, could that really be a game changer? Like, really? And then I thought, well, I value exercise. So I don't know. I'll do 2 minutes every day. Mind you, I've run marathons. I've done all these things in the past, but I wasn't consistent. I wasn't consistent. I would train for a race, do the race, I'm done. Then every, 18 months or so, I get the bug, and then I train again. That's it. But I wanted something that was to keep me going, whether I wanted to or not. So 2 minutes. So I thought, you know what? I'm going to wake up every morning and I'm going to stretch for 2 minutes. That's it. Now, some days I did more, some days I didn't want to. But the days that I didn't want to, I did 2 minutes. And interestingly, and I would stretch, I would do yoga, and it was kind of like 2 led to 5. And it was every day for weeks, where then I wanted to get up and get on the floor. And then it was this sense of, I started building this sense of trust and belief in myself just by the consistency of that action, which is the second thing. That's the second thing. So the first thing is the letting go, it doesn't serve you. The second thing is the consistency, like building a habit, doing something that, yes, maybe it replaces the thing, but I really thought about that. And I thought, what do you value that's important to you? And I value exercise. I value a lot of things, but at the time, I'm like, what is it that I value? Because I let go of something that was a stronghold in my life. So what is it? So I'm like, okay. And then I got back into doing the thing that I really love on a consistent basis. And so, there's a Jewish book. It's a collection of stories, laws. It's called the Talmud. And in the Talmud, there's a story of every blade of grass. And some of you may have heard this. Every blade of grass, or I should say, it's as if every blade of grass has its angel whispering over it. Grow. The first time I heard that, I got chills, because we all have a purpose. Sometimes we don't know what that is, but everyone and everything in this earth, in this time and space, in our reality, we have a purpose. And a blade of grass will press through cement seeking the light. And that same life force energy is within every single one of us. Now, our job and our responsibility is to figure out what it is that lights us up. What is it that is our thing? What is it that makes us feel good? And believe me when I tell you, I'm guilty of having something that lights me up and fuels me, and I'm still looking here like I should do this, but this makes me feel good. But I I just feel like I should do this. So I'm guilty of that. We all are. It's human nature to do that. But we all have a purpose and we're guided by a higher power. Whatever that is for you, for me, it's God, you know? And so June 1st, 2018, it's been 6 years. Now, for my friends that knew me, more so, I lived in Arizona for 10 years. And maybe about 10 years being back here, they saw me when. So, and when my daughter was born, I remember thinking to myself, and I remember saying this, oh God, she's the reason. She's the reason why I'm going to stop. And she wasn't. And it saddened me. It really, really like hurt my heart that she wasn't the reason. You know, I say, know your why, know your why. And it was like, children are my why. My family is my why. And I'm like, yeah, but it's not. And I struggled with that. Like I really struggled with that. And I realized that my why is me. I'm my why. I gotta do and be and have and experience and stretch myself and step forward for me. First and foremost, like you need to do it for you. Because if you don't do it for you, you hold yourself back. And maybe, like Daniel was saying, you can rise to a level of success. And again, success is relative. But if you don't work on you, if you don't take care of the things that are holding you back that you know behind closed doors, it's going to stunt your growth. There's going to come a point where you're going to hit a plateau. And unless you work on yourself, you're just not going to hit the next level. And we all know it. I know it. I'm dealing with it myself. We all have challenges. If you're breathing, you have challenges. So letting go what doesn't serve you, building a habit of consistency, whatever that is for you, exercising a little bit every day, drinking water every day, letting go of caffeine, if that's kind of like, yeah. And I love coffee. I don't think I'll ever give up coffee. Oh, that's water? Well, I still have some coffee.
This is just my favorite cup and it matches my logo. So but it's water. I don't know why I drink water out of a cup, but there you go.
That's interesting. That's interesting. But so those are two things. Now the third thing for me, and I'm preaching to the choir here for many people, is to decide. Decide on a dream. Decide on what is it that you would absolutely love for your life. And again, there's different levels. There's different levels. You can decide for a dream in college and go for it and achieve it during your 4 years, your 8 years, your 10 years, depending on what you're going for, and that's deciding for a dream and not knowing how it's going to happen, but you step forward, you take the action, you start moving. And when you start moving in the direction of your dream or what it is that you want for your life, providence starts to move. It's amazing. People, situations, circumstance start to fall in your path that were already there. But not until you say yes to you, you won't see it. Or you'll push it aside because you're not ready. You haven't made the decision, the firm, the committed decision. It's like me saying, I'm done drinking for forever. But you know what's interesting? The many, 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 many times I said, no, I'm done, a party would come up. A friend would invite me to something, or there's a networking thing, or whatever. And I would think to myself, oh, okay, Monday. let me just do this weekend, and Monday I'll quit. Monday I'll start. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. You make a committed decision for what it is that you really would love, and you'll know it. You'll know it when it's done, when the line is drawn. And that day, June 1st of 2018, I knew it. I said it a million times before, but I just knew it. There's just something, there's an energy that shifts inside of you, and then that's it. You're moving on to the next level you, but it doesn't end there. There's still more of a rocky road ahead of you. It's just another road that you have to take. So that's my race. That's my race. And I'm in this place now. My dream that I decided on outside of the alcohol, there was actually two, was going for a triathlon. That seed was planted in my head when I was like 20, 21 years old. And I worked at a company in the city. And I remember one of the young guys walking in the door, and I was the receptionist at the time. And I was like, "Good morning. How was your weekend?" And he was like, "Oh, it was great, Ivy. I ran a triathlon." I think he saw my jaw drop because I'm like, "You just do a triathlon?" And he was like, "Yeah." And he was smiling as he's gathering his messages because he can see that I'm like, but as he was walking towards his office, he stopped. And here's the difference. He stopped, he turned to me and he said, "You should try it one day, Ivy." And I was like, and then that's it. Poof, it was gone. The thought was gone. And I was about 20. And it wasn't until my late 30s where the thought came back again because I was training for my first marathon. And my marathon coach was also a triathlete. So I was in Arizona. He was from upstate New York. And, he would come on our weekend runs and he would just say, "Oh, yeah, I was just up visiting my parents and I did the Empire State Triathlon." And I was like, it just blew my mind because for me, I thought that a triathlon, those are for people, those are for different people. Those are for people who are in a higher echelon. Those are for people that are not like me. Those are for people who have like a lot of money. I mean, granted, that's Ironman is different, but there's different levels to triathlons that I didn't realize. And so my first marathon coach, he had said, he had talked about a sprint. And I was like, "Oh, I would love to do a baby triathlon one day." And he looked at me and he's like, "Don't ever call it a baby triathlon." And I was like, "Oh, okay." Um, and that's what I did. That was my second dream. That's what I decided. And what's interesting about that is, again, when we're young, we're not taught to have a vision. We're not taught to envision something for our lives, something that we would love, something that would light us up. And it's not until you get into a space where you start, learning about yourself, diving into personal development, yourself. Who am I? Why am I here? Then you start to learn a little different. You gain more knowledge, insight, wisdom, awareness. Now your mind starts to expand and the belief starts to expand where you're like, "Can I do that?" And I remember doing a vision board and I cut out a picture and I hadn't seen a picture like that prior or since. And it was a man coming out of the water with a number down his arm. And I was like, "I would love to do that." Now, for some people, they're like, "That's good for you." For me, that's not something I would do. But you know that for you. There's something that is, you see it, whether it's in a movie or a book or someone says it, where it's like, what is that for you? And for me, it was a triathlon. Now, granted, my BHAG is an Ironman. So I've scaled back a little bit as I'm 54 years old. I would love to do a half Ironman, which is a lot. It's a lot. So right now I'm at the sprint level and I'm training for my third. Now, when I first made the decision to go for it, I didn't know how to swim. I didn't own a bike. Now they say, they say, yeah, life is like riding a bike or, you just hop on a bike. No, Because when you get on a bike and you haven't been on a bike in like 40 years, you're wobbly. You know, it's like the road, the rocky road.
I need to interject. When she told
Yes.
me this, I was like, what? What? You don't even have a bike? And I'm thinking, and I have a bike in storage. I've had it there for the last maybe 4 or 5 years because I just haven't, it was my knee, now it's my hip, whatever. Anyways, I don't want to get on with it, but it's like, and overall, it's probably more balanced than anything else. And I'm like, she's doing a triathlon and she doesn't even have a bike. And I'm like, wow. And then she's like, oh yeah, I'm not sure if I can do that. I'm like, you don't have a bike and you're doing a triathlon. You can literally do anything. Like there, done with coaching. That will be $5,000. You can do anything because you signed up for a triathlon and you don't even have a bike.
You know, it's
Yeah.
still crazy to me, you know, and people like they kind of chuckle because I don't like the water. I don't like the water.
Doesn't like
I
water,
live
signs up
I
for it.
I live by the beach. I'd never go. I don't like the water. And they're like, why would you do a triathlon? I'm like, well, because triathlon has the allures, and it's just something that was just it pulls at me. And that's the thing. You know, there's two energies in our life. You know, when it causes you to shift, it causes you to make a change in your life, and one is a pull. One is a pull for something greater than yourself. One is a pull for something you haven't yet achieved. And then there's discontent, you know, something in your life that's not like, you know, well, it's just less than desirable. Your satisfaction tank is like pretty much empty. Those are the two pulls. And but that was a pull. It's a pull. I can't explain it sometimes. I really can't. The bike, even till this day, and I'm training for my third triathlon, it's a thorn. I hate tinkering. My bike, I have my wheel sitting, and I caught a flat like 3 weeks ago. I've tried working on it. I'm just gonna have to bring it in, but I have to learn. And it drives me crazy. Swimming, I'm better at the pool now, but it's an open water swim. I don't like going in the water. But thankfully, my husband, he used to be a lifeguard and all these things, so he comes with me. But soon I have to go out there in the bay where it's murky water and it's like I don't like it. And the first time I did it with him, I cried. Like I cried because I had such anxiety going in that water, just looking at it. I'm just skeeved by it's just the skeeved by it, but you can't see. And I did it. And I was like, oh my God, I did it.
Everyone needs to hear what she just said. This is mic drop right here, right here. Probably the most part, although there was so many nuggets, but so many. I love the blade of grass, by the way, equally as amazing. But this right here, she was crying. Can you imagine the gigantic release she had? She can literally do anything now, anything. And I mean, this presentation was the best I've ever seen you do. So this is like absolutely amazing. I'm so honored to have you here. I just want to say that not only is she amazing at physical and what I am not into physical. I will do it. I will make myself do some stuff. Yoga was the only thing that I got into physical that I love so much. I used to love riding the bike. I used to be a spinning instructor before I hurt my knee. And now I can't really go bike riding. And plus it's in the city. It's not as much fun as it used to be. The area I live in is much more congested. It's just, there just isn't that space. So I do enjoy walking and hiking not as much, again, knee, hip. But yeah, we did 75 hard together. So Jose organized a group. So Jose spoke earlier today. He organized a group. And I was blessed enough to have Ivy in my group, and she is like the best cheerleader ever. And I'm thinking, I am not doing 75 hard. I don't care what Jose says. I don't care how good he says it is for you. I'm not doing it. That's all there is to it. And then,
hard.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you're doing it. You're going to do it, and you're going to finish it, because I don't like making commitments to myself that I can't finish. If I commit to you, I'm going to do it no matter, what. But I was like, yeah, no. And then I'm like, okay, Ivy's there. Maybe she'll hold my hand. I'd be like, Ivy.
And you did it.
And we're talking on the phone one day, and I go to the dog park, and it's hilly. So that's why I like the dog park, because then there's this one big hill. And so I'm like about to lose a lung on the floor any minute. And Ivy's like, "You okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah, barely." But I'm going up that damn hill and I'm doing it. So you know what? If you're looking for a phys ed coach, don't be coming to me, go to Ivy. But yeah, I did 75 hard at 60. Wait, when did we do it? I did it at 61. I wasn't 62. I turned 62 in February and we were done. We just made it to like just before the Christmas parties. So
It was hard. It was hard. Even me that I'm physically active and I enjoy doing all of that, it was hard.
like
The
totally.
name. Hence
Not
the
to
name.
mention, you will see Ivy on most of my summits. She will be the person writing in most of the comments. She'll do it no matter where she is, if she can. If she can't, she can't. But if she can, she'll be there. Ivy, this was the best. Absolutely amazing. I'm so happy that we had you closing this particular summit. It worked out absolutely amazing. Do you have some final thoughts for us, honey?
Ooh, I would say my final thought for you is if there is something, because it doesn't matter what it is you need to let go of, exercise is important. I think exercise will get you to a place where you start to, like I mentioned, build a sense of trust, especially if you've had trauma and past pain in your life, that sense of trust and belief in you. And once you start feeling that, then you start taking some really positive and big changes in your life. And I can help you with that. I can really help you with that. And again, it's not about alcohol or any of the things. It's just, it's a mindset. And one of my pillars, my pillar courses is there's 5 pillars. So day 1, I talk about mindset. Day 2, I talk about exercise. And then it's like, your triggers and, letting go. And then it's just the emotion, how to ground yourself, and then just stepping forward and living a healthier lifestyle, just with more peace and ease, because there's things you have no control over, and we try to control things, but when you can let things go and you can let people go, I'm not saying like let them go, just detach yourself from the emotion to them, because you can't control what they do, what they say, kind of thing. I'm telling you, you sleep better at night. So I can help you with that. And there's other things too, but yeah.
There's lots of other things, but we have to go. So my dog is like ready to kill me, going, "Are you going to take me outside or what?" So,
It's like, Mom, I'm lucky, but I might have a lucky accident. So yes.
I just want to say this. Earlier you said the power of running your own race. I'm just going to say one thing. That's an amazing title for a book. Don't you all agree with me? And I'm not sure who should write one here, but it's not me. I mean, we could all do it, but it didn't come from me. It came from Ivy. So thank you again, Ivy. This was wonderful. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Thank you so much for all of your comments. I just looked in there, and even though Facebook put me in jail and I can't make any comments, I think we have somewhere around 700 comments, which is insane. Thank you all so much. This was my first 2-day one. I don't know when I will do another 2-day one, but I will probably, maybe not so much in the summertime. We'll see what happens, right? Where it goes. No predictions in advance.
The fall, maybe November, close to being thankful.
October and November are probably, and December also very big. If you do it enough before Christmas, early December, it's actually a very busy. And then January, February, March, even April. Gosh, this time, like even this one, like right into June, really it's just July and August. They're sometimes slowed down a bit, but we'll see what happens, right? So either way, thank you everyone again. I hope you have all been inspired. Please, don't hesitate to share this with your friends. It's free for a reason. My desire for all of you is to just inspire, empower, and nourish verbally, emotionally, mentally, as many people as humanly possible. And so this is just the venue I've selected for myself because it feels really great. And maybe I haven't selected it, maybe God selected it for me. I'm not sure, but I like it. So here we are. And with all of that, thank you all so much. Namaste.